Welcome back to the Midnight Mysteries sleeping experience. We're here to help you have the best night's sleep you've ever had. But first, like the video and comment where you're watching from as well as how late you're watching. Now get comfortable and have a nice night. On the afternoon of May 25th, 1979, the bustling atmosphere of Chicago's O'Hare International Airport was typical of a busy travel hub. Passengers of American Airlines Flight 191, bound for Los Angeles, were boarding the McDonnell Douglas DC-10, a familiar workhorse in the fleet, recognized for its distinctive three-engine configuration. Inside the terminal, families hugged goodbye, and travelers made their final calls before switching their devices to airplane mode. As they settled into their seats, the flight crew, led by Captain Walter Lux with over 22,000 flight hours, was methodically conducting pre-flight checks. The cabin crew efficiently demonstrated safety procedures, their routine polished by countless repetitions. The energy on board was a blend of excitement and the monotony of routine travel, with passengers adjusting overhead bins and leafing through magazines. Outside, ground crew buzzed around the aircraft. The hum of the jet engines blended with the clatter of loading equipment as luggage was stowed and fuel lines were secured. The final checks were marked by a visual inspection of the aircraft's imposing frame, which showed no outward signs of distress or malfunction. The DC-10 pushed back from the gate, its engines roaring to life with a surge that vibrated through the cabin. Air traffic control cleared the flight for takeoff, slotting it into the busy sequence of departures. As Flight 191 taxied to the runway, pilots reviewed the flight path and weather conditions, confident in the aircraft's ability to deliver another routine flight. As the aircraft aligned with the runway, Captain Lux increased throttle, and the DC-10 began its takeoff roll. Acceleration pushed passengers gently back into their seats as the plane gathered speed, racing down the runway. However, unbeknownst to those on board, a critical failure was unfolding. As the aircraft reached takeoff speed, a loud thud was heard, a sound unbefitting of a normal takeoff. From the cockpit, the crew felt a jolt through the controls. Warning lights flashed as an engine pylon holding engine number 1, located under the left wing, failed catastrophically. The engine, along with its supporting structures, broke away from the wing, flipping over the wing and severely damaging control lines and part of the wing itself. Despite the chaos, the aircraft momentarily lifted off the ground, climbing into the sky. But the damage was too severe. Control was compromised. The DC-10, struggling against the physics of its crippled state, began to roll ominously to the left. Onlookers at the airport watched in horror as the aircraft's wing dipped, grazing the ground. The plane crashed just beyond the runway in a massive fireball, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. Emergency services at O'Hare, trained for rapid response, were dispatched immediately, their sirens cutting through the shock of the onlookers. Firefighters and rescue teams raced towards the flames, but the devastation was apparent from a distance. The impact was not survivable. As the first responders made their way through the wreckage, the aviation community was already buzzing with the news of the disaster. Flight 191 had become the deadliest aviation accident in U.S. history at that time, a tragic record marked by the loss of all 271 passengers and crew, along with 2 individuals on the ground. In the control tower, confusion compounded the tragedy, with reports that the flight crew had communicated with air traffic control post-crash, an impossible scenario that muddled an already chaotic situation. This eerie detail sparked immediate speculation and a flurry of theories about what had actually transpired in the cockpit in those final moments. This bizarre communication would later become a focal point of the investigation, adding a layer of mystery to the crash. As federal investigators descended upon the crash site, their task was to unravel not only the mechanical failures, but also to explore the procedural and human elements that led to this catastrophic event. The implications of their findings would resonate far beyond O'Hare, rippling through the aviation industry and leading to critical changes in aircraft design and maintenance practices. The crash of Flight 191 was a watershed moment in aviation safety, serving as a harsh reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in complex systems and the perpetual need for vigilance in monitoring, maintenance, and regulatory oversight. The legacy of this tragic day would shape the future of aviation, compelling a re-examination of safety protocols to prevent a recurrence of such a disaster. As American Airlines Flight 191 ascended into the afternoon sky, those on board were unaware of the imminent disaster. The sequence of events on that fateful day in May 1979 unfolded rapidly, beginning with a critical failure that occurred just as the aircraft reached takeoff speed. A loud sound, almost like an explosion, was heard as the left engine and its pylon assembly separated from the wing, flipping over the top and slamming against the fuselage. This catastrophic failure was not only audible, but also visible to those watching from the airport, who saw parts separating from the aircraft as it struggled to climb. The aircraft initially continued to ascend, albeit with difficulty. Inside the cockpit, Captain Walter Lux and his crew were suddenly fighting to control an aircraft that was quickly becoming uncontrollable. The flight data later revealed that critical hydraulic lines had been severed when the engine detached, leading to a loss of hydraulic power to the control surfaces on the left wing. The damage was extensive, and the aircraft's ability to maintain lift and balance was compromised. From the ground, the sight was horrifying. Eyewitnesses described seeing the aircraft roll sharply to the left as it lost aerodynamic stability. The DC-10's left wing dipped down, striking a light pole at the end of the runway, which tore a gash in the wing and exacerbated the already critical situation. Fuel began leaking profusely, trailing flames. Seconds later, the wingtip hit the ground, causing the aircraft to roll completely onto its side and crash in a massive fiery explosion just beyond the runway perimeter. The impact was devastating. The aircraft, fully loaded with fuel for its cross-country flight, became an inferno. Rescue and emergency services at O'Hare were quick to respond, dispatching fire trucks and emergency personnel to the scene within moments of the crash. Despite their rapid response, the intensity of the fire and the total disintegration of the aircraft structure made immediate rescue efforts nearly impossible. The crash site was a scene of chaos and destruction. Twisted metal, charred debris, and personal belongings were strewn across the field where Flight 191 came to rest. First responders described the scene as apocalyptic, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky and the acrid smell of burning jet fuel and materials filling the air. Their primary focus was on extinguishing the fire, which took hours to fully control, and searching for any possible survivors, a hope that dimmed as the scale of the devastation became clear. Meanwhile, air traffic control at O'Hare, having witnessed the crash from their tower, were in a state of disbelief and shock. They immediately initiated emergency protocols, which included shutting down the airport to incoming and outgoing traffic. The control tower personnel, trained for emergencies but seldom confronted with a disaster of such magnitude, worked to manage the crisis, coordinating with on-site emergency teams and rerouting flights scheduled to land or depart. As news of the disaster spread, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, was alerted, and a team of investigators was quickly assembled and dispatched to the site. Their task was daunting: to determine what caused Flight 191 to crash so disastrously just moments after takeoff. Initial theories ranged from catastrophic mechanical failure to possible pilot error, but the eyewitness accounts and early examination of the debris pointed strongly to a failure related to the aircraft's left engine and pylon. In the days following the crash, the area around the crash site was cordoned off as a massive investigation unfolded. Pieces of the aircraft were meticulously catalogued and examined. The engine and pylon were of particular interest, given their unusual behavior during the takeoff roll. Investigators began the painstaking process of tracing the maintenance history of the aircraft, particularly recent work done on the engines and pylons, which had involved a technique known as the milk stool method. This method was suspected to potentially stress the pylon structure unduly. As the NTSB delved deeper into the aircraft's maintenance records and the procedures used during recent repairs, they uncovered significant lapses in compliance with McDonnell Douglas's maintenance specifications. It became evident that shortcuts taken during maintenance could have led to structural weaknesses, setting the stage for the failure observed during the aircraft's final takeoff. The immediate aftermath of the crash not only focused on determining the cause, but also on supporting the families of the victims. American Airlines and various agencies set up support centers to assist relatives and loved ones, providing them with information and helping to manage the overwhelming grief that swept through the community. The airline industry, too, was forced to confront the potential implications of the disaster, as it became apparent that the crash of Flight 191 could have profound effects on public confidence in air travel, and particularly in the DC-10 model. The disaster of Flight 191 thus became a critical moment in aviation history, prompting a re-evaluation of aircraft maintenance practices and regulatory oversight, and raising serious questions about the safety protocols adhered to by airlines and their maintenance contractors. This tragic event not only resulted in the loss of 273 lives, but also marked a turning point in how aircraft maintenance was approached and regulated, with reverberations felt across the entire aviation industry. Following the catastrophic crash of American Airlines Flight 191, just moments after its takeoff from O'Hare International Airport, a perplexing and chilling detail emerged that added a layer of mystery to an already tragic event. According to reports, air traffic control received a communication from the pilot of Flight 191 after the aircraft had already crashed. This bizarre occurrence sparked a mix of confusion, speculation, and intense scrutiny among investigators, media, and the public. The alleged post-crash communication was first noted by air traffic controllers who were in a state of shock after witnessing the aircraft's abrupt descent and explosion. The claim was that a transmission, purportedly from Captain Lux, came through, even though the aircraft was visibly in flames on the ground. This transmission was described as garbled and brief, with some interpreting it as a routine final approach message, which was haunting given the timing and context. This eerie twist propelled the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, to delve deeper into the incident, examining every possible angle to understand how such a transmission could have occurred. Investigators began by scrutinizing the air traffic control audio recordings from that day, looking to verify the authenticity of the reported transmission and to pinpoint its origin. Technical experts were brought in to analyze the communication systems of the DC-10, along with the procedures followed by air traffic control. One theory considered was that there might have been a cross-channel interference or a malfunction in the communication equipment that replayed a previous message from Flight 191. Another possibility explored was a phenomenon known as phantom transmission, where stress and expectation lead listeners to misinterpret background noise or static as voice communications. Simultaneously, the broader investigation into the crash itself was gaining momentum. Autopsies and forensic analyses were underway to identify the victims and understand the dynamics of the crash impact. As each victim was respectfully identified and returned to their families, the community began to mourn the tremendous loss, with vigils and memorials springing up across the country. The investigation also focused on gathering and analyzing eyewitness accounts from other pilots, airport staff, and passengers who were at O'Hare at the time of the incident. These accounts were crucial in reconstructing the sequence of events leading up to the crash and provided additional context for the mysterious transmission. Some witnesses corroborated the timeline of the crash and the subsequent transmission, while others were unsure, adding to the ambiguity surrounding the event. As weeks turned into months, the NTSB compiled a detailed report that combined technical findings with human factors analysis. The goal was not only to provide answers about the crash, but also to address the haunting question of the post-crash communication, which remained a topic of fascination and horror. The final report suggested that the most likely explanation was a misinterpretation of static or a technical glitch that coincidentally mimicked a voice transmission. This conclusion, however, did little to quell the public's intrigue and the emotional impact of the incident on the families of the victims and the survivors. The idea that the pilot might have communicated post-crash had a profound effect, highlighting the human aspects of the tragedy. It served as a poignant reminder of the unexpected and often inexplicable nature of catastrophic events. The aftermath of Flight 191's crash and the mysterious communication underscored the importance of comprehensive emergency response planning and the need for rigorous maintenance and safety checks. It also highlighted the critical role of clear and reliable communication systems in aviation safety, leading to improvements in aircraft communication technology and protocols. Ultimately, the story of Flight 191, marked by this mysterious communication, became a case study in aviation safety courses and emergency response training, teaching future aviators and controllers about the complexities of crisis management and the importance of maintaining a clear head during emergency situations. The legacy of this event thus continued to influence aviation practices, ensuring that the lessons learned from this tragedy would contribute to safer skies for future generations. As the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, intensified their investigation into the crash of American Airlines Flight 191, they encountered a complex web of factors that had led to one of the deadliest aviation accidents in U.S. history. Their inquiry extended beyond the initial impact and the unsettling reports of a post-crash communication, delving deep into the aircraft's design, maintenance history, and operational procedures. The DC-10, like any sophisticated aircraft, relied heavily on its design and maintenance to ensure safety. Early in the investigation, it became evident that the engine and pylon assembly detachment was central to the catastrophe. Analysis revealed that the pylon attachment points had been subjected to maintenance using a procedure known as the milk stool method shortly before the incident. This method, though not standard, had been used to expedite the maintenance process, but was now under scrutiny for its potential to impose undue stress on the structure of the aircraft. Investigators discovered that during this procedure, improper handling and insufficient support of the engine assembly might have caused microscopic cracks or stress points at critical junctures of the attachment. Over time, and under the strain of regular flight operations, these weaknesses likely propagated, leading to the catastrophic failure witnessed during Flight 191's takeoff. As the technical analysis continued, the NTSB focused on the aircraft's flight data and cockpit voice recorders, which provided crucial insights into the final moments before the crash. The recordings captured the flight crew's routine pre-takeoff checks and the initial realization of a severe malfunction shortly after liftoff. The crew's attempts to manage the rapidly evolving situation were evident, showcasing their professionalism and training under extreme stress. However, the loss of critical control systems made disaster unavoidable. Eyewitness accounts and ground video footage also played a significant role in piecing together the events leading up to the crash. These sources helped investigators confirm the sequence of mechanical failures and assess the impact dynamics. This evidence was crucial for reconstructing the accident and for validating the data extracted from the onboard recorders. Amidst these technical inquiries, the human aspects of the tragedy were ever present. The investigators' reports touched on the personal stories of the passengers and crew, emphasizing the profound loss experienced by their families. These narratives drove home the importance of the investigation's goal, to prevent such accidents from occurring in the future. The NTSB's final report on the crash of Flight 191 concluded that the primary cause was the improper maintenance procedure employed during the engine and pylon attachment. The report criticized the oversight practices that had allowed such procedures to be implemented without adequate scrutiny or understanding of their potential impact on aircraft safety. Following the release of the investigation findings, the FAA took immediate action to revise maintenance and inspection protocols for the DC-10 and similar aircraft. These new regulations mandated more rigorous oversight of maintenance practices and required additional training for maintenance personnel. The aviation industry as a whole reeled from the revelations, prompting a widespread review of operational and safety procedures across all airlines. Moreover, the crash and subsequent investigation had a lasting impact on aviation safety regulations and practices. It led to enhanced design standards for engine pylons and other critical structures, ensuring that future aircraft designs would incorporate more robust safety features. The tragedy also accelerated advancements in aircraft monitoring systems, including the introduction of more sophisticated diagnostic tools that could detect potential failures before they became catastrophic. In academia and industry training programs, the crash of Flight 191 became a case study in the importance of adhering to established safety protocols and the potential consequences of their neglect. The lessons learned from this incident have been used to educate generations of aeronautical engineers, maintenance technicians, and pilots about the critical interdependencies between design, maintenance, and operation in aviation safety. Ultimately, while the loss of life could not be undone, the rigorous investigation and its aftermath led to significant improvements in aviation safety. These changes have undoubtedly prevented other tragedies, serving as a somber reminder of the need for constant vigilance and improvement in the ever-evolving field of aviation. The crash of American Airlines Flight 191 had far-reaching impacts on aviation safety, propelling significant changes in both policy and industry practices. This tragedy served as a critical lesson for aviation authorities, manufacturers, airlines, and the public, highlighting the crucial importance of rigorous maintenance and regulatory oversight. In the wake of the disaster, one of the immediate responses was the heightened scrutiny of the McDonnell Douglas DC-10's design and maintenance procedures. The Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, undertook a comprehensive review of the aircraft's certification processes, particularly focusing on the engine and pylon assembly. This review led to mandatory design changes and modifications for the DC-10 fleet to enhance structural integrity and reduce the likelihood of a similar failure. Moreover, the FAA revised its regulations regarding aircraft maintenance procedures. The crash had underscored the potential consequences of deviations from standard maintenance protocols. As a result, the FAA tightened its oversight of maintenance practices, requiring more detailed documentation and rigorous compliance checks. These new measures aim to ensure that all maintenance tasks were performed correctly and that any modifications to procedures were thoroughly evaluated and approved by regulatory authorities. The aviation industry also witnessed a shift in how maintenance staff were trained and certified. Recognizing that the quality of maintenance directly impacts aircraft safety, training programs were overhauled to include more in-depth coursework on the specific mechanics of aircraft systems, particularly focusing on critical components like engines and control surfaces. Maintenance technicians were now required to undergo regular recertification, ensuring they remained current with the latest technologies and best practices. Airlines themselves began to invest more heavily in their maintenance operations, often upgrading facilities and equipment to meet the new, stricter standards. Many adopted more sophisticated systems for tracking maintenance history and scheduling, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Airlines also began to foster a culture of safety that encouraged employees to report potential issues or deviations from standard procedures without fear of retribution, a shift towards a more proactive safety management system. The impact of Flight 191 extended beyond regulatory and operational changes. It also influenced public perceptions of aviation safety. The crash, given its dramatic nature and the significant loss of life, drew widespread media coverage and public attention. This heightened awareness led to increased passenger interest in airline safety records and practices, prompting airlines to be more transparent about their safety measures and incident handling. In the broader context of aviation safety, the lessons from Flight 191 contributed to the development of more advanced safety technologies. Aircraft manufacturers began to incorporate more robust diagnostic systems that could detect potential issues before they led to failure. These systems, coupled with advancements in materials science and engineering, have led to newer generations of aircraft that are significantly safer and more reliable. The legacy of Flight 191 also includes its contribution to the evolution of emergency response and disaster management strategies at airports. The crash highlighted the need for rapid and effective emergency services, leading to improved coordination among first responders and the implementation of more sophisticated disaster response plans at major airports. Reflecting on the crash and its aftermath, the aviation industry recognizes that such tragedies, while devastating, provide critical opportunities for growth and improvement. The changes spurred by the Flight 191 disaster have undeniably enhanced the safety of air travel, turning the lessons learned from a moment of tragedy into enduring contributions to the safety and reliability of commercial aviation. The commitment to learning from past mistakes ensures that the legacy of those lost in Flight 191 continues to influence positive changes in aviation safety standards, helping to safeguard future generations of air travelers. The crash of American Airlines Flight 191, while a profound tragedy, catalyzed significant advancements in aviation safety and regulatory practices. However, the emotional and psychological impacts on the families of the victims and the broader community were deep and enduring. This chapter explores the personal ramifications of the disaster, the continuing mystery of the reported post-crash communication, and how these elements have influenced cultural perceptions and ongoing safety dialogues. For the families and friends of the 273 victims, The crash was a devastating blow that left a permanent scar. The sudden loss inflicted profound grief and a persistent quest for answers and justice. Support networks, both formal and informal, sprang up in the aftermath, providing counseling and a platform for shared grieving and mutual support. American Airlines and various community organizations established funds and memorials to honor the memory of the deceased, aiming to provide a semblance of solace to the bereaved. In addition to these support mechanisms, the families became pivotal advocates for aviation safety reforms. Driven by their personal losses, many relatives engaged with regulatory bodies, participated in safety conferences, and worked alongside lawmakers to push for stringent safety regulations. Their efforts ensured that the lessons from the crash translated into concrete legislative and industry changes, embedding their loved ones' legacies within the framework of improved aviation safety standards. The incident's mysterious aspect, particularly the report of a post-crash communication from the aircraft, added a layer of intrigue and continued public interest in the crash. This unresolved detail fueled speculation and numerous conspiracy theories, which found their way into media portrayals, books, and documentaries. The eerie nature of the alleged communication led to various interpretations, some seeing it as a technical anomaly, while others speculated about less explainable causes. These speculations and the dramatic nature of the crash itself captured the public's imagination, embedding the incident firmly within the cultural landscape. The story of Flight 191 has been recounted in numerous television programs and articles, often highlighted during discussions on aviation safety and disaster management. The crash is frequently cited in academic and training scenarios, serving as a grim reminder of the potential human cost of safety failures and the importance of adherence to maintenance protocols. Moreover, the incident spurred a re-evaluation of how airline disasters are communicated to the public and managed in the media. The need for timely and transparent information became apparent, leading to better communication strategies that focus on providing accurate updates and managing public relations sensitively and respectfully in times of crisis. The ongoing dialogue about the crash of Flight 191 and its implications has also influenced the development of new technologies aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Innovations in aircraft design, diagnostics, and materials have all been driven, at least in part, by the lessons learned from this disaster. Additionally, advancements in simulation and training tools have allowed pilots and crew members to prepare more thoroughly for a wide range of emergency scenarios. Reflecting on the broader impact, the legacy of Flight 191 extends beyond changes in policy and practice. It has become a poignant narrative of loss, resilience, and reform. The continued public and professional interest in the crash demonstrates the complex interplay between human factors and technological advancements in shaping aviation safety culture. It underscores the importance of learning from past mistakes and ensuring that the memories of those lost continue to drive improvements in an ever-evolving industry, ensuring their legacy contributes positively to the safety of future air travel. As the aviation community reflected on the aftermath of the crash of American Airlines Flight 191, it became evident that the incident had significantly altered the trajectory of aviation safety and regulatory practices. This part of the story delves into how the lessons learned from the crash have been implemented over time and continue to influence aviation safety today. The comprehensive investigation that followed the crash of Flight 191 led to significant enhancements in aircraft design and maintenance. One of the most critical changes was the revision of the Federal Aviation Administration (FAA) regulations concerning aircraft maintenance procedures and inspection protocols. The crash had exposed serious flaws in the way engine attachments and other critical components were inspected and maintained. In response, the FAA mandated more stringent inspection routines, specifically targeting the attachment points of engines to the wings, and introduced requirements for more detailed reporting by maintenance crews. This shift was accompanied by a broader industry movement towards a more proactive approach to safety, known as the Safety Management Systems, SMS. This framework encourages airlines to not only comply with existing safety regulations, but also to continuously assess and improve their safety practices. The adoption of SMS has been pivotal in shifting the culture within airlines from reactive to proactive, focusing on the identification and mitigation of potential safety risks before they lead to accidents. The tragedy also spurred advancements in engineering and materials science, leading to stronger and more resilient aircraft components. Manufacturers began to use more sophisticated non-destructive testing technology to detect faults in metal parts before they become critical. These technologies, such as ultrasound and eddy current testing, have become standard in the industry, enhancing the overall safety of aircraft. Training for pilots and maintenance personnel has also evolved in response to the crash. Simulation technology, which has significantly advanced since 1979, now allows for more realistic and varied training scenarios. Pilots and crew members are better prepared to handle a wide range of emergency situations, including those that may not have been well understood at the time of the Flight 191 crash. This comprehensive training is crucial in equipping today's aviation professionals with the skills they need to ensure passenger safety. Furthermore, the crash has had a lasting impact on emergency preparedness and response strategies at airports. Lessons learned from the response to the Flight 191 crash have led to improved coordination among emergency services, more effective disaster response plans, and better resources for handling mass casualty situations. Airports around the world have refined their emergency protocols, ensuring that they are better prepared to respond to accidents swiftly and effectively. The legacy of Flight 191 extends into public awareness and education about aviation safety. The crash underscored the importance of transparency and accountability in the aviation industry. Today, passengers are more informed about the safety records of airlines and the specifics of the aircraft they fly on. This informed passenger is a critical component of the aviation safety ecosystem, as public pressure and expectations continue to drive improvements in industry standards. In conclusion, the tragic crash of American Airlines Flight 191 was a pivotal moment that transformed the aviation industry. It brought about sweeping changes to safety protocols, regulatory oversight, and the technology used in aircraft manufacturing and maintenance. The lessons learned from this disaster continue to resonate, ensuring that the legacy of those lost lives on through each flight that safely reaches its destination. The improvements in safety practices and the ongoing commitment to preventing similar tragedies stand as a testament to the importance of learning from the past, no matter how difficult those lessons may be. High above the rugged coastline of Chile, the steady hum of a Chilean Air Force helicopter sliced through the sky. The aircraft, a well-equipped Cougar AS-532, was on a routine patrol mission, its crew trained to maintain vigilance over the vast expanse of ocean and land beneath them. It was a clear day in November 2014, with visibility perfect for the task at hand. Little did the crew know, their standard patrol was about to turn into an encounter that would captivate the world and ignite a storm of speculation and intrigue. The crew consisted of a seasoned pilot and a skilled naval technician, both members of the Chilean Air Force, tasked with monitoring the coastal areas for illegal activities and ensuring maritime safety. The helicopter was outfitted with a state-of-the-art infrared camera designed to detect heat signatures from a distance, making it an invaluable tool for their surveillance operations. As they approached a routine checkpoint along their patrol route, the technician monitored the live feed from the camera, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the calm of the patrol was shattered by an anomaly on the infrared screen. Initially appearing as an inexplicable blip, it quickly became apparent that this was no ordinary object. The pilot maneuvered the helicopter for a better view, while the technician tried to adjust the focus of the camera, zooming in on what appeared to be a flying object emitting an unusual heat pattern. The object moved with a precision and speed unlike any typical aircraft, its motion smooth yet erratic, defying the usual aerodynamic expectations. The technician recorded the object's movements, his hands steady despite the growing realization that this was no ordinary sighting. The object's thermal signature was unusually strong and consistent, suggesting it was not only metallic, but also generating a considerable amount of heat. As they continued to observe, the object began emitting what appeared to be plumes of vapor or gas, which were clearly visible through the infrared camera, adding another layer of mystery to the encounter. Communications between the helicopter crew and their ground control became frantic as they reported the sighting. Ground control, equally perplexed, confirmed that no other aircraft were scheduled to be in their vicinity at that time, and there were no known satellites or drones that could explain the presence of such an object. The pilot, maintaining a safe distance, maneuvered to keep the object within their visual and infrared range, while the technician captured as much footage as possible. This initial encounter, though lasting only a few minutes, felt longer due to the intensity of the moment. The crew was trained for a multitude of scenarios, but nothing quite like this. Their professionalism kept them focused on the task of documenting the encounter, even as the realization dawned on them that they might be witnessing something truly unexplained. After the object finally accelerated away at a speed that was impossible for their helicopter to match, the crew was left to return to base with their footage and a barrage of questions. The debriefing that followed was intense and thorough. Military officials were cautious but intrigued by the footage, which clearly showed an object whose capabilities surpassed current known aircraft technology. This marked the beginning of what would become a widely publicized and hotly debated UFO encounter. The Chilean government, known for its transparency in dealing with unidentified aerial phenomena, took the unusual step of releasing the footage to the public and seeking help from both national and international experts to try to explain the mysterious encounter. As the news of the sighting broke, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage and public speculation. People around the world watched the grainy infrared footage, captivated by the possibility of an encounter with technology beyond our understanding. The incident not only raised questions about what might be sharing our skies, but also highlighted the growing need for cooperation in addressing phenomena that defy easy explanation. This encounter, with its compelling visual evidence, was set to become a pivotal case in the study of unidentified aerial phenomena, inviting both skeptics and believers to ponder the possibilities of what lies beyond the known frontiers of science and aviation. As the Chilean Air Force helicopter continued its patrol along the pristine coastline, the crew inside was processing the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Equipped with sophisticated technology, the Cougar AS-532 had captured something unprecedented on its infrared camera, an unidentified flying object emitting heat and strange plumes, seemingly defying the known capabilities of conventional aircraft. The technology on board was primarily designed for maritime surveillance and search and rescue missions, capable of detecting heat signatures from great distances, making it an invaluable asset in identifying vessels or individuals in distress at sea. However, on this particular day, the infrared camera had recorded something entirely out of the ordinary, a fast-moving object whose thermal signature was unlike any aircraft or drone typically observed in their operations. Back at the base, the crew's initial report via radio had already stirred considerable interest among the ground control and senior officers. As they landed, the air was thick with anticipation and curiosity. The footage captured by the technician was immediately secured for analysis, with higher-ups in the Air Force and naval intelligence being alerted to the unusual sighting. The debriefing session was thorough. The pilot and technician were asked to recount every detail of the encounter, the object's appearance, behavior, and any electromagnetic interference noticed during the sighting. Questions were pointed and precise, aiming to rule out any conventional explanations such as experimental aircraft, weather balloons, or known drones. The crew maintained that the object moved with an agility and speed that were unlike any known aerial technology, further deepening the mystery. Following the initial internal review, the decision was made to involve technical experts in analyzing the infrared footage. This analysis aimed to verify the authenticity of what was captured and to gather more insights into the physical characteristics of the object observed. Specialists in aviation technology and infrared imaging were brought in, and they set to work examining the footage frame by frame. The technical analysis focused on several key aspects: the object's heat signature, which suggested an internal power source emitting a considerable amount of energy; the plumes, which could indicate some form of propulsion or discharge; and the flight pattern, which seemed to defy conventional physics with its abrupt changes in speed and altitude. Experts used software to enhance the image quality, hoping to glean more details from the grainy footage. The examination ruled out the possibility of a small aircraft or drone, as no known models possessed the combination of speed, heat signature, and flight capabilities displayed by the UFO. Theories began to circulate among the technical team, ranging from experimental military technology from another nation to more speculative hypotheses involving non-human origins. Meanwhile, the public's reaction was growing fervent. Once the Air Force decided to release the footage to ensure transparency and seek wider input, the video quickly went viral. Across social media platforms, forums, and news outlets, people shared the footage, with many speculating about the possible explanations for the encounter. The release of the video not only confirmed the authenticity of the event, but also opened the door to global scrutiny and debate. As the story gained traction internationally, ufologists and researchers dedicated to studying unidentified aerial phenomena took keen interest. They compared the Chilean encounter with similar incidents reported around the world, noting similarities in the descriptions of the objects and their behaviors. This global context prompted discussions about a possible pattern or phenomenon that transcended national borders. The media coverage varied from factual reporting by major news networks, focusing on the details of the encounter, to more sensational coverage by tabloids, which emphasized the mystery and extraterrestrial possibilities. Documentarians and investigative journalists descended on Chile, eager to capture the story from every angle, interviewing experts, witnesses, and even skeptics. The Chilean Air Force's encounter with the UFO became a case study in how modern militaries respond to unexplained phenomena. The transparent handling of the incident by the Chilean authorities was widely praised, and it set a precedent for how such encounters could be documented and discussed openly in the public sphere. As interest in the incident continued to swell, the need for a deeper investigation became apparent. The Air Force, in collaboration with scientific and military experts both nationally and internationally, planned a comprehensive investigation aimed at uncovering more about the mysterious object. This next phase would delve deeper into the technical, environmental, and historical data available, hoping to shed light on one of the most compelling modern UFO sightings to date. After the initial debrief and the immediate technical analysis, the Chilean Air Force moved forward with a structured response to the unusual sighting. The military's first priority was maintaining operational security and confidentiality as they navigated the complexities of a potential unidentified flying object that could have broader implications for national security. However, the decision to eventually release the footage to the public marked a pivotal shift towards transparency, aiming to demystify the situation and engage with the global community for broader insights. The aftermath of the sighting and the subsequent release of the infrared footage initiated a multi-phased response plan. Initially, the Air Force leadership conducted a series of confidential briefings with defense analysts to evaluate any potential threats that the unidentified object might pose. These meetings involved strategy discussions, reviews of radar and satellite data, and consultations with international partners to ascertain if similar incidents had been observed elsewhere. Simultaneously, the Chilean government took steps to manage the public narrative. Information about the encounter was carefully released to avoid causing undue alarm. The military's spokesperson provided measured statements that confirmed the sighting while emphasizing that it posed no immediate threat to national security. This approach was designed to maintain public confidence and prevent speculation from overshadowing facts. The leak and public response to the footage were overwhelming. Once the video was made available online, it quickly captured the attention of both national and international media, sparking a flurry of investigative reports, expert interviews, and public speculation. In Chile and beyond, the story became a topic of intense interest and debate, with the footage being analyzed and reanalyzed by various civilian UFO research organizations and independent experts. Media outlets played a significant role in shaping the public's perception of the incident. Major networks sought to strike a balance between reporting on the sensational aspects of the UFO sighting and providing a platform for credible experts to discuss the potential explanations. This coverage helped to elevate the discourse, moving it from mere conspiracy theories to more scientific and investigative discussions about what the object could have been. Online forums and social media also became hotbeds for debate. Enthusiasts and skeptics alike shared their theories, ranging from secret military technology and drones to extraterrestrial vehicles. This digital conversation expanded the reach of the incident, drawing in audiences from around the world who might not typically engage with military or aviation news. The Chilean Air Force continued to monitor these discussions closely, noting where misinformation spread and stepping in to clarify when possible. Their ongoing involvement helped to maintain a level of authority over the narrative, ensuring that the public received accurate updates as the investigation progressed. In response to the burgeoning interest, the Air Force organized a symposium where experts from various fields were invited to discuss the sighting. This event included panels with aerospace engineers, astrophysicists, military strategists, and representatives from the global UFO research community. The symposium was pivotal in fostering a multidisciplinary understanding of the sighting, highlighting the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. This collective approach not only enriched the investigation, but also demonstrated the Chilean military's commitment to transparency and scientific inquiry. By openly discussing the sighting and inviting international experts to contribute, they mitigated the risk of sensationalism and grounded the conversation in a search for verifiable truth. As the investigation moved forward, the Air Force and other involved agencies continued to sift through data, looking for any clue that might explain the nature of the mysterious object. Each piece of information, from radar signatures to historical aircraft records, was meticulously analyzed in the hope of uncovering a logical explanation for the sighting. This thorough and open approach ensured that whatever conclusions were eventually drawn, they would be based on solid evidence and careful consideration, maintaining public trust and scientific integrity throughout the process. Following the unprecedented encounter and the widespread public interest it generated, the Chilean Air Force initiated a formal and comprehensive investigation into the incident. This step was essential not only for national security purposes, but also to satisfy the curiosity and concerns of both the national and international communities. The official investigation was spearheaded by a special task force composed of experts from various fields, including military aviation specialists, aerospace engineers, and scientists specializing in atmospheric phenomena. The task force's primary goal was to analyze every aspect of the encounter thoroughly, from the technical specifications of the helicopter and its equipment, to the environmental conditions on the day of the sighting. The team started by scrutinizing the infrared footage captured by the helicopter's camera. This involved a detailed frame-by-frame analysis to understand the object's size, speed, thermal signature, and flight pattern. Special attention was given to the plumes emitted by the object, which were atypical for conventional aircraft or known drones. Experts in propulsion and aerospace technology were consulted to determine if the object could be an undocumented type of military drone or experimental aircraft, possibly from another nation. Parallel to the technical analysis, the task force investigated the electromagnetic environment during the incident. They collaborated with meteorologists and physicists to explore whether unique atmospheric conditions could have caused optical illusions or radar anomalies. This line of inquiry included a review of historical meteorological data to check for similar anomalies that might have been recorded but not publicized. The military also re-examined radar data from the day of the sighting to trace the object's flight path and origin. This effort was coordinated with neighboring countries' air defense systems to rule out the possibility that the object had crossed into Chilean airspace from abroad. Additionally, the task force checked for any unauthorized satellite launches or space debris re-entries that could explain the object's presence in the sky. As the technical and environmental analyses progressed, the Chilean military maintained open communication with international bodies, such as the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena, CEFAA, which had a history of investigating UFO sightings in a scientific and systematic manner. This cooperation ensured that the investigation adhered to international standards and benefited from a broader range of expertise. The official investigation also delved into the historical context, researching any previously reported similar incidents within Chile and in other parts of the world. This broader historical review helped to contextualize the encounter and provided insights into how similar sightings had been handled and interpreted by other nations' military and scientific communities. Throughout this extensive investigative process, the Chilean Air Force showed a remarkable level of transparency. Regular press releases and public briefings were organized to update the public on the progress of the investigation. These updates were crucial in managing public expectations and preventing the spread of rumors and misinformation. Furthermore, the investigation's openness attracted attention from the academic community and independent researchers, who were granted access to non-sensitive data. This collaborative approach fostered a rich dialogue between military officials, scientists, and ufologists, each bringing unique perspectives to the table. As the investigation unfolded, it became a model of how military organizations could handle unidentified aerial phenomena sightings transparently and scientifically. This approach not only helped to demystify the incident, but also encouraged a more informed and less speculative public discourse on the subject of UFOs and aerial anomalies. The thoroughness of the investigation, while time-consuming and resource-intensive, underscored the Chilean military's commitment to understanding the nature of the sighting fully. By systematically ruling out conventional explanations and considering every possible angle, the task force aimed to provide a conclusive answer to the mystery, or at least to narrow down the possibilities to the most plausible explanations based on empirical evidence and expert analysis. As the investigation into the Chilean Air Force's UFO encounter gained depth and complexity, the incident quickly captured the attention of the global UFO research community. Ufologists and researchers specializing in unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, took a keen interest, offering hypotheses and seeking to draw parallels with similar events documented worldwide. Internationally recognized organizations dedicated to UFO research eagerly followed the developments. Their involvement brought a plethora of theories, ranging from conventional to speculative, into the discussion. Experts from these organizations often highlighted patterns seen in other well-documented encounters, such as the movements of the UFO, its ability to emit heat and gases, and the way it interacted with its environment. These comparisons were vital in framing the Chilean event within a larger context of UAP studies, providing a comparative analysis that enriched the ongoing investigation. Researchers dove into databases of UFO sightings, pulling records of incidents that involved similar characteristics. They examined cases where objects were observed emitting heat or other types of energy, looking for clues that might explain the technology or natural phenomena behind such occurrences. This global perspective helped to situate the Chilean sighting within a broader narrative, suggesting that such encounters might be more common than previously thought and possibly indicative of a yet-to-be-understood phenomenon. The engagement with the international UFO community also opened up discussions on the need for a standardized approach to investigating UAPs. Experts advocated for the use of certain scientific methodologies and technologies, such as satellite tracking, advanced radar systems, and infrared cameras, to improve the detection and analysis of these mysterious objects. The dialogue highlighted the importance of international cooperation in sharing data and research findings, which could lead to more comprehensive understandings of UAPs. The theories proposed by the UFO research community ranged widely. Some researchers posited that the object could be an advanced unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, from an undisclosed aeronautical development program, possibly explaining its unusual thermal and flight characteristics. Others, more inclined toward extraterrestrial hypotheses, speculated about the possibility of non-human origin, citing the advanced capabilities that seemed beyond current human technology. Skeptics within the scientific and aviation communities, however, urged caution. They warned against jumping to conclusions without concrete evidence, advocating for a more grounded approach. These skeptics pointed to past instances where alleged UFO sightings were later explained through more mundane means, such as misidentified aircraft, atmospheric phenomena, or optical illusions created by environmental factors. The Chilean Air Force, aware of the diverse range of theories, worked diligently to maintain a balanced perspective in their investigation. They collaborated with both skeptics and believers to ensure that all possibilities were thoroughly vetted. This inclusive approach not only helped in distilling the vast amount of information and speculation, but also ensured that the investigation remained anchored in verifiable evidence. In addition to the theories revolving around the nature of the UFO, the incident also sparked a renewed interest in how governments handle the disclosure of information regarding UAPs. The Chilean case became a reference point in discussions about transparency and public engagement, with many lauding Chile's openness in dealing with the incident. This aspect of the case encouraged other countries to reconsider their policies on UAP-related information, potentially leading to more open and comprehensive public disclosures in the future. As the investigation progressed, the contributions from the global UFO research community proved invaluable. They not only broadened the scope of the investigation, but also fostered a more open dialogue about UAPs that transcended national boundaries. This collaborative spirit highlighted the universal curiosity and concern surrounding unexplained aerial phenomena, and set a precedent for future encounters, emphasizing the need for a cohesive global approach to understanding these mysterious occurrences. as the Chilean Air Force continued its investigation into the mysterious UFO encounter. A range of theories and speculations proliferated, each offering potential explanations for the observed phenomena. Among these, the extraterrestrial hypothesis garnered significant attention, captivating the imagination of the public and stimulating debate among experts and enthusiasts alike. Extraterrestrial hypotheses. Many in the UFO research community and the general public lean towards the possibility that the object could be of extraterrestrial origin. This theory was supported by the object's seemingly advanced capabilities, such as its rapid maneuvers, the ability to emit heat without visible propulsion systems, and the odd plumes that were unlike any known aircraft emissions. Proponents of this theory cited the lack of conclusive explanations from conventional investigative routes, arguing that the object's technology appeared to surpass current human achievements in aerospace. Alternative explanations. In contrast, a significant number of scientists and skeptics presented alternative explanations grounded in known scientific principles. One popular theory suggested that the object might be an undisclosed experimental military drone, possibly from another nation, testing advanced propulsion systems. This theory was supported by the fact that governments often conduct secret tests of new technological equipment, sometimes without broad disclosure even to other branches of their own military to maintain confidentiality. Atmospheric scientists brought up the possibility of rare atmospheric phenomena that could create illusions or reflections in the sky, misleading observers and instruments alike. Optical illusions, particularly in high-stress, high-altitude flight conditions, could cause pilots and sensors to misinterpret airborne objects. Additionally, advanced mirages, known to occur under certain atmospheric conditions, were proposed as a natural explanation for the sighting. Psychological and sociological perspectives. Psychologists and sociologists also weighed in, discussing the human factors influencing UFO sightings. They pointed out that under conditions of uncertainty and high tension, individuals are more prone to interpret ambiguous stimuli as significant or threatening. This cognitive bias, known as pareidolia, where people see specific, often meaningful images in random or vague visual patterns, could explain why the crew interpreted the anomaly as a structured, intentional object. Furthermore, sociologists discussed the societal impact of UFO sightings, noting that such events often reflect broader cultural anxieties about the unknown and technology. They suggested that public fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life often spikes during periods of social or technological change, highlighting these incidents as manifestations of collective fears and hopes about the future. Continued scrutiny and analysis. Throughout the investigation, the Chilean Air Force remained committed to a rigorous scientific methodology, carefully analyzing all available data and consulting with international experts. They conducted simulations and recreated the flight conditions using different aircraft and sensors to see if they could replicate the observations. These experiments aimed to rule out any equipment malfunctions or environmental factors that could have led to the sighting. As the investigation drew on, the lack of conclusive evidence to support any single theory meant that the UFO encounter remained open to interpretation. This ambiguity kept the conversation alive both within and outside the scientific community, maintaining a cycle of speculation and investigation. The ongoing scrutiny not only highlighted the complexities involved in studying UFOs, but also underscored the limitations of current scientific understanding when faced with anomalies that do not fit neatly into existing frameworks. In conclusion, the diversity of theories about the Chilean UFO sighting illustrates the wide array of possible explanations that exist when confronting unidentified aerial phenomena. From extraterrestrial to experimental technology, natural atmospheric effects to psychological factors, each theory offers a different lens through which to view the mysterious encounter, reflecting the multifaceted nature of human inquiry into the unknown. The 2014 UFO encounter by the Chilean Air Force quickly transcended the confines of a mere military incident to become a significant cultural phenomenon. The public's fascination with the unknown, coupled with the mysterious nature of the event, catapulted the incident into the media spotlight, influencing popular culture and altering public perception of UFOs. Media frenzy. As soon as the footage of the encounter was made public, it ignited a media frenzy. News outlets around the world broadcasted the infrared images of the unidentifiable object, with expert commentators speculating about its origins and implications. The coverage varied widely. While some news organizations approached the story with a degree of skepticism, others leaned into the more sensational aspects, sometimes overshadowing the factual basis of the encounter with speculative commentary. This intense media attention not only heightened public interest, but also placed considerable pressure on the Chilean Air Force and other governmental bodies to provide explanations and maintain transparency. Influence on popular culture. The incident also made its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes in television series, documentaries, and influencing plot lines in science fiction novels and films. These portrayals often depicted the UFO encounter as part of a larger narrative involving government cover-ups, alien conspiracies, or as a catalyst for dramatic interstellar diplomacy. By permeating various forms of entertainment, the incident sparked a broader cultural dialogue about life beyond Earth and humanity's place in the universe. Public perception of UFOs. Perhaps one of the most significant impacts of the incident was on public perception of UFOs. Prior to the incident, public opinion on UFOs often veered towards skepticism or was marred by stigma associated with conspiracy theories. However, the transparency and seriousness with which the Chilean government handled the investigation lent a newfound legitimacy to the discussion of unidentified aerial phenomena. This shift was reflected in surveys and polls, which showed an increase in the number of people willing to consider the possibility of extraterrestrial life and other unexplained aerial phenomena. Educational impact. Academically, the incident was used as a case study in various educational settings, from university courses in astrophysics and aerospace engineering to discussions in psychology and media studies classes. In these academic environments, the incident was analyzed from multiple perspectives, including the scientific implications of the sighting, the psychological aspects of public reactions, and the ways in which media can influence public opinion. This educational engagement helped cultivate a more nuanced understanding of the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. Community involvement. The incident also galvanized community involvement, with amateur astronomers and hobbyist drone operators launching their own investigations. UFO enthusiast groups saw a spike in membership and activity, organizing skywatching events and public talks to educate people about UFO sightings and encourage responsible reporting of such events. International conferences and symposiums. The global interest in the incident led to the organization of several international conferences and symposiums, where experts from around the world gathered to share their research and theories about unidentified aerial phenomena. These meetings not only helped consolidate a global community of researchers and enthusiasts, but also fostered an interdisciplinary approach to studying such phenomena, combining insights from science, sociology, history, and even philosophy. Through these various channels, the Chilean UFO encounter left a lasting impact on society and culture. It challenged existing beliefs, inspired new forms of artistic expression, and stimulated educational and scientific inquiry. Whether as a subject of academic study, a catalyst for artistic creativity, or a phenomenon that brings communities together, the incident remains a compelling example of how unexplained events can influence multiple facets of society, sparking curiosity and debate long after the initial sighting. Despite extensive investigations and widespread discussion, the Chilean Air Force's encounter with the unidentified flying object in 2014 remains shrouded in mystery. The lack of conclusive evidence to definitively explain the UFO sighting has left many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing interest and speculation. This unresolved nature of the incident has ensured its lasting place in the public imagination and continues to influence discussions on aerial phenomena and national security protocols. The continuous interest in the case is evident in the sustained scrutiny by both official and unofficial entities. Researchers, both in Chile and internationally, persist in revisiting the incident, exploring new theories as technological and scientific advancements provide new tools for analysis. The possibility that future technology could unveil more about the nature of the UFO keeps the conversation alive, with experts anticipating breakthroughs in imaging technology, atmospheric science, and data analysis. Moreover, the The incident has had a lasting impact on how military and government bodies handle reports of unidentified aerial phenomena. Inspired by the Chilean government's relatively transparent approach, other countries have reevaluated their policies on UFOs. There is a growing movement towards greater openness, driven by a combination of public interest and the potential implications of UFO sightings for national security. This shift is reflected in recent decisions by several governments to declassify portions of their UFO files, making them available for public scrutiny and academic study. The ongoing mystery of the UFO sighting has also led to a broader public discourse about the nature of such phenomena. The incident has encouraged a more serious consideration of what these sightings might mean in the context of global security and humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It challenges the scientific community to consider the limits of current knowledge and explore new frontiers in physics and other related disciplines. In popular culture, the legacy of the Chilean UFO encounter continues to inspire various forms of media expression. Documentaries, podcasts, and fictional adaptations draw on the themes and intrigue of the incident, often using it as a springboard to explore larger existential questions about humanity, technology, and the unknown. These narratives contribute to a cultural landscape where the fascination with UFOs is not only maintained, but also evolves with changing societal attitudes. Furthermore, the incident has fostered an environment where communities around the world engage in more open dialogue about UFOs without the stigma that once surrounded such discussions. Online forums, social media platforms, and public conferences continue to buzz with debates and exchanges about the Chilean sighting, among others, fostering a global community of curious minds united by a shared interest in the unexplained. In conclusion, the 2014 UFO encounter, reported by the Chilean Air Force, serves as a compelling chapter in the ongoing narrative of humanity's encounter with the unknown. It remains a poignant reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our skies, and a testament to the enduring human drive to understand the seemingly incomprehensible. As it stands, the incident not only continues to intrigue and inspire, but also shapes ongoing conversations about the boundaries of science, the responsibilities of governments, and the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our current understanding. On January 30th, 1979, Narita International Airport bustled with the usual clamor of international travel as Varig Brazilian Airlines prepared its Boeing 707 cargo aircraft for a long-haul flight to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with a planned stopover in Los Angeles, USA. This particular flight, Varig Flight 967, was not just any routine cargo operation. It was transporting a collection of valuable paintings by the renowned Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe, making the flight notable for both its cultural and logistic responsibilities. The Boeing 707, a workhorse of the skies, was well regarded for its robust performance and reliability in long-distance cargo transport. Varig, Brazil's leading international airline at the time, had a sterling safety record and was experienced in managing high-value cargo, ensuring that all protocols for the security and safe handling of the artworks were meticulously followed. The crew, led by an experienced captain, was well versed in the nuances of trans-Pacific flights, adding an extra layer of confidence to the operation. Preparations for the flight began early in the afternoon, with ground staff overseeing the careful loading of the cargo. Each of Mabe's paintings was securely crated and inspected before being loaded into the aircraft's hold, a process observed by both security personnel and insurance representatives, given the considerable value of the artworks. The importance of the cargo added a palpable sense of urgency and precision to the loading process. As the winter sun began to set, casting long shadows over the tarmac, the crew made their final checks. The flight plan was reviewed, weather forecasts checked, and communications equipment tested. Each member of the six-person crew carried out their responsibilities with the professionalism born of routine and the seriousness demanded by the nature of their cargo. With the cargo secured and all pre-flight checks complete, the Boeing 707 taxied to the runway. The engines roared to life, a deep, steady hum that spoke of power and readiness. At the control tower, the final clearance was given, and with a smooth surge of acceleration, Flight 967 took off, climbing steadily into the dusky sky. The aircraft's lights blinked steadily, a reassuring sign as it headed towards the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. the aircraft established contact with air traffic control, reporting its position and altitude as it made its way towards the United States. The crew settled into the rhythm of the flight, monitoring systems and navigating the plane along the well-traveled air routes across the Pacific. As Flight 967 approached the halfway point of its journey, the crew performed another routine check of the aircraft's systems. Everything appeared to be functioning as expected, with the aircraft on course and maintaining a steady altitude. The weather, which had been a concern for flights across the Pacific during the winter months, posed no issues, with clear skies reported ahead. However, just as the crew was preparing for the long mid-flight stretch, the routine nature of their journey took a dramatic and mysterious turn. After a final routine communication with Tokyo Air Traffic Control, in which the captain confirmed their position and expected route, the aircraft suddenly ceased all communications. This abrupt silence was out of character for such an experienced crew, and immediately raised concerns. At the Air Traffic Control Center, controllers attempted to re-establish contact, repeating calls to Flight 967. But there was no response, only the static hiss of an open but unresponsive channel. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the aircraft, the situation escalated rapidly from concern to emergency. The disappearance of Flight 967 initiated a flurry of activity on the ground. Varig's Operations Center, in coordination with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. Search and rescue operations were considered as the airline communicated with maritime and aviation assets in the region to be on the lookout for the missing aircraft. This initial response set the stage for what would become an extensive and perplexing search effort, spanning multiple countries and vast expanses of ocean. As the reality of the situation set in, the mysterious disappearance of Flight 967 with its invaluable cargo of artwork became a pressing enigma, prompting questions and theories that ranged from simple mechanical failure to more sinister possibilities of foul play. The fate of the aircraft and its crew, along with the artistic treasures it carried, had become an urgent and baffling mystery, captivating the attention of the world. The last known contact with Varig Flight 967 came as the Boeing 707 was approximately halfway over the Pacific Ocean, en route from Tokyo to Los Angeles. After routine communications with air traffic control, the aircraft, like a ghost, vanished from radar screens. The disappearance was both sudden and total, leaving no trace of the aircraft or any indication of trouble. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Varig and the relevant aviation authorities sprang into action. Initial hopes were that the aircraft might have diverted due to an emergency, seeking an alternate landing at one of the numerous available airstrips scattered across the Pacific Islands. However, as hours turned into days without any sign of the aircraft or distress calls, these hopes dimmed. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance saw the initiation of a large-scale search operation. Coordinated by Japanese, American, and Brazilian authorities, the search covered vast swathes of the Pacific Ocean, an area known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions. The operation included aircraft from the U.S. Coast Guard, Japanese self-defense forces, and several commercial ships that altered their routes to aid in the search. Despite the extensive resources deployed, the search teams faced significant challenges. The Pacific Ocean's vastness and the lack of precise last-known coordinates complicated efforts. The Boeing 707 had disappeared in one of the most remote parts of the world, where radar coverage was spotty and satellite tracking of aircraft was not yet a standard practice. This lack of real-time tracking data severely hindered the search efforts, as rescue teams had to rely largely on estimated positions, which expanded the search area exponentially. Search planes flew over the ocean, scouring the waters for any sign of debris or oil slicks that might indicate a crash site. Ships equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated flight path, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. However, the depth and topography of the ocean floor made these efforts like searching for a needle in a haystack. As the search continued without success, the focus shifted to understanding what could have caused such an experienced crew flying a well-maintained aircraft to vanish without a trace. Theories abounded, ranging from catastrophic mechanical failure to more sinister scenarios involving sabotage or hijacking. The disappearance of Flight 967 was particularly puzzling due to the valuable cargo it carried, paintings by the famous artist Manabu Mabe, valued at several $1 million. This led to speculation that the disappearance might have been orchestrated to steal the artwork, although there was no concrete evidence to support such a theory. The possibility of an insurance scam was also considered, given the high value of the cargo. However, investigations into these angles did not yield any verifiable conclusions. Aviation experts also considered technical and mechanical failures as potential causes. The Boeing 707, though reliable, was susceptible to issues common to all aircraft, such as structural failure, decompression, or a catastrophic engine failure. Yet, without debris or flight data recorders, these theories remained speculative at best. Another line of inquiry focused on the pilot's actions. It was considered whether the pilot could have deliberately diverted the course, similar to other historical incidents of pilot suicide or defection. However, the background checks on the crew revealed no psychological, financial, or personal pressures that might lead to such drastic actions. As weeks turned into months, the mystery deepened. The lack of any substantial evidence, coupled with the fading trail, led to a gradual scaling down of search operations. The disappearance of Flight 967 became a cold case, leaving a void filled with unanswered questions and profound implications for aviation safety and security. The impact on the families of the crew was devastating. They had to cope with not only the loss of their loved ones but also the torment of not knowing what had happened. The absence of closure was a heavy burden, and many family members continued to push for the continuation of the search, holding on to hope that some trace of the aircraft would be found. Meanwhile, in the broader aviation community, the disappearance led to calls for better tracking and monitoring of aircraft, especially over remote and oceanic routes. The incident highlighted the critical need for advancements in aviation technology, including the implementation of more comprehensive satellite tracking systems that could prevent another aircraft from disappearing without a trace. The mystery of Varig Flight 967 thus not only marked a tragic chapter in aviation history, but also served as a catalyst for discussions about improvements in flight safety and tracking technologies that could one day ensure that no flight ever vanishes again. As the initial shock of the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 began to settle, the aviation community and international authorities intensified their efforts in a desperate bid to locate the missing aircraft. The profound implications of a vanished Boeing 707, particularly one carrying invaluable artwork, compelled a massive, coordinated search operation involving multiple countries and sophisticated technology. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance saw an array of resources being mobilized across the Pacific. The search area, determined by the last known position of the aircraft and its projected flight path, encompassed a vast swath of ocean notorious for its depth and unpredictable weather conditions. The U.S. Coast Guard, Japanese maritime forces, and several Pacific Island nations deployed aircraft and ships in a concerted effort to comb the area. Despite these robust efforts, the initial days of the search yielded no tangible results. Compounding the difficulty was the unpredictable Pacific weather, which frequently hampered search operations. High winds and rough seas often made it dangerous for ships and problematic for aircraft. The vastness of the area, combined with these challenging conditions, meant that even the most advanced technology of the time struggled to make significant progress in locating any debris or signs of the aircraft. Simultaneously, international cooperation took on new levels of urgency and complexity. Diplomatic channels were activated to ensure that all possible resources were made available. Satellite imagery analysis was enlisted, with several countries contributing their satellite capabilities to scour the ocean for any anomalies that might suggest wreckage. This period marked one of the early instances where global satellite resources were pooled in such a manner for a search and rescue operation, setting precedents for future collaborations. As days turned into weeks, the lack of results began to fuel a range of emotions from frustration to despair, particularly among the families of the crew members. The Brazilian government, facing internal pressure and the eyes of the international community, continued to urge for an extended search. They argued that the disappearance of a Brazilian aircraft and the loss of Brazilian nationals required a sustained effort, despite the growing costs and logistical challenges. The search operation also had to contend with numerous false leads and reports. Several times, satellite images or aerial reconnaissance missions thought they had spotted potential wreckage, leading to rapid reallocation of resources to these locations, only to find them unfruitive. Each false alarm tested the resolve of the search teams and added to the emotional roller coaster experienced by the families and the general public following the saga. During this intensive search phase, experts from various fields, including oceanography and aeronautical engineering, were consulted to refine the search parameters. Drift analysis based on ocean currents was conducted to predict where debris might have moved from the assumed crash site. This scientific approach helped to narrow the search areas, focusing efforts on more promising regions and improving the efficiency of the operations. Despite these sophisticated methods and the tireless efforts of all involved, the search had to confront the inevitable limitations imposed by the nature of the search area and the available technology. Deep-sea searches were particularly hampered by the ocean's depth and the seabed's complexity in the presumed crash area, which included underwater mountains and valleys that could easily hide aircraft wreckage. As weeks turned into months with no significant findings, the initial unified resolve began to wane. The daunting reality of the task, combined with the high costs and logistical difficulties, led to discussions about scaling down the search efforts. International partners expressed concerns about the feasibility of continuing such an extensive search indefinitely, especially in the absence of any promising clues. This phase of the search operation culminated in a critical meeting involving representatives from all participating nations and agencies. The decision was made to transition from an active search to a more passive phase, where resources would be directed only towards specific leads, rather than broad sweeps of the ocean. This decision was met with a mix of understanding and resignation, acknowledging both the enormity of the task and the slim chances of success in finding Flight 967 after so much time had passed without a trace. The conclusion of this phase did not mean the end of efforts to find Varig Flight 967, but it marked a somber acknowledgement of the limitations faced by even the most determined and resourceful search operations. The mystery of Flight 967 would continue to linger, a haunting reminder of the uncertainties that still pervade even the most routine of human endeavors like commercial flight. The disappearance of Varig Flight 967 opened numerous investigative channels, as authorities worked tirelessly to unravel the mystery behind the vanished Boeing 707. The focus was divided between mechanical and structural theories, potential human factors, and even the more sinister possibilities of foul play, given the valuable cargo of artwork on board. Criminal investigations were initiated alongside technical inquiries to explore all conceivable angles that could explain the aircraft's sudden and complete disappearance. The Brazilian, Japanese, and American authorities coordinated their efforts, examining if the disappearance could have been orchestrated for the theft of the valuable paintings by Manabu Mabe, estimated to be worth millions of dollars. This theory was particularly compelling given the nature of the cargo, leading to a detailed scrutiny of everyone involved with the flight, from the ground crew that handled the cargo to the personnel who had access to the flight plans. Simultaneously, mechanical failure remained a strong contender in the list of possibilities. Investigators pored over maintenance records and interviewed the airline's maintenance staff to check for any signs of oversight or malpractice that could have led to a catastrophic failure mid-flight. Given the Boeing 707's robust design and Varig's reputation for rigorous maintenance standards, this line of inquiry required thorough examination to ensure no stone was left unturned. The aircraft's last moments were also under intense scrutiny. Data from air traffic control and radar recordings were analyzed to reconstruct the flight's path and altitude changes. Experts considered whether a sudden structural failure could have caused the aircraft to break apart or dive uncontrollably into the ocean. The possibility of an onboard fire or explosion, which could incapacitate the crew and lead to rapid depressurization, was also explored. Alongside technical and criminal investigations, the psychological profiles of the crew were meticulously examined. Authorities delved into the personal lives of the pilot and co-pilot, searching for any indicators of distress, financial problems, or motivations that might lead one to alter the course of the flight deliberately. This aspect of the investigation sought to understand not just the mechanical workings of the aircraft, but also the human elements at play. The investigation's complexity was compounded by the international nature of the flight's route and the jurisdictions involved. Differences in investigative techniques and interagency cooperation sometimes slowed down the process, highlighting the challenges of managing an international aviation mystery. Throughout the investigative phase, theories continued to circulate and evolve. Some experts suggested that the disappearance might have been caused by a deliberate act, perhaps a hijacking gone wrong or an insurance scam involving the artworks. Others speculated about less likely scenarios, including a spontaneous decision by the pilot to divert the course due to a perceived emergency. The lack of definitive answers led to an atmosphere rife with speculation. Media outlets around the world reported on every development, often sensationalizing the mystery without providing concrete information. This intense public scrutiny added pressure to the investigative teams, but also ensured that the disappearance of Flight 967 remained in the public eye, fostering a sustained interest in uncovering the truth. As months turned into years without conclusive evidence or wreckage, the investigations gradually scaled back. However, the mystery of Flight 967 continued to engage the professional and amateur sleuth communities alike. Online forums, documentaries, and annual conferences dissected every piece of available data, propelling the story into the realm of legendary aviation mysteries. While the official investigations provided no definitive conclusions, they significantly influenced future aviation security measures and protocols for transporting valuable cargo. The disappearance of Flight 967 became a case study in aviation safety courses around the world, teaching new generations of pilots and airline executives about the complexities and unforeseen dangers of air travel. Despite the lack of closure, the investigative efforts into the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 underscored the importance of comprehensive safety and security protocols in aviation, leaving an indelible mark on the industry and continuing to inform practices to this day. As the mystery of Varig Flight 967's disappearance continued to baffle the world, its impact resonated deeply within the aviation industry, particularly in terms of security and cargo transport. The vanished Boeing 707, carrying millions of dollars worth of artwork, prompted a significant reevaluation of cargo security protocols worldwide, leading to enhanced measures designed to protect valuable air freight and ensure the safety of those tasked with its transport. The incident underscored vulnerabilities in the system that could potentially be exploited for criminal purposes. In response, international aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and individual national aviation authorities, began to intensify their focus on securing air cargo. New regulations were introduced, requiring more rigorous background checks for airport and airline personnel, especially those handling valuable or sensitive cargoes. The aim was to create a more robust barrier against theft, smuggling, and other illegal activities. Technological advancements were also accelerated as a direct consequence of the Flight 967 mystery. Innovations in tracking technology became a priority, with significant investments made into real-time tracking systems that could monitor aircraft even over remote areas like the open ocean. These systems were designed to prevent a repeat of situations where a plane could disappear without a trace, providing continuous updates on an aircraft's position, speed, and altitude. The implementation of these tracking systems saw the introduction of the Global Aeronautical Distress and Safety System, GADSS, which was recommended by ICAO and began to be implemented by airlines globally. GADSS was designed to ensure that aircraft could be tracked in real time anywhere in the world, making it virtually impossible for a plane to vanish without leaving a digital footprint. Furthermore, the loss of Flight 967 catalyzed improvements in how cargo was screened and loaded onto aircraft. Security measures were tightened, with enhanced scanning equipment and more stringent inspection procedures put in place at major airports around the world. These procedures not only aimed to detect potential threats like explosives or contraband, but also ensured that the documentation and handling of valuable items like artworks were thoroughly controlled and monitored. Airlines and insurance companies, recognizing the financial risks associated with transporting high-value items, started requiring additional security measures and higher assurance levels before agreeing to carry such cargoes. This often included escorts for valuable items, sealed and tamper-proof containers, and dedicated storage areas within aircraft where access was strictly controlled. The training of airline and airport staff in security procedures also saw significant enhancements. Personnel were now regularly drilled on emergency and security protocols, including scenarios involving hijacking, theft, and other security breaches. These training programs were designed to ensure that staff could respond quickly and effectively to protect passengers, crew, and cargo under a variety of adverse conditions. Despite these advances and heightened security measures, the disappearance of Flight 967 continued to haunt the aviation community. The event became a case study in many security training programs, used to illustrate potential vulnerabilities and the importance of vigilance and adherence to protocols. The lessons learned from the incident not only influenced cargo security, but also had broader implications for passenger safety and airline operations. The legacy of Varig Flight 967 is a complex tapestry of mystery, precautionary tales, and technological progression. It highlights the interconnectedness of safety, security, and operational integrity in the modern aviation landscape. While the aircraft itself was never found, the changes brought about in its wake have undoubtedly made air travel safer and more secure, ensuring that such a disappearance remains a rare and unlikely event in the future. This progression, however, came at the cost of an unresolved mystery, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of aviation history, reminding all of the perpetual need for improvement and innovation. As years passed since the disappearance of Varig Flight 967, the incident not only remained an unresolved mystery, but also continued to captivate the attention of the aviation community, researchers, and the public. The story of the missing aircraft and its valuable cargo of Manabu Mabe's paintings has been analyzed and reanalyzed, with various theories persisting or emerging over time. This ongoing interest has ensured that the case is not forgotten, and has also had a profound impact on the families of the missing crew and the airline's history. The legacy of Flight 967 is evident in how the incident has influenced ongoing discourse on aviation safety and operational transparency. Every year, new students of aviation safety study the case, using it to understand the complexities of international air travel regulations, the importance of stringent cargo security measures, and the challenges of deep-water search and rescue operations. Conferences and symposiums often feature sessions dedicated to discussing the case, focusing on what improvements have been made and what lessons can still be learned. The case of Flight 967 has also served as a critical reference point in the development of more comprehensive international cooperative frameworks for handling aviation incidents. It underscored the necessity for countries to work together seamlessly during air emergencies, which influence the protocols used today. These collaborations are crucial not only in crises, but also in regular operations, ensuring that the skies remain safe for international flights. Furthermore, the incident has left a lasting impact on the families of the crew members who were aboard Flight 967. For these families, the disappearance isn't just a historical or technical puzzle. It's a personal tragedy that has resulted in decades of uncertainty and grief. They have become advocates for improvements in how the aviation industry handles similar cases, particularly in terms of family liaison and support. Their efforts have helped to ensure that the relatives of those affected by such mysteries are treated with more consideration and given thorough, timely information. Efforts by these families and their supporters have sometimes led to renewed interest in the case, with calls for new searches or investigations when technological or methodological advancements become available. Although official searches have long since ended, the commitment of these families ensures that new leads and theories continue to surface, keeping the search for answers alive in public consciousness. In addition to impacting aviation safety and family advocacy, the mystery of Flight 967 has also permeated popular culture. It has inspired numerous articles, books, documentaries, and even fictional representations that speculate about the fate of the aircraft. These portrayals help to maintain public interest in the case and often bring forward new theories or insights, although they can also blur the lines between fact and fiction. Despite the tragedy and the myriad challenges it presented, the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 also contributed to a broader understanding of the value and impact of art in the world of aviation cargo. The loss of Manabu Mabe's artworks was felt deeply in the art community, highlighting the need for specialized handling and transport protocols for irreplaceable items. This aspect of the legacy has led to improved practices across the logistics and insurance sectors, ensuring that artworks traveling by air are better protected today. As time moves on, the legacy of Flight 967 continues to evolve. While the mystery may never be fully solved, the lessons drawn from this tragic event remain integral to the continual improvement of international aviation safety. Through continued discussion, study, and advocacy, the aviation community ensures that the story of Flight 967, its crew, and its cargo will not be forgotten, serving as a perpetual reminder of the need for vigilance, preparedness, and cooperation in the ever-expanding realm of global air travel. The cultural and artistic impact of the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 is a poignant chapter in the story, centered around the loss of 153 paintings by the acclaimed Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe. These artworks, valued at several $million, were not merely cargo. They represented significant cultural heritage and a profound personal loss to the art community and Mabe's legacy. The vanishing of such invaluable pieces under mysterious circumstances has left a lasting mark on the art world, highlighting the vulnerabilities associated with transporting art globally. Manabu Mabe's work was known for its vibrant expressionism, a fusion of Brazilian and Japanese artistic influences that made his paintings highly sought after on the international stage. The lost artworks were being transported back to Brazil after an exhibition in Tokyo, symbolizing a cultural bridge between Asia and South America and an important career milestone for Mabe. The disappearance of these works effectively erased a significant portfolio of his career's output, impacting not just the monetary value but also the cultural and historical record of global art heritage. This loss has prompted a broader discourse within the art and logistics industries about the risks associated with transporting art. In response, there have been tightened security protocols and better risk management strategies when moving valuable artworks. Insurance companies, artists, museums, and galleries now often insist on more stringent security measures, including enhanced tracking, vetted handling, and specialized transport services that minimize the risk of loss or damage. Moreover, the mysterious circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Flight 967 have fueled creative narratives in various media. Filmmakers, novelists, and journalists have drawn upon the story, weaving narratives that blend fact with fiction, exploring themes of loss, mystery, and the immeasurable value of art. These stories question what art means to our societies and how its value extends beyond monetary worth to embody cultural and historical significance. Documentaries focusing on the disappearance have also shed light on Manabu Mabe's influence in the art world, bringing his work to audiences who might not have been aware of his contributions before the incident. These documentaries often delve into the emotional impact of the loss on the art community and Mabe's family, highlighting the personal stories intertwined with the lost artworks. They serve as a reminder of the human aspects behind the headlines, grounding the technical and investigative details of the disappearance in a narrative of personal and cultural loss. In popular culture, the story of Flight 967 and its lost cargo of artworks has taken on a mythic quality, much like the mysteries surrounding the Titanic or the Amber Room. It captivates the imagination, offering a rich tapestry for exploration in novels, films, and art exhibitions. These cultural products allow people to engage with the story on multiple levels, from thrillers that use the disappearance as a backdrop to more introspective explorations of what such a loss means to the global community. Additionally, the story of Flight 967 has had educational impacts, being used as a case study in university courses related to art history, museum studies, and logistics. It provides a real-world context to discuss the challenges and considerations of transporting art across international borders, including legal, ethical, and logistical aspects. This educational use helps prepare the next generation of curators, artists, and logistics professionals to better manage and protect cultural assets. As the years pass, the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 remains a narrative rich with unanswered questions, but also full of lessons learned and stories told. It continues to influence not only the fields of aviation and logistics, but also the arts, serving as a stark reminder of the fragility and value of cultural artifacts. This legacy ensures that despite the mystery, the significance of the event and the art lost with it will not be forgotten. On the evening of June 23, 1950, Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was preparing for one of its regular long-haul flights across the United States. The aircraft, a Douglas DC-4 propliner, was a workhorse of commercial aviation, known for its reliability and robustness. It was scheduled to fly from New York City to Seattle with a stopover in Minneapolis, carrying 55 passengers and a crew of 3. As the passengers boarded at LaGuardia Airport, the mood was typical of a late evening flight. Some were weary business travelers preparing for a sleep during the flight, while others were families looking forward to their vacations or homecomings. The crew, led by the experienced Captain Robert Lind, completed their pre-flight checks with practiced efficiency. Captain Lind, a veteran with an impeccable record, was well familiar with the route, having flown it numerous times. The ground crew loaded the last pieces of luggage into the cargo hold as the stewardesses made final adjustments inside the cabin, ensuring everything was secure for takeoff. The weather reports indicated clear skies in New York, but there were reports of potential thunderstorms over Lake Michigan. Such weather was not uncommon during the summer months, and the crew was prepared to handle the usual turbulence that might arise from such conditions. As the last of the evening light faded, Flight 2501 took off smoothly from LaGuardia, ascending into the night sky. The powerful engines of the DC-4 hummed as the aircraft climbed, its lights becoming just another twinkling among the stars. The flight plan took the aircraft westward, over the expansive landscapes of the United States, scheduled to cross over several states before reaching the wide expanse of Lake Michigan. As the plane settled into its cruising altitude, Captain Lind communicated with air traffic control to confirm their route and report their position. The passengers, now more relaxed, were either dozing off or quietly engaging in their own activities. Some read books under the dim cabin lights, while others chatted softly with their neighbors. Several hours into the flight, as Flight 2501 approached Lake Michigan, the weather began to change. The clear skies gave way to increasing cloudiness, and distant flashes of lightning were visible on the western horizon. Captain Lind reviewed the latest weather updates and discussed the situation with his co-pilot. They decided to request a lower altitude from air traffic control, hoping to avoid the worst of the approaching storm system. The air traffic controller at Chicago's radar center acknowledged their request and began the process to authorize a change in altitude. However, this routine communication soon took a critical turn. As Flight 2501 crossed over into Michigan airspace, the weather conditions deteriorated rapidly. The aircraft began to encounter severe turbulence as it entered the storm, with passengers instructed to fasten their seat belts and secure any loose items. Despite the growing severity of the weather, the crew of Flight 2501 maintained their professionalism. Captain Lind and his co-pilot worked diligently to navigate through the increasingly rough conditions, adjusting their instruments and preparing for a more turbulent ride. In the cabin, the stewardesses did their best to reassure passengers, their calm demeanor helping to keep everyone as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. The last radio contact with Flight 2501 occurred shortly after their request to descend to a lower altitude. Captain Lind reported their position and intentions to air traffic control, his voice calm but firm over the radio. Then, as the storm enveloped the aircraft, communication was suddenly lost. The radar blip that represented Flight 2501 on the controller's screens blinked once more, then disappeared. Back at the radar center, controllers frantically tried to re-establish contact with the aircraft. Calls went unanswered, and the screen showed no sign of Flight 2501. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the plane, the situation became increasingly dire. Search and rescue operations were initiated as the reality of the situation set in. Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, with all 58 souls on board, had vanished over Lake Michigan. This disappearance would trigger one of the largest search operations in the history of American aviation, and mark the beginning of a decades-long mystery that would captivate the nation and remain unresolved to this day. The story of Flight 2501 is not just a tale of a missing airplane. It is a narrative filled with human elements, technical challenges, and the profound mystery of the unknown. As Flight 2501 progressed over Lake Michigan, the storm intensified. Captain Lind's last transmission to air traffic control had been routine, requesting a descent to a lower altitude due to the worsening weather. There was no indication of panic or trouble beyond the storm itself. Yet, within minutes of this communication, the aircraft vanished from radar screens, leaving only silence where there should have been the steady crackle of radio contact. On the ground, the sudden disappearance of Flight 2501 sent shockwaves through the air traffic control community. Controllers made repeated attempts to contact the aircraft, issuing calls that went unanswered. With each passing minute, the urgency escalated. Radar operators widened their scans, searching for any sign of the plane, but found nothing. The situation quickly escalated to a full-scale emergency. The disappearance of an aircraft is a critical incident that triggers a rapid response from multiple agencies. Within hours, the U.S. Coast Guard was mobilized, along with state and local rescue units. The initial search was chaotic, hampered by the very storm that had ensnared Flight 2501. Boats and aircraft that could navigate the turbulent waters and gusty winds were dispatched. The night was dark, the rain heavy, reducing visibility and making the search efforts increasingly difficult. As dawn broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind calmer waters and clearer skies. The search area was vast, covering a significant portion of Lake Michigan where the plane was last reported. The operation involved aircraft flying low over the water, crews scanning the surface for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Boats equipped with sonar trawled back and forth, their crews hopeful, but growing more anxious as time passed without a sign. On shore, the situation was equally tense. At the Northwest Orient Airlines headquarters, officials gathered to coordinate their response with the ongoing search efforts. Families of those on board were contacted, many converging at the airline's offices seeking information and comfort. The atmosphere was fraught with grief and tension, as airline staff tried to provide updates on the search and support for the families. The media began to cover the story extensively, with reporters stationed at airfields, Coast Guard stations, and the airline's offices. The public's interest in the story grew as the hours turned into days without any sign of Flight 2501. The lack of news added to the speculation and concern about what might have happened to the aircraft. Was it a victim of the storm, or was there another explanation for its sudden disappearance? As the search continued, debris began to surface. Small items such as seat cushions, life jackets, and minor fragments of metal were recovered from the lake. Each piece was carefully logged and examined, but none provided any significant clues that could explain the disappearance. The discovery of these items confirmed the grim reality that the aircraft had met a catastrophic end, but the main wreckage, fuselage, engines, and the majority of the structure remained elusive. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, responsible for investigating civil aviation accidents, took charge of the investigation. Teams of experts were brought in to analyze the weather conditions at the time of the disappearance, the aircraft's maintenance records, and the crew's backgrounds. The investigation was exhaustive, delving into every conceivable aspect of the flight and its operation. Yet, the lack of substantial wreckage hindered the ability to draw definitive conclusions about the cause of the crash. Theories about what happened to Flight 2501 varied widely. Some experts speculated that a sudden downdraft, a common danger in thunderstorms, could have forced the plane into the lake. Others suggested structural failure due to stress from severe turbulence, without the aircraft's flight recorders, which were not mandated at the time, or significant wreckage. These theories remained speculative, each plausible, but unproven. As days turned into weeks, the official search was eventually scaled back. The reality set in that finding the aircraft might be impossible given the technology and resources available at the time. This decision was heartbreaking for the families, who had clung to hope that the search would provide answers and perhaps even miracles. In the aftermath, the impact of Flight 2501's disappearance resonated deeply. It led to changes in how weather was reported to aircraft and sparked discussions about improving safety protocols for flights over large bodies of water. It also highlighted the need for more robust search and rescue capabilities, including the eventual requirement for flight recorders, which would become known as black boxes, on commercial aircraft. The story of Flight 2501 thus became a catalyst for change in aviation safety, even as it remained one of the great unsolved mysteries of commercial aviation. The families of the lost passengers and crew continued to remember them, holding annual memorials and pressing for ongoing searches. Their loss was not forgotten, and the mystery of Flight 2501 continued to inspire both caution and curiosity in the aviation community. When the radar contact with Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was lost on that stormy night over Lake Michigan, it signaled the start of a complex, multi-agency search and rescue operation that would eventually become one of the largest in the history of the Great Lakes. Initial efforts were hampered by the same storm that Flight 2501 encountered. The turbulent weather, with gusting winds and heavy rains, made immediate search activities challenging and dangerous. As the storm cleared in the early morning hours, the U.S. Coast Guard, along with several local maritime agencies, launched their vessels into the still choppy waters of Lake Michigan. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft from the Coast Guard and Michigan State Police were dispatched at first light. Pilots navigated above the vast water body, scanning for any signs of the missing aircraft. Their eyes searched for oil slicks, debris, or anything that could be linked to Flight 2501. Meanwhile, boats equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated crash area, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. On shore, the situation was becoming a focal point for national media attention. Reporters flocked to the Coast Guard stations and the Northwest Orient Airlines offices, where impromptu press centers had been set up. Family members of those on board the ill-fated flight gathered too, their faces etched with worry and grief, holding on to each other and waiting for any news. The airline's executives, faced with the enormity of the situation, coordinated closely with the search teams and federal aviation officials. They provided detailed information about the aircraft and its passengers, hoping it might aid the search efforts. Northwest Orient Airlines also set up support services for the families, offering counseling and regular updates about the search operation. As the search entered its second and third days, the scope expanded. The U.S. Navy joined the operation, bringing in additional ships and aircraft equipped with more advanced search technology. These military assets were used to cover larger areas of the lake more quickly than the smaller Coast Guard vessels and civilian boats could manage. Despite these extensive efforts, the search teams found frustratingly little. Small pieces of debris began to surface, items that were confirmed to be from Flight 2501, bits of upholstery, shards of window glass, and personal effects floating among the waves. Each discovery was meticulously catalogued and analyzed, providing grim evidence of the plane's disintegration, but little information on the cause. By the end of the first week, the lack of significant wreckage intensified the mystery. Divers were called in to explore areas where sonar hits suggested there could be larger pieces of debris on the lakebed. These dives were difficult and risky, given the depth and the unpredictable currents of Lake Michigan. The divers worked in challenging conditions, sometimes battling poor visibility and strong underwater currents that made each dive a potentially perilous endeavor. Parallel to the physical search, investigators from the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, began their inquiry into the disappearance. They examined meteorological data from the night of the flight, looking for clues in the storm patterns that might explain what happened. Interviews with other pilots flying similar routes that night provided additional context on the weather conditions and how they might have affected Flight 2501. The investigators also delved into maintenance records and the operational history of the DC-4 aircraft. They explored every possible angle, from mechanical failure and pilot error to structural deficiencies and potential overloading. Each hypothesis was systematically tested against the known facts of the flight's last hours, but without the main wreckage or flight recorders, conclusive answers were elusive. As weeks turned into months, the intensity of the search diminished. The daily briefings to the press and families became less frequent, and the flotilla of search vessels thinned out. Yet, for the families of those aboard Flight 2501, the need for closure never waned. They continued to push for continued efforts, holding on to hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. The CAB eventually released a report that was inconclusive in determining the exact cause of the crash. It cited the severe weather and the possibility of structural failure induced by stress from the storm, but noted the lack of physical evidence made it impossible to pinpoint a definitive cause. The report did, however, lead to recommendations for improving storm tracking and weather reporting to aircraft, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Decades later, the disappearance of Flight 2501 remains a poignant chapter in the annals of aviation history. It stands as a reminder of nature's power and the limits of human technology, a story that continues to evoke both sorrow and fascination. For the families of the lost, the lakeshore became a place of pilgrimage, a site to gather, remember, and perhaps one day find peace. The ongoing mystery surrounding the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had by now stirred considerable public and professional interest. Various theories about what had led to the aircraft's sudden loss began to circulate, each contributing its part to the complex tapestry of speculation. These ranged from mechanical failure and catastrophic weather events to more sinister possibilities such as sabotage. In the realm of formal investigation, the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, led the charge, poring over every piece of evidence, from weather reports to the aircraft's maintenance history. They sought to understand how a well-maintained, reliable aircraft like the DC-4 could simply vanish without a trace. Mechanics and engineers scrutinized the plane's service records, confirming that all routine checks and balances had been performed before the flight. Meanwhile, meteorologists provided in-depth analyses of the storm that Flight 2501 had encountered, noting that while severe, such weather conditions were not typically beyond the capability of the aircraft to withstand. Parallel to these professional inquiries, amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists also took a keen interest in the disappearance. Some suggested that the aircraft might have been brought down by a bomb, theorizing that the lack of debris was consistent with a mid-air explosion that could have dispersed wreckage over a wider area, thus eluding search efforts. Others speculated about a possible collision with another aircraft, perhaps military, which was not reported due to the secretive nature of Cold War operations. Amid these swirling theories, one of the more grounded speculations involved a sudden structural failure caused by stress from the storm. Aviation experts pointed out that while the DC-4 was robust, unexpected weaknesses could emerge under extreme conditions. The possibility that the aircraft had suffered a critical failure at a high altitude could explain the minimal debris and the lack of a distress signal if the breakup had been swift and total. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the families of the passengers and crew found themselves in a painful limbo. The lack of closure weighed heavily, their grief compounded by the swirling uncertainty and speculation. They rallied for continued investigation, pressing for new searches and reaching out to anyone who might shed light on the fate of their loved ones. In response to these family advocacies, annual memorials were organized, both as a way to honor those lost and to keep the public's attention on the unresolved case. These events often featured moments of poignant remembrance alongside calls for action, with speeches that melded personal loss with broader appeals for aviation safety improvements. The emotional toll of the tragedy and the ongoing mystery also reverberated through the broader aviation community. Airlines and regulatory bodies, spurred by the tragic loss of Flight 2501, began to reconsider and revise their safety protocols. This led to increased investments in weather tracking technologies and improvements in aircraft design, especially concerning structural integrity and storm resistance. These changes reflected a growing acknowledgement within the industry that safety must evolve with the increasing complexity of air travel. The lessons drawn from the Flight 2501 tragedy and similar incidents began to shape a new era of aviation safety protocols, focusing on preventing recurrence by understanding the failures of the past. Meanwhile, as technology advanced, new efforts were made to locate the wreckage of Flight 2501. Innovations in sonar and underwater exploration offered hope that the main crash site might finally be discovered. These modern searches, often led by volunteer groups or funded by grants, were driven by a blend of historical interest and a commitment to providing answers to the families who had waited for decades. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public and professional interest in the case. Documentaries and news specials delved into the story, interviewing aging relatives of the passengers, retired investigators, and experts in aviation archaeology. These programs often concluded with a note of hope that somewhere beneath the waters of Lake Michigan, the answers to the mystery of Flight 2501 waited to be discovered. Through these continued efforts, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 remained alive, a somber reminder of nature's unpredictability and the relentless pursuit of closure in the face of unfathomable loss. Each chapter in the ongoing saga added layers to the legacy of the flight, intertwining threads of technological progress, human resilience, and the enduring quest for understanding. The ongoing quest to understand the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had significant repercussions across the aviation industry, highlighting critical areas for improvement in both technology and regulatory practices. The tragedy, unresolved and haunting as it was, catalyzed a series of changes designed to enhance the safety and reliability of air travel. In the wake of the disappearance, there was a concerted effort to improve weather forecasting and its integration into pilot briefings. The severe storm that Flight 2501 encountered was known to air traffic controllers and the Meteorological Service. Yet the existing protocols for communicating such critical information to aircraft were deemed insufficient. This led to more stringent requirements for real-time weather updates and mandatory weather briefings for flights traversing known problematic routes. Simultaneously, this incident underscored the vulnerability of aircraft to severe weather conditions and prompted research into better structural designs and materials that could withstand extreme turbulence. Aircraft manufacturers began collaborating more closely with meteorologists to understand how aircraft could be designed or modified to survive unexpected severe weather encounters. Moreover, the lack of debris and difficulty in locating the wreckage highlighted the limitations in search and rescue operations at the time. This realization pushed for advancements in emergency location technology. The push for equipping aircraft with more reliable emergency locator transmitters (ELTs) gained momentum. These devices, designed to emit signals in the event of a crash, were made more robust and effective, ensuring they could withstand impacts and operate under a broader range of conditions. The tragedy also played a pivotal role in the eventual development and mandatory installation of flight data recorders, FDRs, and cockpit voice recorders, CVRs, known colloquially as black boxes. While these were not new concepts in 1950, the Flight 2501 disaster underscored their potential value in solving aviation mysteries. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, regulations began to change, gradually making these devices standard equipment on commercial aircraft, providing investigators with crucial data in the aftermath of accidents. Aside from technological and procedural enhancements, the Flight 2501 incident had a profound impact on regulatory practices. It prompted a re-evaluation of how flight over large bodies of water was managed, leading to more rigorous safety protocols. New regulations were put in place requiring more comprehensive life-saving equipment on board and rigorous survival training for flight crews. For the families of the passengers and crew lost with Flight 2501, these changes were a bittersweet outcome. While they might not bring back their loved ones, these improvements in aviation safety provided a legacy of increased security for future air travelers. Their advocacy had not only kept the memory of the flight alive, but also ensured that the lessons gleaned from this tragedy would lead to tangible enhancements in flight safety. Memorials were erected in honor of those lost, serving as poignant reminders of the personal cost of aviation accidents. These memorials became sites of reflection, not only for the grieving families, but also for the communities and professionals within the aviation industry, reminding everyone of the ever-present need for vigilance and improvement. As technology continued to evolve, so did the efforts to locate Flight 2501's wreckage. Periodic expeditions were launched, fueled by advancements in underwater technology and driven by a mix of historical interest, technical challenge, and a deep-seated desire for closure. Each expedition brought hope that the aircraft might finally be found, providing answers to the lingering questions that had persisted for decades. Documentaries and news articles periodically revisited the story, each iteration renewing public interest and understanding of the impact such tragedies have on technology, regulation, and human lives. Through these stories, the legacy of Flight 2501 lived on, a narrative interwoven with lessons of resilience, the advancement of science, and the unyielding human spirit seeking answers in the face of adversity. Each retelling served to honor those lost and to celebrate the progress made in their memory, ensuring that their legacy would continue to influence safer skies for future generations. As decades passed since the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, the unresolved mystery continued to captivate the imagination of many, serving as a poignant reminder of the uncertainties inherent in early commercial aviation and the ongoing quest for safety improvements. The legacy of the flight persisted, influencing not just regulatory practices and technological advancements, but also shaping cultural narratives and inspiring continued exploration. The collective memory of the incident was kept alive through a combination of public memorials, family advocacy, and periodic media attention. Each year, families of the passengers and crew gathered at memorials erected near the shores of Lake Michigan. These ceremonies were somber, yet meaningful occasions, where personal stories were shared, candles were lit, and flowers were laid in remembrance of those lost. The gathering served as a testament to the enduring impact of the tragedy on the community and provided a support network for the families affected by the disaster. These memorials also attracted historians, safety experts, and aviation enthusiasts, each drawn by the story's historical significance and the lessons it offered. The narrative of Flight 2501 became a case study in the evolution of flight safety, discussed in academic papers and featured at conferences focused on aviation history and technology. Through these forums, the incident was analyzed and reanalyzed, highlighting how each piece of the story contributed to a broader understanding of the risks and necessary precautions in air travel. Meanwhile, technological advancements in sonar and underwater exploration technology spurred new interest in locating the wreckage of Flight 2501. Every few years, renewed efforts were made to search the depths of Lake Michigan, driven by both improvements in technology and a hopeful desire to provide closure to the families. These searches were often collaborative efforts involving local historical societies, volunteer groups, and occasionally government agencies. The search teams used advanced side-scan sonar equipment capable of creating detailed images of the lakebed, a far cry from the technology available at the time of the disappearance. Documentaries and investigative reports played a significant role in maintaining public interest in the flight. Filmmakers and journalists delved into the archives, interviewing surviving family members, former investigators, and aviation experts. They pieced together the story with a mix of historical footage, dramatic reconstructions, and expert analyses, presenting the tale to new audiences and ensuring that the lessons learned from the tragedy continued to resonate. The narrative of Flight 2501 also found its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes of television shows, novels, and even theatrical productions. These portrayals varied from highly factual retellings to more speculative interpretations, exploring themes of fate, tragedy, and the human spirit's resilience. Through these stories, the broader public engaged with the mystery and the profound impact it had on the lives of those involved. In the realm of policy and regulation, the influence of Flight 2501 was significant. The incident had been a catalyst for change, pushing the aviation industry to adopt stricter safety protocols and better emergency response strategies. These changes were continually updated as new technologies and methodologies emerged, part of the industry's ongoing commitment to learning from past tragedies. The introduction of global positioning systems, GPS, and automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADS-B, technologies in aviation marked significant milestones in the industry's evolution. These systems provided real-time tracking of aircraft anywhere in the world, a far leap from the radar and communication technologies of 1950. Flight 2501 had underscored the critical need for such advancements, and as these systems became standard, they significantly enhanced the safety and management of flight operations. The continued interest in Flight 2501 also encouraged regulatory bodies to maintain rigorous oversight of aircraft maintenance and crew training programs. The aviation industry's growth was tempered with caution, with each new technological advancement or operational procedure tested against the backdrop of incidents like Flight 2501. The tragedy became a yardstick by which safety measures were evaluated and improved. Educational institutions used the story of Flight 2501 to teach new generations of aviation professionals about the importance of safety protocols, crisis management, and ethical considerations in aviation. Universities and training academies incorporated the case into their curricula, using it as a foundation for discussions on everything from engineering solutions to psychological preparedness for emergencies. As technology continued to advance, the possibility of one day locating Flight 2501 remained an achievable goal. The development of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, equipped with high-definition cameras offered promising new tools in the search for submerged wreckage. These technologies, coupled with more sophisticated data analysis techniques, provided hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. Meanwhile, the families and communities connected to the tragedy remained engaged, their resolve undiminished by the passage of time. They continued to advocate for ongoing searches, support technological advancements, and participate in public discussions about aviation safety. Their involvement ensured that the memory of those lost on Flight 2501 was honored not just as a past event, but as a continuing influence on the present and future of aviation. In conclusion, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines, Flight 2501, is a profound narrative about loss, discovery, and the unending quest for answers. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities once faced in air travel and the strides taken to overcome them. The legacy of Flight 2501 endures, woven into the fabric of aviation history and continuing to inspire efforts that aim to make air travel safer for all. On the evening of June 23, 1950, Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was preparing for one of its regular long-haul flights across the United States. The aircraft, a Douglas DC-4 propliner, was a workhorse of commercial aviation, known for its reliability and robustness. It was scheduled to fly from New York City to Seattle with a stopover in Minneapolis, carrying 55 passengers and a crew of 3. As the passengers boarded at LaGuardia Airport, the mood was typical of a late evening flight. Some were weary business travelers preparing for a sleep during the flight, while others were families looking forward to their vacations or homecomings. The crew, led by the experienced Captain Robert Lind, completed their pre-flight checks with practiced efficiency. Captain Lind, a veteran with an impeccable record, was well familiar with the route, having flown it numerous times. The ground crew loaded the last pieces of luggage into the cargo hold as the stewardesses made final adjustments inside the cabin, ensuring everything was secure for takeoff. The weather reports indicated clear skies in New York, but there were reports of potential thunderstorms over Lake Michigan. Such weather was not uncommon during the summer months, and the crew was prepared to handle the usual turbulence that might arise from such conditions. As the last of the evening light faded, Flight 2501 took off smoothly from LaGuardia, ascending into the night sky. The powerful engines of the DC-4 hummed as the aircraft climbed, its lights becoming just another twinkling among the stars. The flight plan took the aircraft westward, over the expansive landscapes of the United States, scheduled to cross over several states before reaching the wide expanse of Lake Michigan. As the plane settled into its cruising altitude, Captain Lind communicated with air traffic control to confirm their route and report their position. The passengers, now more relaxed, were either dozing off or quietly engaging in their own activities. Some read books under the dim cabin lights, while others chatted softly with their neighbors. Several hours into the flight, as Flight 2501 approached Lake Michigan, the weather began to change. The clear skies gave way to increasing cloudiness, and distant flashes of lightning were visible on the western horizon. Captain Lind reviewed the latest weather updates and discussed the situation with his co-pilot. They decided to request a lower altitude from air traffic control, hoping to avoid the worst of the approaching storm system. The air traffic controller at Chicago's radar center acknowledged their request and began the process to authorize a change in altitude. However, this routine communication soon took a critical turn. As Flight 2501 crossed over into Michigan airspace, the weather conditions deteriorated rapidly. The aircraft began to encounter severe turbulence as it entered the storm, with passengers instructed to fasten their seat belts and secure any loose items. Despite the growing severity of the weather, the crew of Flight 2501 maintained their professionalism. Captain Lind and his co-pilot worked diligently to navigate through the increasingly rough conditions, adjusting their instruments and preparing for a more turbulent ride. In the cabin, the stewardesses did their best to reassure passengers, their calm demeanor helping to keep everyone as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. The last radio contact with Flight 2501 occurred shortly after their request to descend to a lower altitude. Captain Lind reported their position and intentions to air traffic control, his voice calm but firm over the radio. Then, as the storm enveloped the aircraft, communication was suddenly lost. The radar blip that represented Flight 2501 on the controller's screens blinked once more, then disappeared. Back at the radar center, controllers frantically tried to re-establish contact with the aircraft. Calls went unanswered, and the screen showed no sign of Flight 2501. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the plane, the situation became increasingly dire. Search and rescue operations were initiated as the reality of the situation set in. Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, with all 58 souls on board, had vanished over Lake Michigan. This disappearance would trigger one of the largest search operations in the history of American aviation, and mark the beginning of a decades-long mystery that would captivate the nation and remain unresolved to this day. The story of Flight 2501 is not just a tale of a missing airplane. It is a narrative filled with human elements, technical challenges, and the profound mystery of the unknown. As Flight 2501 progressed over Lake Michigan, the storm intensified. Captain Lind's last transmission to air traffic control had been routine, requesting a descent to a lower altitude due to the worsening weather. There was no indication of panic or trouble beyond the storm itself. Yet, within minutes of this communication, the aircraft vanished from radar screens, leaving only silence where there should have been the steady crackle of radio contact. On the ground, the sudden disappearance of Flight 2501 sent shockwaves through the air traffic control community. Controllers made repeated attempts to contact the aircraft, issuing calls that went unanswered. With each passing minute, the urgency escalated. Radar operators widened their scans, searching for any sign of the plane, but found nothing. The situation quickly escalated to a full-scale emergency. The disappearance of an aircraft is a critical incident that triggers a rapid response from multiple agencies. Within hours, the U.S. Coast Guard was mobilized, along with state and local rescue units. The initial search was chaotic, hampered by the very storm that had ensnared Flight 2501. Boats and aircraft that could navigate the turbulent waters and gusty winds were dispatched. The night was dark, the rain heavy, reducing visibility and making the search efforts increasingly difficult. As dawn broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind calmer waters and clearer skies. The search area was vast, covering a significant portion of Lake Michigan where the plane was last reported. The operation involved aircraft flying low over the water, crews scanning the surface for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Boats equipped with sonar trawled back and forth, their crews hopeful, but growing more anxious as time passed without a sign. On shore, the situation was equally tense. At the Northwest Orient Airlines headquarters, officials gathered to coordinate their response with the ongoing search efforts. Families of those on board were contacted, many converging at the airline's offices seeking information and comfort. The atmosphere was fraught with grief and tension, as airline staff tried to provide updates on the search and support for the families. The media began to cover the story extensively, with reporters stationed at airfields, Coast Guard stations, and the airline's offices. The public's interest in the story grew as the hours turned into days without any sign of Flight 2501. The lack of news added to the speculation and concern about what might have happened to the aircraft. Was it a victim of the storm, or was there another explanation for its sudden disappearance? As the search continued, debris began to surface. Small items such as seat cushions, life jackets, and minor fragments of metal were recovered from the lake. Each piece was carefully logged and examined, but none provided any significant clues that could explain the disappearance. The discovery of these items confirmed the grim reality that the aircraft had met a catastrophic end, but the main wreckage, fuselage, engines, and the majority of the structure remained elusive. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, responsible for investigating civil aviation accidents, took charge of the investigation. Teams of experts were brought in to analyze the weather conditions at the time of the disappearance, the aircraft's maintenance records, and the crew's backgrounds. The investigation was exhaustive, delving into every conceivable aspect of the flight and its operation. Yet, the lack of substantial wreckage hindered the ability to draw definitive conclusions about the cause of the crash. Theories about what happened to Flight 2501 varied widely. Some experts speculated that a sudden downdraft, a common danger in thunderstorms, could have forced the plane into the lake. Others suggested structural failure due to stress from severe turbulence, without the aircraft's flight recorders, which were not mandated at the time, or significant wreckage. These theories remained speculative, each plausible, but unproven. As days turned into weeks, the official search was eventually scaled back. The reality set in that finding the aircraft might be impossible given the technology and resources available at the time. This decision was heartbreaking for the families, who had clung to hope that the search would provide answers and perhaps even miracles. In the aftermath, the impact of Flight 2501's disappearance resonated deeply. It led to changes in how weather was reported to aircraft and sparked discussions about improving safety protocols for flights over large bodies of water. It also highlighted the need for more robust search and rescue capabilities, including the eventual requirement for flight recorders, which would become known as black boxes, on commercial aircraft. The story of Flight 2501 thus became a catalyst for change in aviation safety, even as it remained one of the great unsolved mysteries of commercial aviation. The families of the lost passengers and crew continued to remember them, holding annual memorials and pressing for ongoing searches. Their loss was not forgotten, and the mystery of Flight 2501 continued to inspire both caution and curiosity in the aviation community. When the radar contact with Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was lost on that stormy night over Lake Michigan, it signaled the start of a complex, multi-agency search and rescue operation that would eventually become one of the largest in the history of the Great Lakes. Initial efforts were hampered by the same storm that Flight 2501 encountered. The turbulent weather, with gusting winds and heavy rains, made immediate search activities challenging and dangerous. As the storm cleared in the early morning hours, the U.S. Coast Guard, along with several local maritime agencies, launched their vessels into the still choppy waters of Lake Michigan. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft from the Coast Guard and Michigan State Police were dispatched at first light. Pilots navigated above the vast water body, scanning for any signs of the missing aircraft. Their eyes searched for oil slicks, debris, or anything that could be linked to Flight 2501. Meanwhile, boats equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated crash area, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. On shore, the situation was becoming a focal point for national media attention. Reporters flocked to the Coast Guard stations and the Northwest Orient Airlines offices, where impromptu press centers had been set up. Family members of those on board the ill-fated flight gathered too, their faces etched with worry and grief, holding on to each other and waiting for any news. The airline's executives, faced with the enormity of the situation, coordinated closely with the search teams and federal aviation officials. They provided detailed information about the aircraft and its passengers, hoping it might aid the search efforts. Northwest Orient Airlines also set up support services for the families, offering counseling and regular updates about the search operation. As the search entered its second and third days, the scope expanded. The U.S. Navy joined the operation, bringing in additional ships and aircraft equipped with more advanced search technology. These military assets were used to cover larger areas of the lake more quickly than the smaller Coast Guard vessels and civilian boats could manage. Despite these extensive efforts, the search teams found frustratingly little. Small pieces of debris began to surface, items that were confirmed to be from Flight 2501, bits of upholstery, shards of window glass, and personal effects floating among the waves. Each discovery was meticulously catalogued and analyzed, providing grim evidence of the plane's disintegration, but little information on the cause. By the end of the first week, the lack of significant wreckage intensified the mystery. Divers were called in to explore areas where sonar hits suggested there could be larger pieces of debris on the lakebed. These dives were difficult and risky, given the depth and the unpredictable currents of Lake Michigan. The divers worked in challenging conditions, sometimes battling poor visibility and strong underwater currents that made each dive a potentially perilous endeavor. Parallel to the physical search, investigators from the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, began their inquiry into the disappearance. They examined meteorological data from the night of the flight, looking for clues in the storm patterns that might explain what happened. Interviews with other pilots flying similar routes that night provided additional context on the weather conditions and how they might have affected Flight 2501. The investigators also delved into maintenance records and the operational history of the DC-4 aircraft. They explored every possible angle, from mechanical failure and pilot error to structural deficiencies and potential overloading. Each hypothesis was systematically tested against the known facts of the flight's last hours, but without the main wreckage or flight recorders, conclusive answers were elusive. As weeks turned into months, the intensity of the search diminished. The daily briefings to the press and families became less frequent, and the flotilla of search vessels thinned out. Yet, for the families of those aboard Flight 2501, the need for closure never waned. They continued to push for continued efforts, holding on to hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. The KAB eventually released a report that was inconclusive in determining the exact cause of the crash. It cited the severe weather and the possibility of structural failure induced by stress from the storm, but noted the lack of physical evidence made it impossible to pinpoint a definitive cause. The report did, however, lead to recommendations for improving storm tracking and weather reporting to aircraft, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Decades later, the disappearance of Flight 2501 remains a poignant chapter in the annals of aviation history. It stands as a reminder of nature's power and the limits of human technology, a story that continues to evoke both sorrow and fascination. For the families of the lost, the lakeshore became a place of pilgrimage, a site to gather, remember, and perhaps one day find peace. The ongoing mystery surrounding the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had by now stirred considerable public and professional interest. Various theories about what had led to the aircraft's sudden loss began to circulate, each contributing its part to the complex tapestry of speculation. These ranged from mechanical failure and catastrophic weather events to more sinister possibilities such as sabotage. In the realm of formal investigation, the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, led the charge, poring over every piece of evidence, from weather reports to the aircraft's maintenance history. They sought to understand how a well-maintained, reliable aircraft like the DC-4 could simply vanish without a trace. Mechanics and engineers scrutinized the plane's service records, confirming that all routine checks and balances had been performed before the flight. Meanwhile, meteorologists provided in-depth analyses of the storm that Flight 2501 had encountered, noting that while severe, such weather conditions were not typically beyond the capability of the aircraft to withstand. Parallel to these professional inquiries, amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists also took a keen interest in the disappearance. Some suggested that the aircraft might have been brought down by a bomb, theorizing that the lack of debris was consistent with a mid-air explosion that could have dispersed wreckage over a wider area, thus eluding search efforts. Others speculated about a possible collision with another aircraft, perhaps military, which was not reported due to the secretive nature of Cold War operations. Amid these swirling theories, one of the more grounded speculations involved a sudden structural failure caused by stress from the storm. Aviation experts pointed out that while the DC-4 was robust, unexpected weaknesses could emerge under extreme conditions. The possibility that the aircraft had suffered a critical failure at a high altitude could explain the minimal debris and the lack of a distress signal if the breakup had been swift and total. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the families of the passengers and crew found themselves in a painful limbo. The lack of closure weighed heavily, their grief compounded by the swirling uncertainty and speculation. They rallied for continued investigation, pressing for new searches and reaching out to anyone who might shed light on the fate of their loved ones. In response to these family advocacies, annual memorials were organized, both as a way to honor those lost and to keep the public's attention on the unresolved case. These events often featured moments of poignant remembrance alongside calls for action, with speeches that melded personal loss with broader appeals for aviation safety improvements. The emotional toll of the tragedy and the ongoing mystery also reverberated through the broader aviation community. Airlines and regulatory bodies, spurred by the tragic loss of Flight 2501, began to reconsider and revise their safety protocols. This led to increased investments in weather tracking technologies and improvements in aircraft design, especially concerning structural integrity and storm resistance. These changes reflected a growing acknowledgement within the industry that safety must evolve with the increasing complexity of air travel. The lessons drawn from the Flight 2501 tragedy and similar incidents began to shape a new era of aviation safety protocols, focusing on preventing recurrence by understanding the failures of the past. Meanwhile, as technology advanced, new efforts were made to locate the wreckage of Flight 2501. Innovations in sonar and underwater exploration offered hope that the main crash site might finally be discovered. These modern searches, often led by volunteer groups or funded by grants, were driven by a blend of historical interest and a commitment to providing answers to the families who had waited for decades. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public and professional interest in the case. Documentaries and news specials delved into the story, interviewing aging relatives of the passengers, retired investigators, and experts in aviation archaeology. These programs often concluded with a note of hope that somewhere beneath the waters of Lake Michigan, the answers to the mystery of Flight 2501 waited to be discovered. Through these continued efforts, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 remained alive, a somber reminder of nature's unpredictability and the relentless pursuit of closure in the face of unfathomable loss. Each chapter in the ongoing saga added layers to the legacy of the flight, intertwining threads of technological progress, human resilience, and the enduring quest for understanding. The ongoing quest to understand the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had significant repercussions across the aviation industry, highlighting critical areas for improvement in both technology and regulatory practices. The tragedy, unresolved and haunting as it was, catalyzed a series of changes designed to enhance the safety and reliability of air travel. In the wake of the disappearance, there was a concerted effort to improve weather forecasting and its integration into pilot briefings. The severe storm that Flight 2501 encountered was known to air traffic controllers and the Meteorological Service. Yet the existing protocols for communicating such critical information to aircraft were deemed insufficient. This led to more stringent requirements for real-time weather updates and mandatory weather briefings for flights traversing known problematic routes. Simultaneously, this incident underscored the vulnerability of aircraft to severe weather conditions and prompted research into better structural designs and materials that could withstand extreme turbulence. Aircraft manufacturers began collaborating more closely with meteorologists to understand how aircraft could be designed or modified to survive unexpected severe weather encounters. Moreover, the lack of debris and difficulty in locating the wreckage highlighted the limitations in search and rescue operations at the time. This realization pushed for advancements in emergency location technology. The push for equipping aircraft with more reliable emergency locator transmitters (ELTs) gained momentum. These devices, designed to emit signals in the event of a crash, were made more robust and effective, ensuring they could withstand impacts and operate under a broader range of conditions. The tragedy also played a pivotal role in the eventual development and mandatory installation of flight data recorders, FDRs, and cockpit voice recorders, CVRs, known colloquially as black boxes. While these were not new concepts in 1950, the Flight 2501 disaster underscored their potential value in solving aviation mysteries. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, regulations began to change, gradually making these devices standard equipment on commercial aircraft, providing investigators with crucial data in the aftermath of accidents. Aside from technological and procedural enhancements, the Flight 2501 incident had a profound impact on regulatory practices. It prompted a re-evaluation of how flight over large bodies of water was managed, leading to more rigorous safety protocols. New regulations were put in place requiring more comprehensive life-saving equipment on board and rigorous survival training for flight crews. For the families of the passengers and crew lost with Flight 2501, these changes were a bittersweet outcome. While they might not bring back their loved ones, these improvements in aviation safety provided a legacy of increased security for future air travelers. Their advocacy had not only kept the memory of the flight alive, but also ensured that the lessons gleaned from this tragedy would lead to tangible enhancements in flight safety. Memorials were erected in honor of those lost, serving as poignant reminders of the personal cost of aviation accidents. These memorials became sites of reflection, not only for the grieving families, but also for the communities and professionals within the aviation industry, reminding everyone of the ever-present need for vigilance and improvement. As technology continued to evolve, so did the efforts to locate Flight 2501's wreckage. Periodic expeditions were launched, fueled by advancements in underwater technology and driven by a mix of historical interest, technical challenge, and a deep-seated desire for closure. Each expedition brought hope that the aircraft might finally be found, providing answers to the lingering questions that had persisted for decades. Documentaries and news articles periodically revisited the story, each iteration renewing public interest and understanding of the impact such tragedies have on technology, regulation, and human lives. Through these stories, the legacy of Flight 2501 lived on, a narrative interwoven with lessons of resilience, the advancement of science, and the unyielding human spirit seeking answers in the face of adversity. Each retelling served to honor those lost and to celebrate the progress made in their memory, ensuring that their legacy would continue to influence safer skies for future generations. As decades passed since the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, the unresolved mystery continued to captivate the imagination of many, serving as a poignant reminder of the uncertainties inherent in early commercial aviation and the ongoing quest for safety improvements. The legacy of the flight persisted, influencing not just regulatory practices and technological advancements, but also shaping cultural narratives and inspiring continued exploration. The collective memory of the incident was kept alive through a combination of public memorials, family advocacy, and periodic media attention. Each year, families of the passengers and crew gathered at memorials erected near the shores of Lake Michigan. These ceremonies were somber, yet meaningful occasions, where personal stories were shared, candles were lit, and flowers were laid in remembrance of those lost. The gathering served as a testament to the enduring impact of the tragedy on the community and provided a support network for the families affected by the disaster. These memorials also attracted historians, safety experts, and aviation enthusiasts, each drawn by the story's historical significance and the lessons it offered. The narrative of Flight 2501 became a case study in the evolution of flight safety, discussed in academic papers and featured at conferences focused on aviation history and technology. Through these forums, the incident was analyzed and reanalyzed, highlighting how each piece of the story contributed to a broader understanding of the risks and necessary precautions in air travel. Meanwhile, technological advancements in sonar and underwater exploration technology spurred new interest in locating the wreckage of Flight 2501. Every few years, renewed efforts were made to search the depths of Lake Michigan, driven by both improvements in technology and a hopeful desire to provide closure to the families. These searches were often collaborative efforts involving local historical societies, volunteer groups, and occasionally government agencies. The search teams used advanced side-scan sonar equipment capable of creating detailed images of the lakebed, a far cry from the technology available at the time of the disappearance. Documentaries and investigative reports played a significant role in maintaining public interest in the flight. Filmmakers and journalists delved into the archives, interviewing surviving family members, former investigators, and aviation experts. They pieced together the story with a mix of historical footage, dramatic reconstructions, and expert analyses, presenting the tale to new audiences and ensuring that the lessons learned from the tragedy continued to resonate. The narrative of Flight 2501 also found its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes of television shows, novels, and even theatrical productions. These portrayals varied from highly factual retellings to more speculative interpretations, exploring themes of fate, tragedy, and the human spirit's resilience. Through these stories, the broader public engaged with the mystery and the profound impact it had on the lives of those involved. In the realm of policy and regulation, the influence of Flight 2501 was significant. The incident had been a catalyst for change, pushing the aviation industry to adopt stricter safety protocols and better emergency response strategies. These changes were continually updated as new technologies and methodologies emerged, part of the industry's ongoing commitment to learning from past tragedies. The introduction of global positioning systems, GPS, and automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADS-B, technologies in aviation marked significant milestones in the industry's evolution. These systems provided real-time tracking of aircraft anywhere in the world, a far leap from the radar and communication technologies of 1950. Flight 2501 had underscored the critical need for such advancements, and as these systems became standard, they significantly enhanced the safety and management of flight operations. The continued interest in Flight 2501 also encouraged regulatory bodies to maintain rigorous oversight of aircraft maintenance and crew training programs. The aviation industry's growth was tempered with caution, with each new technological advancement or operational procedure tested against the backdrop of incidents like Flight 2501. The tragedy became a yardstick by which safety measures were evaluated and improved. Educational institutions used the story of Flight 2501 to teach new generations of aviation professionals about the importance of safety protocols, crisis management, and ethical considerations in aviation. Universities and training academies incorporated the case into their curricula, using it as a foundation for discussions on everything from engineering solutions to psychological preparedness for emergencies. As technology continued to advance, the possibility of one day locating Flight 2501 remained an achievable goal. The development of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, equipped with high-definition cameras offered promising new tools in the search for submerged wreckage. These technologies, coupled with more sophisticated data analysis techniques, provided hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. Meanwhile, the families and communities connected to the tragedy remained engaged, their resolve undiminished by the passage of time. They continued to advocate for ongoing searches, support technological advancements, and participate in public discussions about aviation safety. Their involvement ensured that the memory of those lost on Flight 2501 was honored not just as a past event, but as a continuing influence on the present and future of aviation. In conclusion, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines, Flight 2501, is a profound narrative about loss, discovery, and the unending quest for answers. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities once faced in air travel and the strides taken to overcome them. The legacy of Flight 2501 endures, woven into the fabric of aviation history and continuing to inspire efforts that aim to make air travel safer for all. On a balmy evening in May 2003, a Boeing 727-223, registered as N844AA, sat quietly on the tarmac at 4 de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola. This particular aircraft had a rich operational history, having once ferried passengers across vast distances for major airlines. However, its glory days were seemingly behind it, as it awaited a new lease on life or its final resting place, parked among other forgotten relics of aviation. The Boeing 727-223 was a marvel of its time, renowned for its robust tri-jet configuration that made it a favorite among airlines for short to medium haul routes. By the time it arrived in Luanda, this particular aircraft had transitioned from a commercial airliner to a potential cargo plane, reflecting the common fate of many aging aircraft. Its journey to Angola was a far cry from the bustling routes it once dominated. Here, it was meant to find new purpose in the cargo transport sector, a plan that never fully materialized. The aircraft's presence in Angola was emblematic of the broader context in which this mystery unfolded. Angola, at the time, was a nation grappling with the aftermath of a prolonged and devastating civil war that had only recently concluded. The war had left its airports, like many other infrastructures, in a state of disrepair and underregulated. Security protocols were lax, and oversight was minimal, conditions ripe for the unusual and the illicit. In this setting, the Boeing 727 had been grounded for over a year, accruing substantial parking fees and becoming a fixture on the airport's periphery. Maintenance on the plane was sporadic at best, performed just enough to keep it from complete dilapidation, with hopes still lingering for its eventual return to service. The aircraft was under the oversight of a company that had hoped to convert it for cargo use, though these plans had stalled indefinitely. On May 25, 2003, the airport buzzed with the usual activity, oblivious to the history about to be made. The Boeing 727, which had been a static feature for so long, was about to take center stage in one of aviation's most baffling mysteries. As the sun began to set, reports emerged of unusual activity near the aircraft. Witnesses later recounted seeing a small group of men boarding the plane, though details were murky and no official record of a scheduled flight existed. What followed next was as audacious as it was perilous. Without any clearance or communication with tower controllers, the Boeing 727-223 powered up its engines. Those on duty watched in disbelief as the aircraft taxied along the runway, its navigation lights off, maintaining a ghostly discretion. With a sudden burst of acceleration, the plane took off, disappearing into the darkening skies, leaving a trail of confusion and alarm in its wake. The immediate aftermath of the unauthorized takeoff was chaotic. Airport personnel scrambled to alert local authorities and aviation agencies, while the control tower made frantic attempts to establish radio contact with the now rogue aircraft. As minutes turned into hours without any sign of the plane or its illicit crew, the severity of the situation began to sink in. The aircraft had vanished, and with it, any straightforward explanation. The Angolan military, along with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. The search area was vast, spanning a significant expanse of the Atlantic Ocean where the plane was presumed to have headed. Meanwhile, international attention quickly escalated as news of the daring escape spread across the globe. The FBI and the U.S. Department of State became involved, given the American registration of the aircraft and the potential implications of such a security breach on international aviation. This disappearance triggered a cascade of investigative efforts and theories ranging from simple theft to more complex scenarios involving smuggling or espionage. The world was left to wonder, how could a sizable jet airliner simply disappear? What were the intentions of those who spirited it away? And most importantly, where did they, and the Boeing 727, ultimately end up? As the mystery deepened, the Boeing 727's unauthorized flight became a symbol of post-war Angola's challenges and the broader issues facing global aviation security. This incident was not just a case of an aircraft disappearance. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that existed in the international system. Vulnerabilities that could allow a fully loaded jet airliner to vanish into the night. As the initial shock of the Boeing 727's unauthorized takeoff began to wane, focus shifted to piecing together the puzzle of how such an event could occur. Investigations kicked into high gear, with international cooperation threading through efforts to trace the aircraft's potential routes and ultimate fate. The scenario was baffling. A large commercial jet had seemingly vanished into thin air, prompting a cascade of theories and extensive search operations. Authorities scoured flight data and radar records, attempting to chart a possible path the aircraft could have taken after its dramatic departure from Luanda. Given the Boeing 727's fuel capacity and the last known heading, calculations were made regarding its maximum range, pointing search efforts towards the Atlantic Ocean and beyond. However, the vastness of the ocean and the lack of precise tracking data from the time of disappearance significantly hampered these efforts. The Angolan government, embarrassed by the breach of its airport security, ramped up its involvement, collaborating closely with international agencies including the FBI, which had opened an investigation due to the American registration of the aircraft. The FBI delved into the backgrounds of those known to have been associated with the aircraft in the days prior to its disappearance. They scrutinized maintenance records, interviewed airport staff, and investigated the murky business dealings surrounding the aircraft's presence in Angola. Meanwhile, speculation abounded. One prevailing theory suggested that the aircraft had been stolen for its value as a flying machine, possibly to be used by rogue operators outside of the mainstream aviation industry. Another theory proposed that the plane was commandeered for smuggling purposes, given Angola's history as a hub for the illegal diamond trade. The idea that the aircraft could be repurposed for illicit activities in distant lands added a layer of urgency to the investigations. Adding to the complexity were numerous sightings reported across Africa and even South America. Each report prompted a flurry of activity, with local authorities scrambling to verify the accuracy of these claims. Yet none of these sightings were substantiated, and the aircraft remained elusive, as if it had indeed managed to ghost away into another part of the world. The international aviation community was also on high alert, as the disappearance highlighted significant vulnerabilities in global aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was commandeered and removed from a supposedly secure international airport led to widespread discussions about the need for enhanced security measures. This incident acted as a catalyst for regulatory changes, prompting airports worldwide to tighten security protocols, especially concerning aircraft storage and access. Simultaneously, the mystery of the missing Boeing 727 captured the public's imagination, drawing attention from aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and the media. Forums and websites popped up with people theorizing about the fate of the aircraft, each adding their layer of speculation to the story. The intrigue was magnified by the dramatic nature of the aircraft's disappearance and the backdrop of Angola's political and economic climate. As weeks turned into months without any trace of the aircraft, the fervor of the initial search began to diminish. International attention gradually shifted away from the case, which nestled into the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. However, the impact of this event continued to resonate, influencing policy and procedures within the aviation industry. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 in 2003 remains a stark reminder of the challenges and dangers lurking within international aviation, serving as a case study in the complexities of global security, the ingenuity of criminal intent, and the limits of modern surveillance and tracking technologies. As such, it continues to be a subject of study and speculation, holding a place as one of the aviation world's most intriguing mysteries. As the Boeing 727-223 mysteriously lifted off from Luanda Airport without authorization, the immediate realization of its disappearance kicked off a frantic response from both local authorities and international agencies. The aircraft's sudden and unauthorized departure prompted an immediate and extensive search operation that would span multiple countries and vast expanses of the Atlantic Ocean. Initially, the primary concern was the potential threat an aircraft of such size could pose if used for malicious purposes. Given the global climate of heightened security, particularly in the post-9/11 era, the disappearance of a large jet fueled fears of terrorism. This urgency galvanized a coordinated international response, with the United States, Angola, and neighboring countries pooling resources in a desperate bid to track down the missing aircraft. The search operation was vast and complex, involving satellite imagery, radar data, and maritime patrols. The U.S. Navy deployed ships and aircraft to scour the Atlantic, focusing on the aircraft's last known trajectory, which suggested it might be heading east over the ocean. Despite these efforts, the vast open waters and the lack of a precise last known position hampered the search efforts. The Atlantic Ocean's enormity made the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, with each passing hour diminishing the likelihood of a successful recovery. Meanwhile, the FBI and other international law enforcement agencies delved into the investigation of the aircraft's disappearance, focusing on the backgrounds of those associated with the aircraft in the days leading up to its unauthorized takeoff. Investigators explored various leads, including scrutinizing recent hires at the airport, examining flight logs, and interviewing those who last serviced the aircraft. They aimed to piece together a timeline of events and identify any potential suspects who might have had the knowledge and opportunity to carry out such a bold theft. Theories about the aircraft's disappearance varied widely. Some speculated that the plane might have been stolen for its scrap value, while others suggested it could have been taken by smugglers or terrorists. The investigation also considered the possibility that the plane was repossessed by creditors, given the financial difficulties faced by the airline operating the aircraft. One of the most challenging aspects of the investigation was the lack of communication from the aircraft post-takeoff. No distress signals or communication had been made, and the plane's transponder appeared to have been turned off, making it invisible to civilian radar. This lack of data severely limited the ability to track the aircraft's path after it deviated from its expected route over the Atlantic. As weeks turned into months, the initial intensive search efforts began to scale down. The vast area of ocean that needed to be covered, combined with the minimal evidence and the fading trail of the aircraft, made continued large-scale search operations unfeasible. The International Task Force had to make the tough decision to reduce the scope of the search, focusing instead on satellite monitoring and intelligence leads. This phase of the search operation saw a shift in focus from a rescue mission to an investigative quest, as hope of finding the aircraft, or understanding its disappearance, faded. The mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727 continued to puzzle investigators and captured the imagination of the public worldwide. The case highlighted significant gaps in international aviation security and raised uncomfortable questions about the ease with which an aircraft could be commandeered and disappear. The unresolved nature of the disappearance left a lasting impact on global aviation policies, prompting a re-evaluation of airport security measures, particularly in countries with less stringent regulatory environments like Angola. The incident acted as a catalyst for change, leading to tighter security protocols and increased cooperation between international aviation and law enforcement agencies. As the active search concluded without success, the story of the missing Boeing 727 settled into a narrative of mystery and speculation, joining the ranks of other unsolved aviation mysteries. It remains a subject of intrigue, a case study in aviation security vulnerabilities, and a stark reminder of the complexities of protecting global aviation from a range of threats. The disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 sparked a plethora of theories, both plausible and far-fetched, as investigators, journalists, and the public grappled with the scant details surrounding its mysterious takeoff and subsequent vanishing. The intrigue was compounded by the aircraft's known condition and the geopolitical context, weaving a complex tapestry of possibilities that ranged from criminal activity to intricate conspiracies. One prevailing theory centered on the possibility of criminal intent, specifically aircraft theft, for illicit use. The 727 could potentially be repurposed for smuggling operations, given its capacity to carry significant cargo over considerable distances. Africa, with its vast, loosely monitored spaces and ongoing conflicts, presented a fertile ground for such activities. This theory posited that the aircraft was stolen not for the plane itself, but for the profitable opportunities it represented. Another theory suggested that the aircraft was seized to be used in a terror attack. This was fueled by the global atmosphere post 9/11, where fears of aircraft being used as weapons were at a heightened state. However, this theory gradually waned due to the lack of any corroborative terrorist claims or subsequent attacks, which would typically follow such high-profile thefts if they were terrorism-related. There was also speculation that the aircraft had been taken for insurance fraud. The idea was that the owner, perhaps facing financial difficulties, might have arranged for the aircraft to disappear in order to claim insurance money. This theory was supported by the aircraft's extended period of inactivity and accumulating fees at Luanda Airport, suggesting financial distress. However, detailed investigations into the insurance policies and financial state of the owning company yielded no substantial evidence supporting this theory. Adding to the web of speculation were numerous reported sightings of the aircraft after its disappearance. Reports came from various parts of Africa and even more remote regions, claiming sightings of an aircraft matching the description of the missing 727. Each report prompted bursts of activity from investigators and sometimes local authorities, but none led to any concrete findings. The elusive nature of these sightings only deepened the mystery, fueling more speculative theories among those following the case. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that the aircraft was part of a covert operation, either by a private entity or a government agency, which explained the seeming lack of traceability and the muted official responses in some quarters. These theories often drew on the historical context of covert operations in Africa during the Cold War, suggesting a continuation of such practices in a new geopolitical guise. Amidst these swirling theories, the investigation faced significant challenges. The primary issue was the lack of physical evidence. Without wreckage, flight data recorders, or confirmed sightings post-takeoff, investigators had little to work with beyond the theoretical. The vast potential area where the aircraft could have gone down or landed, given its fuel capacity and range, made any search and recovery operation daunting and likely impractical. The international aspect of the case also posed legal and logistical hurdles. The aircraft's disappearance in Angola involved navigating the complexities of international law, cooperation between multiple countries' law enforcement agencies, and dealing with varying levels of resources and political will. The multinational nature of the investigation required careful coordination and was often hindered by bureaucratic delays and jurisdictional disputes. As the years passed, the lack of new evidence and the dimming prospects of solving the case led to a gradual reduction in active investigation efforts. However, the interest in the case did not entirely fade. It remained a popular topic among aviation enthusiasts, mystery aficionados, and conspiracy theorists, who continued to dissect every piece of available data and proposed new angles and insights. The story of the missing Boeing 727 became a part of the larger narrative of modern aviation mysteries, often compared to other incidents like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. It served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities in global aviation security and the challenges faced in securing older aircraft and preventing unauthorized use. In sum, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is a multifaceted mystery that encapsulates the complexities of international aviation, the challenges of cross-border criminal investigations, and the enduring human fascination with unsolved mysteries. As such, it continues to intrigue and baffle, a modern legend that provokes both professional curiosity and imaginative speculation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 in 2003 had a significant impact on global aviation security, particularly highlighting the vulnerabilities in aircraft management and airport security in less regulated regions. This incident spurred an overhaul of security measures and policies to prevent similar occurrences in the future, reflecting on the lessons learned from such a startling event. The disappearance underscored the critical need for stringent security protocols at airports around the world, especially in countries where oversight might not be as rigorous due to economic or political challenges. Following the incident, there was a concerted push to implement more comprehensive tracking systems for all aircraft. The idea was to ensure that airplanes could be monitored in real time, not just from takeoff to landing, but also while parked on the tarmac to prevent unauthorized access and use. One of the direct outcomes was the enhancement of the International Civil Aviation Organization's ICAO standards and recommended practices. These updates included improvements in aircraft tracking technologies, mandating more robust communication systems that could help track an aircraft's movements more accurately and reliably. Efforts were made to extend these regulations to include not only passenger aircraft, but also cargo planes and other non-commercial aviation vehicles. The incident also prompted a review of airport security measures globally. There was a renewed emphasis on controlling access to aircraft, requiring more stringent checks for ground staff and maintenance crews who had direct access to planes. Additionally, the installation of better perimeter security measures, such as surveillance cameras and motion detectors around critical areas like parking bays and hangars, became more prevalent. In many countries, the regulatory bodies responsible for aviation safety began conducting regular audits and inspections to ensure compliance with these enhanced security measures. Training programs for airport security personnel were overhauled to equip them with the skills and knowledge necessary to detect and respond to potential threats swiftly. These training initiatives often included modules on crisis management and emergency response to better prepare staff for unusual situations like the one that led to the Boeing 727's disappearance. Moreover, the incident highlighted the importance of international cooperation in aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was taken from an international airport in Angola and disappeared without trace pointed to gaps not just in physical security measures, but also in the coordination between different countries' aviation authorities. In response, there was a stronger push for shared databases and communication networks that could help track aircraft across borders and jurisdictions more effectively. This collaborative approach was seen not only in operational measures, but also in legal and regulatory frameworks. International agreements and treaties were strengthened or established to aid in the recovery and investigation of stolen or missing aircraft, ensuring that countries could work together more effectively in the face of such challenges. The Boeing 727 disappearance also led to increased public and regulatory interest in the fate of decommissioned aircraft. With hundreds of older planes parked in airports around the world, often in states of disrepair, the incident served as a wake-up call to the potential risks these aircraft posed if not properly secured. Guidelines for the storage, maintenance, and final disposal of decommissioned planes were tightened to prevent them from becoming security liabilities. As these new measures and policies took effect, the aviation community reflected on the profound implications of the Luanda-Boeing 727 incident. It became a case study in the vulnerabilities and potential risks facing global aviation, driving home the need for vigilance, preparedness, and continuous improvement in security practices. The legacy of this bizarre and unsettling event thus continues to influence the standards and strategies employed today to safeguard against similar threats to aviation security. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 has not only captivated the attention of aviation experts and mystery enthusiasts, but has also significantly impacted the families of those presumed to be on board and other stakeholders. Over the years, this unresolved case has woven a complex tapestry of emotional, legal, and financial ramifications that continue to resonate. For the families and friends of the crew members involved, the disappearance has been a source of enduring pain and uncertainty. The lack of closure and definitive answers has left many in a state of prolonged grief and unresolved loss. Anniversaries of the disappearance often bring renewed media attention, forcing families to relive the uncertainties and stirring up the emotional turmoil that comes with not knowing the fate of their loved ones. This ongoing mystery has also spurred advocacy efforts by these families, who have sought to keep the case in the public eye and pressure international authorities to continue the investigation. They have called for more rigorous international regulations regarding aircraft security and more effective measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. Their efforts have highlighted the need for comprehensive support systems for families affected by aviation disasters, advocating for better communication and assistance from both governmental and corporate entities. For the aviation industry stakeholders, including airlines, airport operators, and regulatory bodies, the incident was a wake-up call that prompted a re-evaluation of security practices. The economic implications were significant, leading to increased costs associated with enhanced security measures. However, these investments were recognized as essential to restoring public confidence in air travel, particularly in regions where security concerns had been previously highlighted. The financial impact extended beyond the immediate stakeholders. Insurance companies, facing the reality of covering a complete aircraft loss without recovery, had to adjust their policies and premiums for similar risks. This incident led to more stringent risk assessments and higher insurance costs for older aircraft and those operated in higher-risk regions. Legally, the disappearance of the Boeing 727 sparked numerous questions about jurisdiction and international law. The aircraft's sudden vanishing acted as a catalyst for discussions on legal responsibility and the complexities involved in dealing with incidents that occur in international, or in this case, poorly monitored spaces. Legal experts and policymakers were prompted to explore new frameworks to better address these challenges, ensuring more robust international cooperation and legal preparedness. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting effect on the broader community of Luanda and the aviation industry in Angola. It brought to light the vulnerabilities in the country's aviation sector, prompting improvements in airport security and regulatory oversight. These changes were necessary to align the country with international aviation standards and to restore trust among international partners and travelers. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to fuel academic and professional discourse within the fields of aviation safety, security, and crisis management. Universities, safety organizations, and industry conferences often refer to the case as a study point for discussions on risk management, emergency response, and the socio-economic impacts of aviation security failures. As we reflect on the broader implications of this unresolved mystery, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is more than just an aviation anomaly. It is a multifaceted issue that touches on human, legal, and socioeconomic fields. The ongoing discussions and policies that have emerged in the wake of this incident underscore the complex interplay between global aviation practices and the need for a cohesive approach to addressing such unprecedented events. This case remains a poignant reminder of the ever-present need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation across all levels of global aviation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda Airport in 2003 has left an indelible mark on the global aviation community, prompting an ongoing re-evaluation of security measures and practices. The incident not only highlighted significant security lapses, but also demonstrated the potential consequences of operational oversight failures. This section explores the initial impacts and responses within the aviation industry and regulatory environments, highlighting the changes spurred by this incident. Following the aircraft's unauthorized departure and subsequent disappearance, there was an immediate recognition among global aviation authorities of the need for stringent security enhancements. This event underscored vulnerabilities at airports in countries with less rigorous regulatory oversight, particularly in post-conflict nations like Angola, where infrastructure might be compromised or outdated. As a result, international aviation regulatory bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, began to scrutinize existing security protocols, especially concerning aircraft on the ground. One significant change was the implementation of stricter controls on access to aircraft. Airports worldwide were urged to reassess their perimeter security, ensuring that all areas were adequately monitored and that access to aircraft was strictly controlled through biometric checks and electronic badge systems. These measures aimed to prevent unauthorized access to aircraft, a critical factor in the Luanda incident, where the individuals involved were able to board and pilot the aircraft without detection. Moreover, the incident catalyzed enhancements in aircraft tracking technology. Real-time tracking systems became a focal point of development, driven by the need to ensure that all aircraft could be monitored continuously throughout their operations, including when parked. Technologies such as automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, started to see wider adoption, providing real-time precision tracking of aircraft movements, which would have alerted authorities to the unauthorized movement of the 727 much sooner. The global aviation community also saw a shift towards more collaborative security efforts. Recognizing that security is only as strong as its weakest link, there was a push for improved international cooperation and information sharing among aviation authorities. This was particularly important for tracking and managing the risks associated with older aircraft models, which might not meet the latest operational standards, but are still in use in various parts of the world. Additionally, the incident led to increased investment in training for airport security personnel. Training programs were overhauled to include modules on crisis management, threat detection, and response strategies tailored to scenarios like unauthorized aircraft operations. These training sessions aim to equip personnel with the skills necessary to identify and mitigate risks effectively, ensuring a proactive rather than reactive security posture. In the broader regulatory context, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 highlighted the need for comprehensive international standards that could be uniformly applied across all member states. The ICAO and other bodies worked towards harmonizing global aviation security standards, emphasizing the need for robust regulatory frameworks that could adapt to the evolving landscape of global threats. These changes collectively represented a paradigm shift in how aviation security was approached, reflecting a more nuanced understanding of the multifaceted risks present in global aviation operations. The legacy of the missing Boeing 727-223, therefore, extends far beyond the immediate mystery and intrigue. It serves as a catalyst for strengthening the safety and security foundations of the aviation industry worldwide. The unresolved disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 continues to reverberate across the aviation industry, serving as a poignant reminder of the challenges and complexities associated with securing commercial aircraft. The event not only catalyzed changes in aviation security practices, but also left a lasting cultural and emotional impact, particularly among those directly affected by the incident. For the families of the crew presumed to be on board, and the stakeholders directly involved, the absence of closure has been a source of ongoing distress. The mystery surrounding the aircraft's fate has prompted these families to become advocates for stronger aviation safety measures and more rigorous oversight, ensuring that their loved one's legacy contributes to preventing future such incidents. Their efforts highlight the human aspect of aviation disasters, which often gets overshadowed by technical discussions and regulatory updates. In the broader community, the disappearance has fueled a continued fascination with aviation mysteries, drawing comparisons to other infamous cases like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. This fascination underscores a deeper cultural attraction to mysteries and the unknown, particularly those involving technology and human ingenuity. The Boeing 727's disappearance has inspired documentaries, books, and articles, each exploring different theories and aspects of the case, illustrating our collective quest for answers and understanding. Moreover, the incident has had educational implications, becoming a case study in aviation security courses and seminars around the world. It is used to teach critical lessons about risk management, emergency preparedness, and the importance of robust security systems. These educational initiatives help prepare the next generation of aviation professionals to better handle the challenges of a globalized and interconnected aviation environment. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to influence policy and practice. The incident has been instrumental in shaping ongoing discussions at the International Civil Aviation Organization and other regulatory bodies about how to effectively manage and secure aging aircraft fleets, particularly in regions with limited resources. These discussions often lead to updated guidelines and recommendations that aim to enhance the safety and security of international air travel. Lastly, the enduring mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727-223 serves as a catalyst for ongoing technological innovation in aircraft tracking and surveillance. The aviation industry continues to develop more advanced tracking systems that can prevent aircraft from disappearing without trace. These technologies, which include satellite-based tracking and automated flight monitoring systems, are now seen as essential components of modern aviation operations. As we reflect on the broader impact of this incident, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda has left an indelible mark on many levels. From sparking improvements in global aviation security to impacting families and inspiring cultural narratives, the legacy of this event is multifaceted. It continues to motivate advancements in safety and security, ensuring that the aviation industry remains vigilant against similar threats in the future, thereby honoring the memory of those involved in this mysterious disappearance. British Airways Flight 9 was a Boeing 747-236B, a wide-bodied giant of the sky built to travel oceans and continents in quiet, high-altitude grace. With 4 Rolls-Royce engines, a double-deck cabin, and an enviable safety record, the aircraft was an icon of international aviation, reliable, powerful, and capable of carrying hundreds of passengers comfortably across the globe. It was not a plane one expected to see in distress, let alone gliding silently through the dark with all 4 engines out. But on the night of June 24, 1982, this very aircraft, registration GBDXH, would be at the center of one of aviation's most remarkable survival stories. The flight was part of a long journey from London to Auckland, New Zealand, broken into multiple legs. That evening, Flight 9 had just completed a brief stop in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Passengers had stretched their legs, grabbed snacks, or wandered through the small terminal. Most were weary but in good spirits. They were nearing the final stretch. Next stop, Perth, Australia. At the controls for this segment was Captain Eric Moody, an experienced pilot with thousands of flying hours under his belt. Alongside him in the cockpit were First Officer Roger Greaves and Flight Engineer Barry Townley Freeman. All 3 were seasoned, calm professionals, the kind of crew passengers rarely think about, because everything always goes to plan. As the aircraft taxied for departure, the weather was reported as good. It was a routine evening in Southeast Asia, humid but clear, and the crew saw nothing of concern on their instruments. The 747 rolled down the runway with the familiar surge of thrust, lifting into the sky just after 8:40 p.m. local time. Inside the cabin, lights dimmed to a gentle glow as the plane climbed to its cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. By now, passengers had settled into the lull of overnight flight. Cabin service was underway. Soft music played over the intercom, and outside, the view was pitch black. Just the occasional flash of stars beyond the window. In the cockpit, it was quiet. The aircraft was flying smoothly, and the crew made small talk while monitoring instruments. Over Indonesia's Java Sea, the aircraft's flight path would soon arc southward toward the Indian Ocean, placing it above volcanic regions, but the skies looked clean. Then, somewhere near the halfway mark between Jakarta and Perth, subtle changes began. It started with something beautiful. Strange blue-white sparks began dancing on the cockpit windscreen. They crawled along the glass like electric tendrils, glowing at the edges of the wipers. This phenomenon, known as St. Elmo's fire, wasn't entirely unheard of. It's an atmospheric electrical effect caused by static buildup, often seen near thunderstorms. But tonight it was different. The glowing shapes were brighter, more intense, and they were being noticed not just by the flight crew, but by passengers as well. Back in the cabin, a strange haze was forming. A soft mist seemed to be drifting from the vents. Some passengers thought it was smoke, others assumed it was condensation. Flight attendants moved through the aisles calmly, checking in with passengers but noticing it too. The haze was odd, and it had a faint smell. Something slightly metallic, a little like sulfur. Nothing alarming, but strange enough to raise eyebrows. Then the cockpit received its first real surprise. Engine 4, on the far right, began to lose power. Warnings flashed briefly, and then Engine 2 began surging. Within seconds, both Engine 1 and Engine 3 began spooling down. The noise in the cabin changed from the steady hum of jet thrust to something quieter, almost unsettling. And then the unimaginable happened. All 4 engines failed. For a moment, the silence was total. No engine roar. Just the rush of wind over the fuselage and the quiet chime of alerts in the cockpit. The 747, one of the most reliable aircraft in the skies, had become a glider at 37,000 feet. The crew checked and rechecked the instruments. This wasn't a gauge failure. The engines were out, every one of them. The aircraft was descending, gliding through the darkness with no power and no clear reason why. It was then that Captain Moody did something extraordinary in its calmness. He picked up the cabin PA and addressed the 263 passengers on board with the now famous words, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped. We are doing our utmost to get them going again. I trust you are not in too much distress." It was a voice steady as steel, offering not false reassurance, but controlled clarity. Passengers looked around at each other, confused. A few gasped. Others thought it was a joke. But the flight attendants, trained for moments exactly like this, moved swiftly. They checked seatbelts. They steadied their voices. They reminded people that the plane could glide for a long distance. And up front, the crew began preparing for a descent with no engine power and no certainty about what lay ahead. Outside, the night was clear, but the sky wasn't empty. Not that anyone could see it yet. The Boeing 747 continued its silent descent through the upper atmosphere, gliding with nothing but inertia and altitude to guide it. In the cockpit, Captain Eric Moody and his crew worked through emergency checklists with quiet urgency, their training sharp, but their situation unprecedented. 4 engines out, no power, no warning, and no clear explanation. They had prepared for engine failures before. Every commercial pilot is, but never all 4. It was the sort of scenario that wasn't supposed to happen. And yet, here they were, in the middle of the night sky over Indonesia, coasting downwards in an aircraft that now resembled a 350-ton sailplane. Inside the cabin, time seemed to slow. Flight attendants, despite their own uncertainty, moved efficiently through the aisles. Passengers clutched armrests and exchanged nervous glances. Some whispered prayers. Others stared out the windows into the black void. There was no screaming, no chaos, just a steady hum of confusion and unease. The mist in the cabin was still there, faintly glowing in the dim lighting. A few passengers noted an unusual brightness around the wings, like a soft, unearthly halo. This was no ordinary turbulence. Something had happened, something environmental, and completely unexpected. The crew still didn't know the source, but they were beginning to suspect it wasn't mechanical in the usual sense. As the aircraft descended past 30,000 feet, a critical clock began ticking. Oxygen. At cruising altitudes, passengers and crew need supplemental oxygen to stay conscious. The aircraft had deployed emergency oxygen masks automatically when the engines failed, but they were only designed to function for a limited time, about 15 minutes, long enough to get the plane down to breathable altitudes. Captain Moody and First Officer Greaves performed glide calculations quickly. The 747 could descend at roughly 2,000 feet per minute with no power. That gave them maybe 20 minutes before they'd be near sea level. If they couldn't restart the engines by then, they'd need a plan B. Jakarta was the nearest viable airport, but reaching it depended on distance, descent rate, and a heavy dose of luck. They began trying to restart the engines, first in sequence, then out of sequence. Fuel valves were adjusted, ignition switches recycled, airflow was monitored. Nothing. The engines refused to respond. At this point, the crew made the difficult decision to declare an emergency with Jakarta Air Traffic Control. The transmission was calm but urgent. Total engine failure. Initiating descent. Requesting immediate vectors for possible landing. The controllers, stunned, began relaying instructions, advising vectors to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, Jakarta's primary field. What no one in the aircraft knew was that they were flying directly through a dense, invisible ash cloud, part of a massive plume released hours earlier by Mount Galunggung, a volcano in West Java that had erupted without warning. Volcanic ash doesn't show up on traditional weather radar, and it doesn't look like a thunderstorm cloud from the outside. It's dry, fine, and composed of glass-like particles that can sandblast a windshield and choke jet engines. The volcanic ash had entered all 4 of the 747's engines, melting internally at high temperature, coating turbine blades, and then solidifying as it cooled. The engines had essentially suffocated, starved of clean air and jammed by glass dust. And because this phenomenon was not widely understood at the time, the crew had no idea what they were up against. Still descending, they passed through 25,000 feet, then 20,000. The lights flickered, the silence remained, and then something changed. Engine 4, on the far right, gave a cough, then a rumble, and then, against every odd, it restarted. The cockpit came alive with energy. If one engine could be revived, so could the others. Restart procedures were repeated immediately. Moments later, Engine 3 sputtered to life, then Engine 1. Within another minute, Engine 2 followed. All 4 engines were back, but celebration was premature. The engines had only come back online after the plane had descended beneath the ash cloud. It wasn't until they had cleared the volcanic particles that clean airflow allowed combustion again. And now, having regained power, the aircraft was still in a precarious position, descending, engines unstable, and visibility worsening by the second. The windshields, now coated with a layer of ash and microscopic debris, had been rendered nearly opaque. The crew could barely see forward. Forward lighting produced a milky white glare on the glass, like headlights in a foggy snowstorm. The approach to Jakarta would have to be managed not by sight, but by instruments, and by looking through the tiny clear strips on the side windows where the wipers had kept the view somewhat unobstructed. Passengers, meanwhile, hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. The engines had fallen silent and returned without fanfare. Most remained in a quiet daze, holding tightly to the armrests, oxygen masks dangling now, unsure of whether the danger had passed or only just begun. The crew adjusted altitude, stabilized speed, and turned toward Jakarta. The flight, once a simple overnight leg, had now become a race against further ash exposure, fuel calculations, and a difficult approach into an unfamiliar airport. With limited visibility, potential engine damage, and 263 lives in the balance. British Airways Flight 9 was no longer a glider, but it wasn't out of danger. As the crew steadied the now breathing engines and recalibrated their approach toward Jakarta, the stress inside the cockpit remained razor-sharp. The 747 had dropped from 37,000 feet to below 13,000 during the terrifying engine-out glide. With the engines back online, they were climbing slightly to maintain safe maneuvering altitude, but none of the 4 power plants could be trusted yet. Captain Eric Moody, calm as ever, knew the aircraft had passed through something dangerous. Volcanic ash still wasn't even on the flight crew's radar, literally and figuratively. But the damage it had caused was evident in every system readout. The engines were now operational, but only just. And the flight deck's view of the outside world was a ghostly blur. The front windscreen, once a clear panel offering visibility for miles, was now frosted with a fine, gritty residue, etched by the abrasive glass particles of volcanic ash. Headlights reflected off it in a white, opaque haze. From the captain's seat, forward visibility was next to nothing. They could see a little more through the outer side windows, where the wipers had pushed away enough ash to form narrow slits of clarity. But the view directly ahead was like staring into a lit fog. Instrument flight rules, IFR, would have to carry them through the landing. That meant relying entirely on gauges, sensors, radio beacons, and air traffic control guidance. It wasn't uncommon in bad weather or fog, but this was different. The ash damage added an unpredictable element to everything. From airspeed indicators to engine temperature readings, everything had to be double-checked. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the atmosphere was a mix of subdued tension and whispered relief. The engine's return brought a noticeable change in sound, and with it, a flicker of hope. But no announcement had yet come explaining what had happened. The flight attendants, trained for every possible scenario, kept the passengers calm with measured voices and quick, practiced movements. They offered reassurances, collected used oxygen masks, and quietly passed information back to the cockpit. Then came the announcement. Captain Moody's voice crackled over the intercom, deliberate, composed, and unmistakably British. He informed the passengers that all 4 engines had temporarily failed, and that the aircraft had descended to a lower altitude before successfully restarting them. He offered no dramatics, no guesswork, just facts. He ended with a line that would later be remembered by those on board for its surreal restraint. "We trust you are not in too much distress." The tone of the announcement left many passengers blinking in disbelief. The word temporarily didn't seem to carry the gravity of what they'd just endured. But Moody's cool demeanor had its effect. Panic never truly took hold. Instead, there was a strange kind of stillness, the calm that follows when people realize they're part of something far bigger than themselves, but are being led by someone who won't let go of the wheel. Below them, the lights of Jakarta began to come into view, dim through the smeared glass of the side windows. The aircraft had been cleared for approach to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a military civilian facility with a long enough runway for a wide-bodied 747. But this was no ordinary landing. With forward vision compromised and concerns still hanging over the engine's reliability, the crew approached the descent with surgical precision. The autopilot assisted in keeping their trajectory clean, while instruments guided them along the glide path. They flew almost blind, save for those narrow bands of semi-clear vision and the glowing instruments inside the flight deck. As they neared 6,000 feet, small sparks danced along the wing edges again. St. Elmo's fire, the same eerie electrical phenomenon from earlier. It was a reminder. They might not be entirely clear of the ash cloud yet. The atmosphere remained unpredictable. Any moment, an engine could surge or fail again. The crew made final landing checks. Landing gear down, flaps extended, speed adjusted, altitude descending. Through the side window, Moody could just make out the lights of the runway, but he would need help lining up. First Officer Greaves leaned to his side to aid with visuals, while Flight Engineer Townley Freeman monitored the engine's delicate parameters. It was a cockpit ballet, each man doing his part, trusting the others, moving in rhythm through one of the most demanding approaches in their flying careers. As the runway drew closer, there was no drama in the cabin, no countdown, no fanfare. Just the familiar pitch change as the aircraft flared, then the heavy thud of wheels touching down. The landing was firm, but smooth. The crowd of flight attendants, quietly gripping seatbacks, began to breathe again. On the tarmac, emergency vehicles rolled forward, unsure of what to expect from this wounded aircraft from the sky. But what they found was extraordinary. The engines were still running. The aircraft was structurally intact, and every one of the 263 passengers had survived. They had done it. They had landed a 747, blind and battered, after gliding through a full engine failure at cruising altitude, and no one on board had been lost. The mystery of what had nearly taken them down was still unresolved, but for now there was ground beneath their feet. The nightmare at 37,000 feet was over. When British Airways Flight 9 came to a complete stop on the runway at Jakarta's Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a stillness fell over the aircraft, unlike any other moment in the journey. After hours of tension, a powerless glide from 37,000 feet, and a descent through an obscured sky, the The sound of engines idling on solid ground felt surreal. Passengers looked around, as if waiting for someone to tell them what had really happened. There was no cheering, no clapping. Just quiet exhalation, a shared disbelief that they had made it. Outside, emergency vehicles swarmed toward the aircraft. Fire crews, medics, and ground personnel moved into position, anticipating anything from engine fires to evacuation procedures. But there were no flames, no smoke, no injuries. The only unusual sight was the state of the 747 itself. The once shining paint on the leading edges of the wings was dulled and scorched. The nose cone was frosted over in an eerie gray film, and the cockpit windows were so sandblasted they looked like frosted bathroom glass, completely opaque from nose to crown. Captain Moody and his crew powered down the engines one by one. The aircraft's long flight had ended not in disaster, but in an emergency landing pulled off with remarkable composure and precision. And yet, none of them fully understood what they had just flown through. As maintenance crews swarmed the aircraft, the extent of the damage began to reveal itself. The engine interiors were lined with ash. Turbine blades had melted and resolidified. Tiny shards of glassy material coated the intakes and ventilation systems. On closer inspection, engineers noticed that the ash wasn't just dust. It was volcanic in nature, composed of sharp, abrasive particles. It had scoured the fuselage, dulled the landing lights, and, more alarmingly, interfered with the engines at a level no one had thought possible. British Airways immediately launched an internal investigation. But as data trickled in from Jakarta, it was clear that the source of the crisis wasn't the aircraft itself. It was the sky. Only after Flight 9 was safely on the ground did word reach the crew about the eruption of Mount Galunggung, a volcano roughly 110 miles southeast of Jakarta. The eruption had occurred earlier that day and sent a massive ash cloud soaring into the upper atmosphere. The eruption wasn't violent or fiery. It was quiet, distant, and largely unnoticed by air traffic control. No official NOTAM, notice to airmen, had been issued. The volcanic plume had drifted westward into one of the busiest commercial air corridors in the region, invisible on radar, undetectable until it was too late. Volcanic ash clouds are unique threats to aviation. They don't behave like thunderheads or storm systems. They don't show up on conventional weather radar because the ash particles lack the moisture content to reflect radar signals. Visually, they can appear like thin cloud layers, or even clear air under night skies. But inside those clouds are microscopic fragments of rock, glass, and minerals, lethal to jet engines. The heat inside a jet engine melts the ash into molten glass. This clings to the internal turbine components and then cools rapidly, solidifying again and blocking airflow. In extreme cases, it can choke the engine completely, extinguishing combustion and shutting down power, just as had happened aboard Flight 9. As British Airways and Indonesian authorities pieced together the timing and flight path, they confirmed the unthinkable. Flight 9 had flown directly through the heart of a high-altitude ash plume, and it had done so for several minutes before engine failure occurred. The ash had entered all four engines, cut them off simultaneously, and turned a powered flight into a silent glide. What made the survival even more remarkable was the fact that the engines reignited at all. Most pilots, and even manufacturers, didn't believe that once volcanic ash caused flameout, an engine could be restarted. But by descending below the ash cloud, where the air was clearer and denser, the crew had unknowingly given the engines a chance to breathe again. One by one, they had sputtered back to life. The landing was the culmination of this miracle. Flying blind, trusting instruments, managing systems strained to their limits. It was a display not only of engineering resilience but of human focus, coordination, and calm in a scenario for which no training manual could truly prepare. In interviews that followed, Captain Moody was quick to credit his crew, British Airways, and the aircraft itself. He downplayed heroism and emphasized teamwork. But among passengers and aviation professionals alike, the story took on a legendary quality. A 747, brought down by invisible ash, had glided through the dark and landed safely. Every person aboard had walked away. But the questions were just beginning. If ash clouds couldn't be seen or tracked, what protections did future flights have? How could crews be expected to avoid something they couldn't detect? and how many more flights were passing unknowingly through similar dangers. British Airways Flight 9 was no longer just a near disaster. It was a warning. A quiet, smoky wake-up call to the hidden threats of the atmosphere, and one that would change the aviation world forever. In the aftermath of Flight 9's miraculous landing, the magnitude of what had just occurred began to ripple far beyond Jakarta. British Airways, already conducting internal reviews, now found itself part of a growing international concern. What had struck down a 747 mid-flight, without a storm, without mechanical warning, wasn't turbulence, bird strike, or equipment failure. It was something far less understood, and until now, far more underestimated: volcanic ash. The crew of Flight 9, particularly Captain Eric Moody, quickly became the focus of attention, not only because they had saved 263 lives, but because they had flown through an event that few had believed possible. In press interviews, Moody remained characteristically calm and humble. "We're trained for emergencies," he told reporters, but this one was a bit different. A bit different indeed. Volcanic ash had long been known to pose some threat to aircraft, particularly propeller-driven ones at lower altitudes. But what Flight 9 experienced rewrote the narrative entirely. Jet engines, flying at altitudes above 35,000 feet, were supposed to be above most weather hazards. What no one had accounted for was that ash clouds, fine enough to linger invisibly in the atmosphere, could rise that high, and that their effects could be so devastating so quickly. The engineering teams that examined the aircraft back in Jakarta and later in London were astonished at the damage. All 4 engines had suffered severe erosion to their turbine blades. The combustion chambers were coated in a gritty glaze, molten ash that had fused with metal at high temperature before solidifying mid-process. Portions of the fuselage and wing leading edges were scraped raw, with paint stripped and sensor covers pitted. Even the landing lights and cockpit windscreens showed signs of abrasion, sanded down to a frosty opacity. Despite this, the aircraft had flown again, and that, more than anything, underscored the miracle. But it also revealed the urgency of a terrifying question. How many other flights had unknowingly passed through similar clouds, and how could pilots avoid something they couldn't see? Before Flight 9, ash clouds weren't monitored with the same seriousness as weather systems. Meteorological stations tracked eruptions when they were explosive or locally hazardous, but there was no global network for tracking ash dispersion in real time. Even radar systems, the gold standard in weather detection, failed to register ash because the dry, fine particles didn't return strong radar echoes. In the cockpit, there was no alert, no warning. Only the ghostly glow of St. Elmo's fire and a faint burning smell. Flight 9 had highlighted a blind spot, both literal and systemic. The aviation world responded swiftly. Within weeks, international aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and major weather agencies, convened emergency meetings. Volcanologists were brought in. Ash behavior at altitude was analyzed. Flight 9 had shown that a jet could lose all engines at once, and that a modern aircraft, even one as large and robust as a 747, was not immune to a silent hazard lurking in plain air. New protocols were drafted. Airlines began training pilots to recognize early symptoms of ash encounters: the sudden static discharge, unusual smells, engine surging, and forward visibility loss. Emergency checklists were updated. Perhaps most importantly, aviation authorities started to develop the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, a global network designed to monitor volcanic activity and issue real-time advisories to aircraft flying in affected zones. Satellite monitoring of ash plumes also advanced significantly in the years that followed. Earth-observing satellites could now track sulfur dioxide and ash dispersal with far greater accuracy, enabling warning systems that could alert air traffic control, dispatchers, and pilots more effectively than ever before. Flight 9 had done something no one wished for, but everyone ultimately benefited from. It forced aviation to evolve. It filled a knowledge gap with a hard-earned lesson. For those aboard that night, the world carried on, but never quite the same. Passengers spoke later of a strange peace during the descent, of how calm the cabin remained even as oxygen masks fell and the engines went quiet. Many credited the demeanor of the flight attendants, who moved like clockwork, keeping passengers steady in the face of the unknown. Captain Moody and his crew received widespread recognition. Their teamwork under pressure became a case study in aviation training programs around the world. Pilots and instructors referenced Flight 9 as the benchmark for poise and process during emergencies. It was not just a near disaster, it was a masterclass in how to fly through one. And in the years to come, other flights would encounter volcanic ash. Some would divert early, thanks to new detection. Others, like the 2010 Eyjafjallajökull eruption in Iceland, would ground hundreds of flights altogether, a decision made not out of fear, but from the lessons learned aboard Flight 9. What was once invisible now had a name, a path, and a plan. The night sky was still dark, but no longer unknowable. Because one flight, flying blind over Indonesia, had opened the world's eyes. While British Airways Flight 9 had returned safely to solid ground, the shockwaves from its brush with disaster continued to ripple through the aviation world. The dramatic mid-air crisis revealed vulnerabilities in modern flight that had been previously overlooked or underestimated, especially in the context of a growing global network of long-haul routes that routinely crossed volcanic regions. Jakarta Air Traffic Control, stunned by the event, began working more closely with geophysical agencies to understand what exactly had happened above their skies. It turned out that Mount Galunggung had erupted earlier on the same day as the flight, an event largely unnoticed outside local geological circles. The eruption had released a massive column of ash high into the atmosphere, and with the right combination of upper-level winds, that plume drifted silently into international airspace. The problem was, no one had known it was there. There were no alerts, no radar echoes, no warnings. The implications were sobering. In the months that followed, attention turned toward developing long-overdue protocols for how volcanic activity should be communicated to pilots. What happened to Flight 9 could not be allowed to happen again. At the time, there was no unified global method for identifying and reporting ash in real time. That changed quickly. Under pressure from ICAO and national aviation regulators, the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, were proposed and developed. Eventually, 9 centers would be established worldwide, each responsible for monitoring volcanic activity within a specific region and issuing alerts to aviation authorities and pilots. These centers, including those based in London, Anchorage, Tokyo, and Darwin, now serve as constant monitors of potential ash threats. Flight manuals also began to include specific guidance for recognizing and responding to volcanic ash encounters. New checklists addressed the subtle but critical warning signs: the sudden glow of St. Elmo's fire, strange engine behavior, or the faint, gritty smell of sulfur in the cabin. Pilots were taught not to rely on radar, but instead to trust the signs and act immediately, by descending, turning away, and avoiding further exposure. Flight simulators were updated to include volcanic ash failure scenarios. For the first time, engine flameouts caused by ash could be replicated in training environments. What had once seemed like an impossibility, losing all 4 engines in a 747, was now a part of the training syllabus for airline crews around the world. Engine manufacturers, too, took note. Rolls-Royce and other leading companies studied the damage to Flight 9's power plants in exhaustive detail. The molten ash had entered the combustion chamber, fused onto blades, then cooled into glass. Engineers began designing turbines more resistant to such damage and refining protocols for testing engines after suspected ash exposure. But perhaps the most lasting change was psychological. The illusion of complete control in modern aviation had been fractured. Pilots and passengers alike had been reminded that the sky, so vast, so seemingly predictable, still held secrets. And while the industry had grown more advanced, more redundant, more secure, it was not invincible. Nature, when unmonitored or misunderstood, could still outmaneuver the best of machines. For the passengers of Flight 9, life resumed, albeit with a deeper appreciation for its fragility. Many kept in touch long after the flight, bound by a shared memory of quiet terror and miraculous survival. Some described it as life-changing. Others said they didn't fully understand the gravity of the incident until they saw the headlines afterward. As for Captain Moody and his crew, they returned to flying after a period of review and rest. They were never ones to seek the spotlight, but their actions, decisive, professional, and calm under extraordinary circumstances, became legendary. Their story was passed down in classrooms and cockpits, not just as an example of skill, but of the human strength required when the systems fall silent. Flight 9 didn't crash. It didn't break apart in the sky or disappear beneath the ocean. But what it gave aviation was as important as any near miss or tragedy. A warning that came in time. A mystery, solved just enough to spur global change. And a reminder, above all, that vigilance in the sky must extend beyond what can be seen. In the years that followed the safe landing of British Airways Flight 9, the story became more than an incident report. It became a benchmark, a moment in aviation history where everything worked as it should, even as everything failed. And the final pieces of the legacy it left behind weren't just procedural or mechanical. They were human. They were cultural. They were enduring. The passengers of that extraordinary flight returned to their lives, scattered across the world, some never speaking much about the night they drifted powerless over Indonesia. Others held on to it quietly, knowing they had walked away from something that, by any standard, should have ended very differently. Among them were business people, families, backpackers, and crew members, each with a version of the story that included the surreal calm in the cabin, the quiet descent in the dark, the soundless minutes when the world outside was nothing but stars and silence. For many, the memory wasn't traumatic so much as deeply humbling. Some passengers described an eerie sense of peace while the engines were out, perhaps a product of the crew's measured composure, or the shared understanding that panic had no place here. The cabin crew, too, received high praise. Their ability to continue service, maintain order, and assist passengers through confusion and fear was nothing short of professional excellence. British Airways Flight 9 became a celebrated example of crew coordination under duress. It entered training manuals. Aviation conferences cited it as the gold standard for CRM, crew resource management. And in the years that followed, as aviation evolved with faster aircraft and more automation, the story of Flight 9 reminded the industry of something simple. Machines alone don't save lives. People do. Captain Eric Moody's now famous announcement, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped," became a case study in communication. It was a statement of impossible calm, delivered in a tone that seemed to compress the chaos of the moment into something oddly manageable. Moody, of course, didn't see it as legendary. In later interviews, he always redirected credit to his crew. It was a team effort, he insisted, the way flying is meant to be. And yet, it wasn't just the professional aviation community that took notice. The story captured imaginations far beyond the airport tarmac. It was covered in newspapers and on television, and eventually retold in books, documentaries, and podcasts. Writers saw in it not just technical drama, but the poetry of the impossible. A plane, silenced at altitude, returning from the brink without a single fatality. The Boeing 747 involved in the incident, GBDXH, returned to service after significant repairs and engine overhauls. It flew for years afterward, earning the nickname the Jakarta Jumper among those who knew its history. Every flight it made afterward carried with it a quiet legacy, proof of both the aircraft's resilience and the lessons it forced into the world. And those lessons rippled out far beyond British Airways. The aviation community began to share data more freely, particularly in volcanic regions. Airspace management protocols were rewritten, and volcanic monitoring programs saw new investment. Countries with active volcanoes began establishing better communication channels, with air traffic control centers and flight dispatchers. The volcanic ash advisory centers became fully operational and interconnected. Their early alerts would eventually be credited with saving countless flights from potential exposure in years to come. Notably, in 2010, when Iceland's Eyjafjallajökull volcano erupted and shut down a significant portion of European airspace for days, many remembered Flight 9. Airlines, governments, and meteorologists worked together in real time, guided in part by the experience decades earlier of a jetliner that had fallen silent over Java. The delays were frustrating, but the caution was justified. It was a sign that the system now understood what Ash could do. Flight 9 never needed a monument to be remembered. Its legacy lived in every pilot who learned its story, every crew member who rehearsed a once unthinkable emergency, and every satellite pinging Earth's surface to track clouds the eye couldn't see. It became part of aviation's quiet conscience, a reminder that not every danger rumbles with thunder, and not every survival ends with applause. To this day, the events of June 24th, 1982, serve as a reminder that the sky, for all its wonder and openness, still holds moments where instinct, skill, and calm resolve matter most. The engine stopped, the sky went quiet, and still, somehow, everyone came home. That's not just a mystery solved, that's a miracle flown. On a beautiful morning in 1970, a small Cessna aircraft, gleaming under the early sunlight, prepared for a routine flight that was soon to enter the annals of aviation mysteries. The pilot, an experienced aviator with a penchant for exploring the skies, conducted his pre-flight checks with meticulous attention. Little did he know, his upcoming journey over the Bermuda Triangle would challenge the boundaries of his understanding of time and space, turning a standard flight into a perplexing puzzle that continues to intrigue enthusiasts and experts alike. The pilot, whose passion for flying was matched only by his curiosity for the unknown, was no stranger to the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Yet, his scientific mind required more than anecdotal tales to sway his skepticism. Today's flight, originating from a small airstrip in Florida, was charted along a course that would take him directly over one of the most discussed regions in maritime and aerial folklore. His plan was straightforward: fly to the Bahamas, a trip he had made numerous times before, albeit never directly passing through the heart of the triangle. As he loaded his gear into the cockpit, the morning air was still and the sky clear, conditions that promised an uneventful journey across the serene Atlantic waters. The aircraft's instruments, all functioning within their optimal ranges, showed no sign of the drama that would soon unfold. His flight log was meticulous, documenting every detail, from fuel levels to the expected time of arrival, based on standard flight speeds and known weather conditions. Taking off, the Cessna lifted gracefully into the air, its engine humming steadily as it climbed to cruising altitude. The world below shrank away, leaving only the vast blue of the Atlantic stretching into the horizon. The early part of the flight was as serene as any pilot could hope for, with panoramic views of the ocean sparkling under the morning sun. However, as the aircraft edged closer to the coordinates that marked the Bermuda Triangle, a subtle change began to permeate the cockpit. The first sign was a flicker in the dashboard instruments. Dials twitched erratically, and the radio static increased. The pilot, initially unperturbed, made adjustments, attributing the anomalies to possible atmospheric interference common in this area of the globe. But the situation swiftly escalated as the compass began to spin inexplicably, and the familiar hum of the engine seemed to syncopate with an unfamiliar rhythm. The skies, still visually clear, now felt charged with an unexplained energy. Trying to maintain his course, the pilot felt a growing sense of disorientation, as if the very essence of time and space around him was warping. In his headset, the crackle of static grew louder, punctuated by what seemed like distant voices cutting in and out, an auditory illusion in an otherwise empty expanse. His trained instincts told him to trust his instruments, but they were becoming increasingly unreliable. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, planning to cross-check it with the flight duration to gauge any discrepancies upon landing. As quickly as it began, the phenomenon ceased. The instruments stabilized as suddenly as they had faltered, the radio cleared, and the Cessna resumed its steady drone. Shaken but focused, the pilot continued toward his destination, now vigilant for any further abnormalities. Upon landing, the reality of what had transpired hit with full force. His flight, by all logical accounts supposed to last over 3 hours, had recorded barely an hour and a half. The confusion was palpable as he tried to reconcile the discrepancy. His initial disbelief was echoed by the ground crew at the Bahamas airstrip, who were equally baffled by the early arrival. This bewildering experience marked the beginning of a series of investigations and theories. Had the pilot traversed a shortcut through time and space? Was this merely an anomaly in instrumentation, or had he experienced a rare but natural meteorological phenomenon? As the story of his flight spread, it sparked debates and drew attention from around the world, adding another layer of mystery to the already infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot, once a staunch skeptic, found himself pondering the limits of human understanding and the vast, unexplained mysteries that still lie beyond our reach in the skies. As the Cessna gracefully crossed into the airspace above the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Known for its history of mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena, the Triangle has long captured the imagination of pilots and sailors alike. However, for this pilot, a man of science and logic, the myths and legends associated with this region were just that: stories without empirical evidence. Nonetheless, as he entered this notorious zone, the clear skies and calm seas seemed to belie the Triangle's ominous reputation. The route planned for that day was one he had flown on the edges of, but never directly through the heart of the Triangle. Today's flight path took him directly over its center, a decision made partly out of necessity and partly from a curiosity that he hadn't admitted to himself until now. The early part of his journey had been uneventful, with the aircraft performing flawlessly and the weather conditions ideal for a smooth flight. However, as he progressed deeper into the Triangle, subtle anomalies began to manifest. Initially, these were minor, slight malfunctions in the aircraft's electronic instruments. The GPS system flickered erratically, and the radio emitted intermittent bursts of static, despite the clear weather and absence of storm clouds. These technical issues were disconcerting but not alarming, at least not at first. The pilot double-checked his backups and continued, relying on his experience and manual navigation skills to maintain his course. The true moment of disorientation came without warning. It was as if the atmosphere itself had changed, with a slight but noticeable drop in temperature and a sudden, eerie stillness that enveloped the aircraft. The sky, so clear moments before, seemed to take on a muted, almost surreal quality. The ocean below mirrored this stillness, its surface unnaturally calm. The pilot's initial reaction was to check his instruments, but what he saw only deepened his confusion. His compass was spinning inexplicably, and the altimeter fluctuated between readings in a way that was impossible under normal flying conditions. Trying to maintain his composure, he reached for the radio to contact air traffic control, only to be met with a hiss of static that made communication impossible. This experience, unsettling as it was, paled in comparison to what happened next. Time seemed to dilate around him, with seconds stretching into minutes, and minutes feeling like hours. This sensation of time warping was difficult to rationalize, leaving the pilot grappling with his perception of reality. He felt a vague sense of vertigo, a disorienting feeling that he was moving both very slowly and exceedingly fast at the same time. Navigating through this bewildering scenario, the pilot focused on maintaining a steady altitude and heading, using his training to compensate for the unreliable instrument readings. He remembered reading about similar experiences from other pilots, though he had always regarded such stories with a healthy dose of skepticism. Now, faced with his own inexplicable circumstances, he wondered if there was more to the Bermuda Triangle than mere folklore. As suddenly as they had begun, the anomalies ceased. The instruments stabilized, the temperature returned to normal, and the radio cleared. The ocean's surface once again showed the gentle undulations of normal sea conditions, and the sky brightened to its previous vibrant blue. Shaken but relieved, the pilot continued his journey, now eager to reach his destination and land safely, his mind racing with questions about what had just occurred. The remainder of the flight was uneventful, allowing the pilot some time to reflect on his experience. Had he experienced a natural phenomenon unique to this region, or was there something more, something unexplained, that could account for the bizarre conditions he encountered? These questions would linger in his mind, fueling both his own curiosity and the inevitable discussions that would follow his report of the incident. As the small Cessna emerged from the enigmatic clutches of the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a surge of relief. The instruments stabilized, the skies remained clear, and the air traffic communications resumed their normal clarity. Yet, the feeling of disorientation and the haunting quiet of the past hour lingered in his mind. He knew the flight was far from over, not just in distance, but in the mental and emotional processing of what had just occurred. Upon landing at his destination in the Bahamas, far earlier than scheduled, the pilot was greeted with a mixture of confusion and concern from the ground crew. His premature arrival threw the routine operations into disarray, and as he stepped out of the aircraft, the weight of his experience began to truly sink in. The ground crew, aware of his intended flight path and expected time of arrival, immediately questioned the discrepancy. The pilot, still grappling with his own confusion, attempted to provide a coherent explanation. The discrepancy in time was stark. According to the clocks on the ground and the flight logs, the journey that should have taken over 3 hours was completed in just under 90 minutes. This impossibility was not lost on the pilot or the airport staff, prompting an immediate and thorough review of the aircraft's logs and instruments. The debriefing session that followed was intense. The pilot recounted his experience in detail to both the airport authorities and later to representatives from the Aviation Safety Board. His account included the initial instrument malfunctions, the strange atmospheric conditions, the sensation of time dilation, and the abrupt return to normalcy. His report was met with skepticism, but the undeniable fact of his early arrival demanded serious consideration. Technical experts examined the Cessna with fine-tooth combs, searching for any faults that could explain the anomalies reported. All systems were found to be in perfect working order, and no mechanical issues were identified that could have accounted for the acceleration in flight time. The GPS data, recovered from the onboard navigation system, confirmed the aircraft's accelerated passage through the designated flight path, further deepening the mystery. The situation called for an investigation that went beyond routine mechanical checks. Meteorologists and physicists were consulted to understand if unusual atmospheric conditions could have created a kind of jet stream, or if known phenomena like gravity waves could explain the time discrepancy. However, all scientific explanations fell short of providing a satisfactory answer. The conditions reported by the pilot, particularly the spinning compass and fluctuating altimeter, suggested influences beyond standard meteorological or geographic anomalies. As the aviation community began to buzz with discussions over the incident, the story of the pilot's mysterious flight attracted attention beyond the immediate stakeholders. The media caught wind of the story, and soon it was being reported across various platforms, inciting a flurry of speculation and intrigue. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena provided fertile ground for theories, ranging from rational skeptical inquiries to wild speculations about supernatural occurrences. Amid the growing public fascination, the pilot found himself at the center of a whirlwind of attention. His experience was dissected and debated in online forums, television specials, and by experts in aeronautics and meteorology. Some embraced his account as possible evidence of an unexplained anomaly associated with the Bermuda Triangle, while others dismissed it as an error in perception or an exaggeration. However, within the scientific community, a few were intrigued enough to propose more radical theories. These included the possibility of a temporary rift in the space-time continuum, or an encounter with a rare natural anomaly that had yet to be understood or documented. These theories, while speculative, opened the door to further research and discussion about the limits of current understanding of physics and atmospheric science. Throughout this period, the pilot cooperated fully with all inquiries, maintaining his stance that his experience was accurately reported despite the absence of a clear explanation. His credibility as a seasoned pilot lent weight to his account, forcing even the most skeptical to consider the possibilities of what might have occurred during that anomalous flight. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the incident remained a fascinating topic of discussion, a case study that challenged existing knowledge and expanded the dialogue about the mysterious forces that might operate within the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot's story, marked by both his personal integrity and the unexplained phenomena, continued to resonate, offering a compelling narrative of mystery and exploration at the edges of human understanding and scientific explanation. After landing well ahead of schedule under mysterious circumstances, the pilot found himself not just physically disoriented, but at the center of a rapidly unfolding drama that questioned the very laws of physics. As he disembarked from his Cessna, the sense of reality slowly seeping back in, his mind raced with possibilities, each more confounding than the last. The ground staff at the Bahamas airport met him with a mix of skepticism and awe, as the word of his inexplicable journey began to spread. The airport's operations room turned into an impromptu briefing area, where aviation authorities began a more formal debriefing. They reviewed the aircraft's logs and interviewed the pilot extensively, noting every detail of his account. The aviation experts on hand were initially dubious, suspecting an error in the flight's timing or a malfunction of the aircraft's tracking systems. However, as they delved deeper, the data corroborated the pilot's story. The timings, the flight path, everything he recounted was consistent with the logs. As news of the incident spread, it attracted a barrage of media attention. Journalists, intrigued by the story, descended on the airport, eager for interviews with the pilot and any officials willing to comment. The pilot, still grappling with his own understanding of the event, faced cameras and repeated his story. Each retelling added more layers to the already thick fog of mystery surrounding his flight. The coverage soon ballooned into a sensational news story, with headlines touting the pilot as the man who outran time. Speculation ran rampant, with theories about wormholes, alternate dimensions, and even extraterrestrial intervention being bandied about in the press and on television. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for unexplained disappearances and bizarre occurrences provided fertile ground for such theories, and the public lapped up every conceivable explanation, no matter how far-fetched. Amidst the media frenzy, serious investigative work continued. The pilot's aircraft was subjected to rigorous mechanical checks, with experts from the Cessna manufacturer brought in to ensure no stone was left unturned. They examined the aircraft's engine, avionics, and structural integrity, but found no abnormalities that could explain the acceleration in travel time. The GPS and other navigation systems were also scrutinized and found to be in perfect working order, deepening the enigma. Aviation analysts and experienced pilots weighed in, discussing the possibilities of rare meteorological phenomena that could have influenced the flight. Some suggested highly localized wind currents that might have pushed the plane at an unusually high speed, while others theorized about unrecognized atmospheric anomalies specific to the Bermuda Triangle area. The scientific community, generally skeptical of supernatural explanations, urged caution and a focus on plausible scientific explanations. Discussions ensued about the limits of current understanding of atmospheric sciences, and some researchers proposed studying the Bermuda Triangle area more extensively, hypothesizing that unknown natural phenomena could be at play. As weeks turned into months, the incident continued to be a hot topic of discussion at conferences and seminars, in academic circles, and among the general public. The pilot was invited to speak at various events, where he shared his experience and engaged with experts trying to unravel the mystery. These interactions were insightful, but they often raised more questions than answers. Ethicists and philosophers also entered the discussion, pondering the implications of such unexplained phenomena on our understanding of reality and the universe. They debated questions about the nature of time and space, and how humanity's grasp of these concepts shapes our understanding of the world. The pilot's story became a case study in the broader debate about the known and the unknown. Throughout this period, the pilot maintained a level-headed demeanor, his credibility bolstered by his detailed and consistent recounting of the event, and by the empirical data that supported his story. Despite the wild theories and media sensationalism, he remained focused on a rational explanation, hoping that ongoing research and dialogue in the scientific community would eventually uncover a logical reason for his bizarre and unprecedented flight experience. As the story aged, it remained a compelling mystery, emblematic of the human quest for knowledge and understanding in the face of the inexplicable. The time-warped flight not only challenged scientific assumptions, but also captured the imagination of people around the world, reminding everyone that the universe still holds many secrets, waiting to be discovered. The baffling case of the time-warped Cessna sparked an investigation that reached far beyond routine aviation inquiries, drawing in experts from various fields including aviation technology, meteorology, physics, and even paranormal research. As the investigations deepened, the pilot's unexpected early arrival continued to perplex investigators and the public alike. The official inquiry was spearheaded by aviation authorities, who first ensured that all data from the aircraft's instruments and flight logs were meticulously analyzed. They verified times, altitudes, and airspeeds recorded by the onboard equipment against the pilot's account and external sources, such as radar tracks and communications logs. All the evidence consistently supported the pilot's narrative. His flight had indeed covered the expected distance in roughly half the expected time, with no detectable increase in airspeed or any unusual maneuvers recorded. To further complicate matters, the mechanical inspection of the aircraft revealed no modifications or anomalies that could have inadvertently increased the plane's speed. The engines, airframe, and electronic systems were all found to be standard and fully functional, showing no signs of tampering or malfunction that could explain the phenomenon. With mechanical and instrumental errors ruled out, investigators turned to environmental factors. Meteorologists were consulted to analyze weather conditions on the day of the flight, specifically looking for unusual atmospheric phenomena that could have contributed to the anomaly. This inquiry looked into rare occurrences like jet streams or sudden wind shears that might account for rapid transit, but nothing out of the ordinary was recorded in the weather data for that region on the day in question. Physicists also joined the investigation, intrigued by the possibility of unknown scientific phenomena. They explored concepts ranging from gravitational anomalies to more speculative ideas like spatial distortions, or the existence of a previously undocumented type of atmospheric tunneling effect. However, these theories remained speculative, with no empirical data to support them, leaving the scientific community both baffled and fascinated. Parallel to the scientific and technical investigations, the story attracted the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and theorists who linked the incident to the Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious occurrences. This angle was popular in the media and among the public, leading to a proliferation of sensationalist theories involving time slips, dimensional gateways, and other science fiction-like explanations. Television documentaries and online forums speculated wildly about the pilot's experience, drawing connections to past disappearances and unexplained events in the Triangle. The fervor around these theories prompted a broader discussion about the reliability of anecdotal evidence and the scientific approach to unexplained phenomena. Skeptics and believers alike debated the merits of pursuing investigations into what some considered to be pseudoscience, while others argued for the importance of keeping an open mind to all possibilities in the face of inexplicable evidence. As the months passed, the incident remained unsolved but became a case study in the limitations of current scientific understanding. Academics and researchers used the event as a springboard to discuss how science addresses anomalies and the role of unexplained phenomena in advancing scientific inquiry. Conferences and scholarly articles pondered the implications of the event for the philosophy of science, especially concerning the demarcation between accepted science and fringe theories. Ultimately, the official investigation concluded without a definitive explanation for the pilot's premature arrival. The final report stated that while all known possibilities had been exhaustively explored, the incident still lacked a satisfactory scientific explanation. It recommended ongoing monitoring of similar incidents and encouraged further research into atmospheric and environmental conditions in the Bermuda Triangle. This unresolved conclusion left the door open for continued speculation and interest. The pilot's story remained a captivating mystery, emblematic of the enduring human fascination with the unknown and the limits of our understanding. As a result, the incident continued to inspire both caution and curiosity among pilots and scientists, serving as a reminder of the vast mysteries that still lie beyond the reach of current scientific explanations. As the enigmatic story of the time-warped Cessna circulated, it inevitably sparked a broader conversation about the implications of such unexplained phenomena on both political and military strategies, especially considering its occurrence in the Bermuda Triangle, a region shrouded in mystery and often associated with navigational anomalies. The intense public and media interest in the pilot's story brought the Bermuda Triangle back into the spotlight, prompting authorities to reconsider the navigational warnings and monitoring systems in place for the region. Historically viewed by some as merely a collection of myths, the Triangle's reputation was bolstered by this incident, leading to calls for more rigorous scientific investigations into the area. In response, several governmental and independent agencies initiated studies to explore electromagnetic disturbances and other environmental factors unique to the Triangle. These studies aim to demystify the area and provide a clearer understanding of whether the Triangle posed a real threat to modern aviation and maritime activities. or if its reputation was built on coincidental mishaps amplified by folklore. This initiative brought together experts in oceanography, atmospheric science, and geomagnetic fields, pooling a wide range of scientific expertise to tackle the mysteries associated with the triangle comprehensively. In the realm of aviation safety, the incident had a tangible impact. Aviation authorities, particularly those in countries bordering the Bermuda Triangle, scrutinized their flight safety protocols, considering additional measures to ensure that aircraft could handle unexpected environmental conditions. This included enhancing pilot training programs to better prepare them for high anomaly zones where natural electromagnetic interference could ostensibly affect navigational instruments. The incident also influenced the military's approach to operations in areas known for high electromagnetic disturbances. The Bermuda Triangle, and by extension similar regions around the world, were marked for detailed geomagnetic surveys. Military exercises in such areas were accompanied by increased monitoring of communication and navigation systems to prevent mishaps similar to what was reported by the pilot. These measures were designed to mitigate risks not only to military personnel, but also to the civilians who traverse these mysterious waters and airspaces. Internationally, the incident spurred discussions at various global forums about the need for a coordinated approach to dealing with unexplained phenomena affecting international airspaces and waters. Proposals were made for the establishment of an international registry to track and analyze incidents similar to that of the time-warped Cessna. The idea was to compile data from around the world, in hopes of identifying patterns or correlations that might elude smaller localized studies. The dialogue extended into the academic sphere, where the incident was frequently cited in discussions about the scientific method and the treatment of anomalous data. It served as a case study in numerous scholarly articles and conferences on the philosophy of science, particularly concerning how anomalies are integrated into existing scientific paradigms. This discourse highlighted the dynamic nature of scientific inquiry, its capacity for self-correction and adaptation in the face of new, challenging evidence. The ongoing fascination with the Bermuda Triangle and the pilot's unusual experience underscored a universal truth about human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge. It reminded the scientific community and the public alike of the vast mysteries that remain unsolved and the continual need for humility and rigor in scientific exploration. While no definitive answers were forthcoming from the studies initiated as a result of the pilot's experience, the increased attention and resources dedicated to understanding the Bermuda Triangle contributed to a greater body of knowledge about this and other similarly mysterious regions of the world. The pilot's account, though unresolved, thus served as a catalyst for renewed scientific and exploratory efforts, ensuring that the pursuit of answers continued with renewed vigor and broader participation. As the strange incident of the time-warped Cessna continued to perplex experts and the public alike, the pilot's experience remained at the forefront of discussions surrounding unexplained phenomena. With no conclusive explanations emerging from the extensive investigations, the incident transitioned from an acute mystery to a lasting enigma, becoming a subject of ongoing academic and cultural interest. The pilot's encounter sparked a significant increase in research activities focused on the Bermuda Triangle and similar regions known for mysterious occurrences. Universities and independent research institutions embarked on multidisciplinary studies that blended atmospheric science, physics, and folklore studies, aiming to provide a more comprehensive understanding of these enigmatic zones. These scholarly efforts were complemented by increased funding for projects exploring electromagnetic anomalies, atmospheric disturbances, and other potential natural explanations for the phenomena reported by the pilot and others before him. In the realm of popular culture, the incident inspired numerous documentaries, books, and articles. These narratives often blended fact with fiction, sensationalizing the event to capture the imagination of a global audience. However, they also played a crucial role in keeping the discussion alive, encouraging amateur sleuths and professional scientists alike to continue exploring the possibilities. The legacy of the pilot's flight also extended into the educational sector. Curriculums in universities that offered programs in aviation, meteorology, and oceanography began to include case studies of the Bermuda Triangle and the time-warped Cessna, as a means of illustrating the complexities of their respective fields. This educational focus helped to demystify some aspects of the triangle while promoting a scientific approach to understanding unexplained phenomena. Furthermore, the incident had a profound impact on the pilot's personal life. He found himself a reluctant celebrity within both the scientific community and the general public. Invitations to speak at conferences and participate in televised interviews became commonplace. While he appreciated the attention to some extent, it also allowed him to advocate for a balanced, scientific approach to investigating unexplained events, warning against the allure of sensational explanations devoid of empirical support. This advocacy was particularly poignant in forums dedicated to aviation safety, where the pilot used his platform to discuss the importance of rigorous training and preparation for dealing with unexpected situations in flight. His experience served as a cautionary tale, underscoring the need for pilots to maintain composure and rely on their training, regardless of the circumstances. Annually, the incident was commemorated in various ways, both to honor the scientific pursuit of answers and to acknowledge the enduring mystery. Conferences and symposia were organized around the anniversary of the flight, bringing together experts from around the world to discuss not only this incident, but also other mysterious aviation events. These gatherings fostered a sense of community among those fascinated by the unexplained, encouraging ongoing dialogue and collaboration. As years passed, the story of the time-warped Cessna remained a popular topic, its details periodically revisited in light of new theories or similar incidents. The mystery continued to inspire both skepticism and wonder, serving as a reminder of the vast unknowns that still exist in the world and the enduring human quest to understand them. Ultimately, the incident became a part of the larger tapestry of human experience with the unknown, a testament to the limits of current scientific understanding and the perpetual drive towards greater knowledge. Whether viewed through the lens of cautionary aviation tale or intriguing scientific mystery, the legacy of the pilot's extraordinary flight continues to influence and inspire, a narrative forever woven into the fabric of modern mythology surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers, a machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at Quatro de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance, no crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands, just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning. But something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only 2 people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. "Unidentified aircraft, please respond." Silence. "State your flight number and intentions." Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls. No emergency transponder signals. No radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the U.S. government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings, no distress signals, no reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The U.S. government immediately launched an investigation. the CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligence sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? U.S. officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, the flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. Remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported, this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla, the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, the most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seem to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different? A theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation, an accident that spiraled out of control, or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. In the cold upper reaches of Earth, where flight paths cut through skies layered with ice and silence, military aircraft serve as both transportation and symbol. Trusted, tested machines that brave the world's most unforgiving climates. One such aircraft was the Canadian Forces C-54 Skymaster, a four-engine transport plane used routinely in Arctic operations during the early 1960s. built to be rugged and reliable. It carried cargo, personnel, and at times classified payloads through snow-blind corridors above the North Atlantic. On a winter day in 1964, one of these aircraft lifted off from Goose Bay, Labrador, headed for Thule Air Base in Greenland. It was a route the military knew well. The plane never arrived. Its crew called her the Snowbird, a name fitting for a plane that routinely danced with sub-zero altitudes, skating through clouds between icy islands and frozen fjords. That morning, the Skymaster carried 6 Canadian military personnel and a modest load of cargo. There was nothing unusual in the mission, and nothing in the pre-flight checks to raise alarm. The crew, seasoned in northern navigation, understood the hazards: crosswinds, poor visibility, radio blackouts, and the ever-present cold. But on that day, forecasts were clear. The aircraft's departure went as expected. Weather conditions were within operational limits, and the flight's course was well traveled, with military radars along the way ready to monitor its movement. Initial radio contact confirmed the Snowbird had reached cruising altitude. It was approximately halfway through its journey when the silence began. A routine position report never came. Controllers reached out, expecting a delay in check-in, maybe a frequency change or signal bounce. When there was still no reply after 10 minutes, then 20, the worry became formal. The aircraft had disappeared from communication, and soon after, from radar entirely. It was difficult to tell precisely when the plane vanished. In the Arctic, signals flicker, instruments shift under magnetic strain, and contact can dip in and out for no clear reason. But this was different. There was no fading signal, no static-filled final transmission, no distress call. The Snowbird had gone from present to absent in an instant, as if the sky had simply closed behind it. An immediate alert was issued. Canadian and American forces launched coordinated search and rescue operations from both coasts of Greenland and from Labrador. Aircraft combed the planned route, while teams on snowmobiles and dog sleds explored isolated fjords and ice fields. From the air, spotters scanned the snow for anything: an oil sheen, a shadow beneath the surface, a tear in the whiteness. There was nothing. The Arctic has a way of swallowing things. Planes, boats, and stories disappear into its depths, as if the landscape itself is complicit in their erasure. The rescue teams knew this well, yet held on to hope. Even with freezing temperatures and relentless winds, a survival scenario wasn't impossible. Emergency beacons had been known to fail in the cold. Crews had survived crash landings in worse conditions. But as days passed, hope thinned. No emergency beacon had activated. No visual trace of the aircraft or its crew was ever spotted. The grid widened, helicopters refueled mid-air to extend their range, and coastlines were flown over again and again. Search ships traced the edge of drifting ice, sonar pinging into black water beneath fractured floes. But still, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sound, no signal. Only the low growl of engines slicing through silence. After 2 weeks, the operation was scaled back. The official presumption was that the Snowbird had gone down somewhere over the ocean or ice shelf, breaking apart and sinking below visibility. The cause remained unknown. Icing, mechanical failure, navigational error, any could be possible. But there was no data to support any theory. The Arctic, as always, offered no clues. In the aftermath, families were told the search had ended. They were left with no grave, no explanation, only a cold void where answers should have been. For the military, it was logged as a loss during routine transport. Tragic, but not unprecedented. The Cold War had many such silences. Still, for those who followed the story closely, something felt off. This wasn't just a disappearance. It was the complete absence of any trace. No debris, no distress, no drifted parts. In Arctic aviation, even violent crashes tend to leave marks. The Snowbird, it seemed, had simply left the sky. Years would pass before questions resurfaced, and strange findings would cast shadows on the official account. But in 1964, the Snowbird vanished with barely a sound, and the ice, as it often does, closed itself around the mystery. In the hours following the disappearance, a sense of urgency swept across Canada's northeastern military network. The Arctic is no place for delay. If the Snowbird had made an emergency landing, time was already working against its crew. At temperatures well below freezing, with daylight brief and wind speeds cruel, survival was a narrow window. Every hour without contact tightened that window further. The initial assumption was straightforward: mechanical failure or navigational disorientation. It had happened before, though rarely with no warning at all. The military's first step was to backtrack the flight's last confirmed location. The Snowbird had been on course, flying at altitude over the Labrador Sea, approaching Greenland's western edge. The radar contact had been faint, normal for that region, but it hadn't returned. That's when the search began. Rescue efforts launched from Goose Bay, from Thule, and from U.S. bases scattered along the North Atlantic corridor. Aircraft equipped with infrared scanners flew grid patterns day and night. Their crews peered through frosted windows, tracing white on white, searching for the unnatural. A wing, a shadow, a glint of aluminum in the snow. Helicopters ventured into fjords and valleys, landing on remote ice to investigate dark spots or anomalies picked up by satellite images. Naval ships patrolled the open waters north of Baffin Island, ready for any sign of debris. Canadian Rangers, indigenous guides trained for Arctic survival, joined foot patrols through the rough terrain, probing the snowdrifts and rock fields for answers. Despite these immense efforts, no distress signal was ever recorded. The Snowbird's emergency beacon, designed to activate automatically in a crash, had not transmitted. Not even a fragment of wing or fuselage was found. Radios crackled with possibilities. Had the beacon failed? Had the plane broken apart mid-air? Could it have sunk under thin ice and vanished beneath the surface? Search teams remained hopeful in the first few days. Downed aircraft had been found before, sometimes after weeks, but usually with at least some clue. Oil, fabric, a life raft carried by current. Here, there was only blankness. By the fifth day, crews began searching beyond the original flight path, exploring the possibility that wind or ice might have carried wreckage elsewhere. Still, the Arctic remained mute. Back home, the disappearance dominated military briefings and gripped local headlines. Families clung to updates, each new lead a flicker of hope. But those hopes dimmed as the reality set in. There were no leads, only absence. The search lasted more than 2 weeks. As the days grew shorter and weather worsened, aircraft were grounded more frequently. Fuel costs climbed. Risks to search personnel increased. Eventually, the operation was officially stood down. An advisory was issued. Presumed crash due to unknown cause. No survivors expected. Officially, the file was closed. The Snowbird and its crew had been lost during routine Arctic transit, likely due to mechanical or weather-related failure. But privately, among the pilots and officers who had searched, that answer never truly settled. It wasn't just the disappearance. It was the precision of it, the completeness, the lack of trace, in a region where even the fiercest crashes often leave scars on snow and ice. In the following years, the story faded from headlines, but not from memory. In mess halls and on northern airstrips, the name Snowbird was still spoken quietly. It became something of a ghost flight, a reminder of the unforgiving sky and the limits of technology in a place ruled by cold and silence. Some mysteries in the Arctic are buried under layers of snow. Others, it seems, are lost in the space between radar blips and the quiet places where nothing answers back. The Snowbird had become one of them. Weeks had passed since the Snowbird vanished into Arctic air, and the official search had ended. But for those involved in the operation, pilots, radar technicians, search and rescue teams, the silence that followed was almost more unnerving than the disappearance itself. Usually, something turned up. A piece of metal, a fuel slick, a bit of fabric drifting in the sea. But the Snowbird left no signature behind. It was as if the plane had simply never existed. Despite the search being scaled down, a few aircraft continued flying the route unofficially, mapping areas not originally covered. These weren't missions on the record. They were quiet loops through unflown corridors, motivated by instinct more than protocol. In the North, there's a kind of unspoken obligation among air crews. If one of your own goes missing, you keep looking, even if no one tells you to. The Canadian military reviewed every radar record from that day. Cold War surveillance systems along the Arctic Circle, shared between NORAD and Canadian Air Command, logged aircraft movements minute by minute. Controllers double-checked the last known ping, noted at a routine altitude just before the signal blinked out. There had been no climb, no sudden descent. Just a faint echo. Then nothing. What puzzled many was the absence of disruption. No deviation, no loss of speed, no signal of an unfolding emergency. The Sky Master had been cruising cleanly, as if everything was normal right up until it wasn't. For seasoned aviators, this was the detail that stuck. If it had been weather, why no call? If it had been mechanical, why no signs of distress? There was another layer to the puzzle: geography. Much of the snowbird's path crossed vast regions of thick sea ice and glacial rock, where even large aircraft can vanish with ease. A controlled ditching into frozen water might pull an entire fuselage under the surface in minutes. If ice closed over the site quickly, any physical trace would be sealed away until thawed, if it thawed at all. But even in such cases, fragments often escape. The Arctic moves constantly, pushing wreckage to shorelines or thinning over time. Here, nothing moved. The case grew colder. Military reports were filed, classified, and stored. Families were offered words of sympathy and the kind of closure that came without explanation. In remote bases, the snowbird was quietly memorialized, not with statues or ceremonies, but with stories told over quiet meals and on long northern flights. Pilots would glance at the ice below and wonder where it might be, if it was even still whole. Years passed. The Cold War deepened. Technology advanced. Satellites began to map the Earth more fully, and aerial surveillance stretched farther across the globe. Still, nothing turned up. Occasionally, blips appeared on radar near Greenland's coast, unidentified returns that vanished as quickly as they came, but none could be traced back to the snowbird. Each time, teams followed up, hopeful, only to find ice shadows, trick reflections, or nothing at all. Eventually, the case took on a different kind of silence, the kind that turns mystery into legend. The snowbird wasn't just a lost aircraft anymore. It became a symbol among northern flyers, the one that got away, the flight that never called, never cried out, and never came home. Its memory was carried not in archives, but in cautious glances toward the horizon and unspoken respect for a sky that offers no guarantees. And then, long after the search had ended, long after official channels had stopped looking, something unexpected surfaced. A fragment, a hint, a small piece of metal bearing an identification code, one that matched the missing aircraft. But it was found far from where it should have been. The silence, it seemed, was not the end of the story. It was only the beginning of something stranger. More than a decade had passed since the snowbird vanished, and the trail had long gone cold. Official records were boxed and archived, families had received their final letters, and those involved in the original search had either moved on or retired. The loss had become history, quiet, unresolved, and filed away. But for those who remembered, the story never really faded. It lingered in the background, resurfacing from time to time in aviation circles, in northern mess halls, and in the memories of those who had flown that same corridor and looked down, wondering. In communities across Labrador and coastal Greenland, where northern skies and military aircraft are a part of daily life, the snowbird was not forgotten. Locals recalled the low hum of search planes overhead during those weeks in 1964, the strange quiet that followed, and the stories that trickled through afterward. There were murmurs of an aircraft seen briefly in a blizzard, lights low on the horizon, then gone. Whispers of strange signals caught on old civilian radios. These were passed off as folklore, perhaps even stress-tinged memories in harsh conditions. But the persistence of those stories hinted at something deeper. For the families of the lost crew, time didn't dull the questions. Without wreckage, there was no grave. Without cause, no closure. Every few years, One of the relatives would write to the Canadian military or Department of National Defense, asking if anything new had been found. The answers never changed. Nothing new to report. Still, the story stayed alive in the shadows. Aviation researchers began to include the snowbird in growing lists of unexplained flight disappearances. Cases where aircraft had gone missing without distress calls, in fair weather, with no trace. These were often mentioned in the same breath as much larger, more well-known mysteries. But unlike those, the snowbird had occurred in a time and place where isolation itself could erase evidence. As new generations of pilots were trained, instructors occasionally told the story, not to frighten, but to remind. Of vigilance, of unpredictability, of how even the best machines and the most experienced crews could disappear without a sound. The snowbird became a cautionary tale, a ghost flight of the North. By the late 1970s, as Cold War tensions continued to shape Arctic airspace, renewed interest in the region's history brought a few researchers back to the snowbird's file. It wasn't prompted by any new evidence, just curiosity, and a sense that something about the case had never quite fit. One aviation historian began collecting anecdotal accounts from locals in eastern Greenland. Another started reviewing old magnetic mapping charts from the 1960s, looking for interference anomalies that could have affected navigation. What they found were inconsistencies, odd weather patterns logged around the time of the flight, irregular compass readings reported by other aircraft in nearby airspace that same week, and early military radar data that showed a blip deviating far from the snowbird's intended route, but never explained. None of it proved anything, but it was enough to reopen interest. Questions began to resurface. Could the aircraft have veered hundreds of miles off course? Was the failure not mechanical, but navigational? Or had something else entirely interfered? And then came the reports of debris. Small, scattered, and oddly located. The story of the snowbird, it seemed, wasn't quite finished. Somewhere in the far north, something had begun to re-emerge from the ice. It began quietly, almost without notice. In the late 1970s, a geological survey team working along the southeastern fjords of Greenland, hundreds of miles off the snowbird's planned route, came across something unusual wedged into a narrow ravine. A section of corroded metal, half buried in scree, bearing faded stenciled markings. At first, it was assumed to be debris from a weather balloon, or perhaps Cold War military equipment dumped long ago. But one technician, a former airman, recognized the style of the code. When the fragment was analyzed more closely, it revealed part of a serial number, one that matched the Canadian Force's missing Skymaster, the Snowbird. The news was passed through official channels, quietly at first, and then with growing curiosity. This wasn't where the plane was supposed to be, not remotely. The debris had been found nearly 150 miles east of its intended flight path, tucked into terrain so remote and rugged that no aircraft would have flown there without good reason. More pieces followed. Over the next 5 years, hikers, hunters, and Arctic researchers reported other small finds. A cracked portion of an engine cowling, an aluminum panel warped by exposure, a boot sole hardened by time. These artifacts were found far apart, often in inaccessible places, scattered like breadcrumbs in a region known for its glacial shifts and bitter wind. But none of it fit. The distribution of the parts didn't suggest a violent crash or an explosive breakup. In fact, many were oddly intact, showing little of the damage expected from a high-speed impact. There were no scorch marks, no melted edges. Some theorized that the aircraft might have made a forced landing, hard but survivable, and that the Arctic's slow, grinding elements had carried the remains far from the original site. Still, there was no fuselage, no engines, no instruments or cockpit remains, just fragments, mysteriously far from where they should have been. For many, it raised more questions than it answered. How did they end up there? Had the plane been blown that far off course by wind or navigational failure? Or had it landed and then somehow disappeared? The Snowbird was no longer just a lost aircraft. It was now a riddle with pieces that didn't quite add up. The rediscovery of Snowbird's fragments reignited a quiet storm of questions within aviation circles. What was once a closed case, another Cold War-era loss to the Arctic, was now a live puzzle. Researchers, historians, and retired military pilots began combing through flight charts, magnetic field logs, and weather data from that day in 1964. Theories that had once been dismissed were now revisited with fresh interest. Among the first ideas re-examined was navigational interference. In the 1960s, flying over the high latitudes often meant flying through areas where compasses became unreliable due to magnetic variation. Some theorized that the snowbird's instruments could have been thrown off by a geomagnetic storm, an intense solar event known to disrupt radios, compasses, and even early autopilot systems. It wasn't out of the question. In fact, archived solar weather data showed mild solar activity during the week of the disappearance. Not enough to cause chaos, but perhaps enough to confuse a flight already vulnerable to Arctic variables. Another theory returned to the human element. Could the crew have made a decision to divert the flight, perhaps due to a mechanical issue they chose not to radio in? If they attempted a detour toward a more visible or familiar coastal route, it might explain the strange easterly position of the recovered debris. But again, that left another question. Why no distress signal? Investigators also reconsidered the possibility of a slow, controlled descent. The relatively undamaged nature of the fragments, no burn marks, no catastrophic signs, suggested a scenario in which the plane didn't crash at full speed. Could it have landed on ice, intact, and broken apart over time as glacial movements carried the pieces outward? If so, the main wreckage might still be locked beneath the ice, preserved, untouched. As these ideas circulated, a more unsettling possibility also emerged: interference of another kind. Some radar operators from the Cold War era came forward with declassified reports of unknown returns on Arctic radars from that same week. Blips with no transponder signals, no flight plans, and no clear identity. These anomalies had been dismissed at the time as glitches. Now, a few questioned whether they were something more. It was a theory with no proof, just timing and speculation. But it spread quickly. The idea that the snowbird might have encountered something unexplained in the sky wasn't taken seriously by everyone, but it wasn't laughed off either. In a region where compasses spin and silence can be deceiving, even the outlandish starts to feel plausible. The official stance remained unchanged. But among those who knew the skies, the rediscovery of the fragments had changed everything. The snowbird had not simply vanished. It had left behind pieces, silent, scattered evidence that something had happened. What exactly, no one could yet say. But the story was no longer a disappearance. It was an unfolding mystery, still drifting just beyond reach. The story of the snowbird had settled into quiet legend, preserved in the faded corners of military records, and the memories of those who'd once scanned white horizons for a glimpse of silver fuselage. But in the 1980s, as new attention fell on those long-forgotten fragments recovered in Greenland's fjords, the mystery took a sharper edge. Now, it wasn't just about a missing aircraft. It was about what had been missed, or perhaps ignored, in the earliest days after it disappeared. The Canadian military, in response to growing interest from civilian researchers, quietly reopened its files on the snowbird's final flight. What they found surprised even those who had been involved from the beginning. Alongside the official reports of the search and recovery efforts were logs that had never been fully reviewed. Handwritten notes from radar operators, preliminary transcripts, and internal communications between airbases and early NORAD listening posts. These documents hadn't been hidden. They'd simply been archived and forgotten in the shuffle of Cold War bureaucracy. Among the more curious rediscoveries was a sequence of radar returns logged by a U.S. outpost in northeastern Greenland. On the day of the snowbird's disappearance, the station recorded an object moving at standard altitude across the radar net, initially presumed to be the Canadian aircraft itself. But then something odd occurred. The return abruptly shifted course, veering far east and dropping in altitude before vanishing entirely. The trajectory didn't match any known flight plan and wasn't flagged at the time due to the assumption that the blip had been an unrelated flight or a technical error caused by interference. After all, radar anomalies were common near the pole. But decades later, when the data was matched with the location where the snowbird fragments had been found, the path lined up almost perfectly. What had once been discarded as noise now looked suspiciously like a flight deviation, a real-time record of the plane veering far off its expected route. The question was, why? Retired personnel who had served in Arctic surveillance stations during that era were contacted. Some recalled the event faintly, but others remembered strange activity in the skies during that week. Unidentified blips, temporary equipment malfunctions, or radio blackouts that weren't fully explained. One technician, then only in his 20s, recalled a faint emergency tone heard briefly over a secondary monitoring frequency, one never used for official traffic. He reported it at the time, but it had been brushed off. There was no evidence it came from the snowbird. But in hindsight, he wondered. It became increasingly clear that the Arctic in the 1960s was a chaotic and heavily watched place. Military operations, weather experiments, early satellite tests. There was a storm of classified activity, much of which was never publicly documented. Some theorized that the snowbird may have unknowingly entered restricted airspace or encountered classified operations that, in the confusion, were never properly reported. If a radar station had tracked the aircraft going off course but didn't connect it to the missing Canadian plane, it could explain why the search had started in the wrong place, and why it ended without answers. Others took the theory further. Could there have been an interception? A misidentification? During the Cold War, such possibilities were not just conceivable, but dangerously common. Stories of near misses between NATO and Soviet aircraft were frequent in military circles. If the snowbird had been mistaken for something else, something unfriendly, could it have been forced down, accidentally targeted, or deliberately hidden? None of these ideas could be confirmed, of course. There were no records of interception, no reports of conflict. And yet, the gaps in documentation only invited more speculation. If the fragments were found in a location inconsistent with any plausible crash arc, and if no distress call was made, then something about the disappearance defied conventional explanation. Still, not everyone embraced the darker theories. Experienced pilots pointed to simpler, if no less tragic, possibilities. A navigational failure, compass drift perhaps, combined with a failure of the pressurization system could have rendered the crew unconscious. The aircraft might have continued on its own, guided only by autopilot or prevailing winds, eventually descending or breaking up in an area far from where anyone expected. It was a clean explanation, but it didn't quite match the condition of the recovered fragments. They seemed too intact, too misplaced. In the end, what the rediscovered documents did was shift the snowbird from a forgotten loss into an open case, one surrounded by layers of uncertainty and fragments of overlooked truth. Researchers compiled everything they could: satellite data, radar charts, recovered parts, and laid them out like a puzzle missing just one or two critical pieces. And that was the trouble. It was always just short of certainty. The snowbird had returned, in part, from the silence, but not enough to explain what truly happened that day in 1964. It remained a question half answered, a story retold in parts. And as the search continued, now digital, now forensic, now historical, the Arctic skies seemed to hold on to their secrets just a little longer. Decades had passed, but the Arctic never forgot. It held the snowbird's final secret beneath its endless white, untouched, unmapped, and unsolved. The fragments discovered along Greenland's rugged coastline were all that ever surfaced. The fuselage, cockpit, engines, and the 6 souls on board remained where they had vanished, locked in a mystery that the cold seemed determined to keep. But while the land gave up little, those drawn to the snowbird refused to let the trail go cold again. By the early 2000s, advances in satellite imagery, ice-penetrating radar, and remote sensing technology offered new hope. Civilian researchers, retired military officials, and a new generation of Arctic historians began revisiting the disappearance with tools far beyond what was available in 1964. Scans of Greenland's southern ice sheet, especially along routes connected to the recovered debris, were analyzed for anomalies, depressions, or metallic signals beneath layers of compacted snow. There were moments of excitement. A radar signature, faint but structured, was detected in a glacial pocket less than 70 kilometers from the fjord, where parts of the aircraft had first been found. But harsh terrain, unpredictable weather, and limited funding delayed any serious ground exploration. The location, remote even by Arctic standards, remained out of reach. Some in the aviation community advocated for a renewed official investigation. They argued that the Snowbird wasn't just a lost plane. It was a case study in Cold War-era search limitations, the fragility of flight in high-latitude conditions, and the enduring gaps in early international cooperation over shared airspace. But official bodies remained hesitant. The case, long considered closed, wasn't a priority for a new generation of policymakers. Still, the Snowbird never truly left the public consciousness. Documentaries were produced. Articles resurfaced in aviation magazines. Podcasts dissected the case, drawing in new audiences captivated by the surreal image of a plane that simply vanished. With every new mention, another layer of curiosity was added to the legend. And then there were the families. Time had dulled the sharpest pain, but not the longing. For children who had grown up without answers, closure remained elusive. Some had never even seen the last resting place of their fathers or brothers. A few made pilgrimages to the region, standing in vast, empty landscapes beneath sky-stretched silence, where the only sound was the wind pushing through ice. They weren't searching for debris. They were reaching for connection, a place to grieve, a point to begin and end the story. In a small memorial ceremony held in 2014, on the 50th anniversary of the flight, veterans, family members, and Arctic pilots gathered at Goose Bay. Stories were shared. Names were read. The Snowbird was remembered not only as a tragedy, but as a reminder that in aviation, even the best-trained crews and the most reliable machines can be humbled by nature's scale, and by the unknown. What remains today is not just the unanswered question of where the Snowbird fell, but how easily silence can swallow even the most traceable of things. In an age before global satellite tracking, before real-time black box transmissions and digital fail-safes, flights relied as much on the eyes and ears of their crew as on the steel beneath them. A navigational hiccup, a whiteout, a shift in wind. Any of these could start a chain of events that no one would see coming. There's also the lingering possibility, small but persistent, that the Snowbird didn't just vanish. It was missed. Misread on a radar. Misplaced on a chart. That in the chaos of overlapping military activity, experimental aircraft, and sensitive Cold War operations, the truth of its last moments was quietly buried under layers of need-to-know silences and fractured record-keeping. But maybe the final answer will never come. Perhaps the Snowbird's real story lies not in a definitive explanation, but in its resonance. It represents the margins of control in aviation, the quiet power of an environment that offers no second chances, and the humility required to fly through such places. Not every disappearance is destined for resolution. Some remain, like the Arctic itself, open, endless, and frozen in time. So the Snowbird remains a question in the sky, a ghost in the ice. Its story told not in certainty, but in the search. And maybe that's what gives it its haunting power. That in a world so mapped, so digitized, so explained, we can still lose something so completely. Somewhere beyond the edge of radar, beneath snow too deep for memory, a plane waits. Whether it will be found or not doesn't change what it's already given. A reminder that mystery still exists, that even in silence, some stories still speak.